Hello, hi, welcome, welcome. Let's see here. Let's put it on something nicer. Yes, the Hello Kitty monitor returns. There she is. I also have this nifty new thing where I can move my pen. Look at it go. Wow. Incredible. Yeah. Woohoo! Yeah. Hi, hello, hi. Welcome in, welcome. It is nice to see you guys over on YouTube. I'm gonna try YouTube, even though I think it might not turn out great. I don't know. I don't know if they will allow me to watch the tiny things on my tiny monitor. I don't know. We'll try though. We will try. Uh, I hope everyone's having a wonderful Tuesday. I think it's Golden Week until tomorrow, or maybe tomorrow counts too. Yeah, 80 consecutive streams, and that doesn't count the stuff that you were here for before too. So, yippee! It's Tuesday. Yes, Tuesday, isn't it? So many bikinis. Yes, you like one picture of a girl in a golden bikini on Twitter right now. It's your whole timeline. What is Golden Week? It's when Twitter porn artists or non-porn artists get together and draw a bunch of anime women in golden bikinis. I also think it's some other kind of event in real life. But I don't know what they do there. I have no idea. Hold on, I have to clean off my big monocle. Ah. Probably some Chinese prosperity stuff. It's Japanese though. It's a Japanese week off because there's like 4 holidays in 1 week, so they get a bunch of time off. That sounds wonderful. I wish that was me. Yeah, but yeah, the porn part is the more important thing. Yeah. I burnt my tongue earlier. So, ow. Sometimes it's still hurting on the side. Ow. I hope that it doesn't affect the yapping. Hello, PJ guy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hi. Thank you for being first. That means you're my favorite cutie eye of the stream. Welcome in. Hello, Cosmo. Hello, Butterball. Hello, Giraffe. Hello, Leviat. Hello, Wald. Hello, Pepperwolf. Hello, Sykuno. Fuck yo bitch. Okay. Awesome. Hello. Hi. Thanks. Hello, Code Cobra. Hello, Vani. Hello, Master Nemesis. Hello, Jedi Kryptonian. Hello, Reese. Hello, Magic Man. Hello, Stairhole. Hello, Shingetsu. Hi. Hello, Cornico. Hello, Cabbage. Hello, Star Knight Panda. Hello, Dead Rabbits. Hello, Ganondorf on Golf. Hello, Jarek. Hi. Welcome in. Welcome to the Drawing Babes stream. I just looked it up. It's indeed 4 holidays, and the first is Hirohito's birthday. Interesting. Could you draw a sexy nurse with a golden bikini if I commissioned it? Probably. What did you eat? A really hot, a cheese quesadilla. Yeah. Extremely hot. Hello everyone over on YouTube as well. Hi, hello. Hopefully you guys stay around for the whole stream and they don't take me down. Hopefully. Can we have golden bikini Cece? I was gonna try to draw all the VJs in golden bikinis, but it depends on, I guess, just how that goes. I don't know. I do have to... Where is it? Let's put a video on first. La 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 la. I'm tired of looking at the scary mine. Apparently only 4 holidays are given off, but a lot of people take 3 days in between off and travel. Interesting. I would. I mean, if most of the week is off anyway, why not? Let's see. What's a nice calm thing that I could put on? How about this? This guy looks calm. This guy looks nice.
This is how I made my own custom-made Victorian-inspired concrete edging for cheap
That's
using
beautiful.
common materials right
That's
out
beautiful.
of a normal home improvement store. But why didn't I just buy the widely available scallop
Because it
edging?
looks like
I mean,
shit.
Look at it. It's sad.
Yeah, it
makes
is
me
sad. That looks
Let's
awful.
just say I needed something with a bit more detail to finish off my escapist little corner of joy in the world. My hunch was that this mass-produced
The mono bro in a golden bikini.
1950s simplification of the much more elegant Victorian garden rope edging. I was overjoyed.
So I'm gonna put the prices on the screen and stuff in a bit.
Terracotta period edging, which, well, they were both too
but
much
I was
for my
gonna
budget
do
and too few for my ambition.
I was gonna
edge
do
out the
them
whole
like
garden.
live
But the mold made
commissions or
sense,
whatever,
I
so you
bought
can
it
just
and got
like
myself some
ask
fast-setting
for whoever
concrete
you
and
want.
colorant. With this, I could make as many as I wanted, or that the mold could resist making before cracking. Little did I know that this would lead me into a rabbit hole of mold making in order to create my ultimate, highly ornamented, Victorian-inspired faux terracotta cottage garden edging from inexpensive, easily procured materials right out of the home improvement store. As soon as I unmolded one of those rope edgings, I was bitten by the bug because casting these is 1, addictive, and 2, makes you feel so industrious and productive, like you accomplished something, well, concrete. And the result in the garden is quite
Jedi, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you so much. Yay, thank you.
Upon further research,
Thank
I found
you.
that this shape was indeed already made in Victorian times, as evidenced
Why
in this
does his
1874
words those
advertisement
words?
in the Gardener's Chronicle,
What?
and not a modernist simplification of the
Stroke?
rope edging. But for some
Stroke
reason,
kun
it was
des?
the simple scallop that
Doko?
was the design that endured through the centuries. Why not the rope design?
Thank you so
I mean,
much for the
look
gift
at it,
subs.
it's
Thank you.
sad.
Let me
Actually,
get
I think
this
I may know why the
little
rope
mono
design
bro
did not
done.
endure. It's a 2-part mold, and 2-part molds are a time hassle, frankly. It took me months to make enough edging to complete only 1 bed. I had to wait a day.
We might also listen to some paranormal stuff tonight. It depends on what I feel like listening to and watching.
Edging in the store. So there was one solution. I would have to make my own mold. A simple 1-part mold, much like a cake pan. This would make
Leviat redeems. I know. I can only look at one thing. I'm even more limited than you guys.
Carving a mold out of it to see if it would work.
Take it from whoever had it the longest. I have no idea who that is, and I'm not gonna look. That's too much work. But I will take it from somebody.
Folded it in half, and then cut the silhouette.
It seems like Cosmo's the only one in here that has it right now. You have caused your own death.
Was coming from my visit to Central Park, where the stonework around the Bethesda fountain had grabbed my attention with its inventive plant motifs. With the shape of the piece defined, all I had to do was to carve out the mold. With the appropriate mask on, I used a
hello,
Dremel tool
Karama.
to
Hi,
scoop
hi,
out all
welcome.
the foam in the
Hi,
cavity,
hello,
adding some
Benedetto.
detail
Hi,
while
hello,
being
hi,
careful
hello, hi,
not
hi,
to
hi.
punch through
What's
the
on the
bottom of the
TV
foam.
today?
I
This
needed
guy's
the
making
cavity
his
of the
own
mold to be at
Victorian
least an
garden
inch
edging.
thick,
I
so
just
that the
wanted to put
resulting
something
concrete piece
there
would be
while
strong
I
enough not to crack. Was this
while
process
I
fun? Not at
put
all.
up my
I even
little sticky
resorted to
note and
scooping out the
everything.
rough openings
Kuma,
with the
hello,
tool at
hi,
hand.
welcome,
After
hi,
some
hello.
struggle, I used the flatter Dremel
Golden Week
polishing stone
bikinis.
to
Ow, my
smooth out the
freaking
surface
tongue,
of the
dude.
cavity, and then proceeded to
Steel
carefully
VIP?
carve in
Okay.
detail, trying very hard to keep a steady hand so as not to make mistakes that could not be undone. It is also important not to carve in any
Yeah, it's like an iPad. Well, no, it's probably gonna be on while I draw too. I might just talk about whatever is going on that while we... I might put on anime actually. Will I get in trouble if I put on anime? It would have to be the dub because you can't read subtitles that small, but...
Next came the moment of truth. Would this mold work?
If it's on YouTube, it's fine, right? It's okay.
Foam, I liberally spread petroleum jelly, making sure to coat every crevice. Then, as before, I mixed out some fast-setting bagged concrete with just enough water to create a thick but workable mixture, adding colorant to taste.
Here's my handy-dandy sticky note.
Air pockets and
it's gonna have the prices and stuff on it. What are we watching? He's making his own Victorian garden edging! Oh my god! Open your eyes! Look at it! It's beautiful! Look at that! You will get in trouble if you play copyrighted stuff. Dang it! No! What if it's old as fuck and nobody cares about it? What if it's like 50 years old?
And started to install this edging to my garden bed around the shed. It elevated.
He needs to paint that. It doesn't look as good without it being painted.
Because I only had one mold,
it looked like a giant cookie. It kind of does look like a giant cookie.
It took me several weeks to just cast
now that you say that, don't eat it though. Forbidden, forbidden cookie.
Of beauty. Adding the ornate edging was the icing on the cake.
You know, I gotta say, even though it's a lot of work to have this done, I think it's worth it because the effect you get and the possibilities you have are just endless. You could do any design you want. It's just limited to your ability of being able to
Let's see here.
Yet, if I wanted to delineate all my garden beds with these concrete pieces, I would have to either wait years or I would need to find a way to have multiple molds. But how could I make several of the same exact mold using materials I already had and without having to carve them by hand? This dilemma put this project on the back burner until the next spring. Then I was ready to tackle it again to improve another spot of the garden that was needing a refresh. This spot right here is needing a bit of renovation because I want to replace all this wood edging with something more permanent and that looks better. The problem is that mold making by carving
that's too big
has been a quite laborious process. I'm thinking of making molds with expanding foam. In theory, I should be able to create a master mother mold and then
that looks poopy. Oh well, whatever. Maybe we put an outline around it. Outline.
The other way that I had to sculpt out all the negative space. Theoretically, if I'm able to carve this and cast...
There we go, that looks better.
And then remove the positive without destroying it, I should be able to do more than one mold, which means I could finish this faster. Carving the positive prototype with a knife...
That's a bracelet? There's a floaty as well. A tiny floaty. Oh yeah, that's a bracelet. That's a little jelly bracelet. Yeah.
With classical fern scrolls. In some ways,
I got this done and the
I had seen in the antique store and the old
base and the keychain as well.
This was not relaxing at all. I was hyper aware.
At first, I think I made them too small, but when I sized it up, it didn't really lose much quality, so it didn't really get blurry. So yeah, it's like that jelly stuff. Yeah, jelly bracelets. They had like jelly shoes as well that I think I had one pair when I was small. And then I wanted some more. I don't know, I kind of want them now too. But they make your feet super sweaty. They're not very breathable.
Together two scrap pieces of wood to form the basic structure of the prototype, upon which I would add sculpted clay decorations. Being able to add material and shape it around is so much more fun and enjoyable than
the CC ice cream is epic. Yes, I think so too. It looks so good.
And relaxing.
Thanks for the head pat. Thank you. What are some longer things that I could put on? We should put on the Jenny Nicholson video. Yes.
Alright, I'm done with the prototyping here because I could...
There was a new one. Yeah, Twilight knockoff.
So in 2010, a video rental chain called Blockbuster Video was going
I
out
did
of
not
business. The
watch
location next
that.
to my
We
school
can
started an extended
have. This
liquidation
is
of all
basically
of its
kind of a
remaining
media
stock,
night
both
part
new
2.
and used DVDs and Blu-rays. This period of closure dragged
Anyway,
on for months,
if you want me to
and through many
draw
repeat
your
visits, I
anime
spent
woman or
cumulative
VTuber
hours
in a
combing the
golden
shelves,
bikini,
both for
those are the
movies that I had
prices you can
liked
send
and
through
might want to own,
donos.
and also for anything
I
special.
think my dono
And I found
notification
something very
works.
special. A movie that would become one of my favorite party watches of all time. The Incubus, released in 2010,
Let me
is simultaneously
get
very
started.
simple
I
and
have.
very complex.
I don't
There are the
know.
broad strokes,
Who do I
which
want to
align
draw
with most other
first?
supernatural teen romances you'll have seen
I
before.
should probably.
There's a
I
girl
should
who's not
probably
like the
do a
other girls.
VJax
She has a
thing.
crummy life in a sleepy small town that is named for a type of silverware. A
Maybe I
mysterious
can make
new
it into
family
a
of
print
sexy
if I put
goths
them all
enter the scene,
together.
who turn out to be supernatural monsters, and she falls in love with one of them. There are social conflicts, physical conflicts, their love is star-crossed, but the ways in which it
I really liked the first album, the OST for the first Twilight movie. Warboss Circer, hi, hello, hi. I didn't like the Twilight, but when they what was it? Hold on. Twilight first movie OST. There was like one particular song they put on there that I was like, oh yeah, they had Supermassive Black Hole on there as well. That was really good. Flightless Bird, American Mouth, that was a good one. They had a couple of Paramore songs on there. Just some like, and Linkin Park too. So it was a good it was a good soundtrack. I was happy that like stores were playing it because the movie was popular because it had several good songs. Anyway,
diverges from the norm.
that's my opinion on Twilight. I think I know like all of the plot points basically from osmosis, but I wasn't ever a fan of it. You look so lovely, thank you.
About the Incubus, and also the story behind it being made, which is almost as interesting as the film itself. So today, after many years, I'm
thank
done
you.
gatekeeping the Incubus.
Starlight
I'm going
Panda,
to
thank
take you on a journey.
What does that say?
Part
Buy
one, the
cheese?
production. One of the most interesting
Buy
things
cheese?
about this
Yes, I
film to
am.
me
I am,
is that it was the
Kumachi. Thank
sincere result of a
yes.
single artist's vision. Often when you
It's
see
more
a
of
film
a
based off
commission than a
current cultural
request,
trend,
though.
as with the many Twilight knockoffs, it's been cynically commissioned by a big
I
production
can buy
company
cheese.
just to
There's
make
a
quick
place
buck. They rarely feel very personal.
near
But this film
my.
is about as
Sorry,
personal.
Jenny. I want to listen to you, but I have to say something, ma'am. Shh, shh, Jenny. Shh. The gamer, thanks for the follow. I should turn this to art. Okay, hold on. There is near my new psychiatrist office. There is a place that has fancy cheese. Like, I went up and started talking about cheese with them, and the lady was so knowledgeable about the different cheeses and like could recommend based on what you wanted and what you wanted to do with it. And it was all cheese. It was like a store booth thing and around a bunch of other kind of food stalls or whatever, and yeah, it was all cheese. It was kind of cool. Like a legitimate cheesemonger, but it was a woman.
As you can possibly get. The screenplay was written by a 19-year-old student named Shane Layton, sometimes literally while she was sitting in class. Shane attended one of the top public arts high schools in
Alright, let
the
me get
country,
my tablet in front of me here.
a local businesswoman who made her fortune operating a Weight Watchers franchise. Marcy liked to donate to the arts, both her money and her time in a mentorship capacity. When she got to talking with Shane, she was very impressed that someone so young was so driven to be a writer, so she offered to produce Shane's Shane's screenplay.
Before she knew it, the
The
small independent
Incubus.
film she thought could help her get into film school became a full-on movie.
Soon a $10,000, micro
Buy
budget
more
independent film
cheese.
grew into a $300,000.
I need to make the text
film that I'm
bigger on
doing.
that.
And I'm sitting here, I'm 19, and I'm
Buy
looking
more
around
cheese?
like, I am
Is that
so
what that
blessed.
says?
Marcy
Buy
also
more
coached
cheese.
Shane through co-directing the film. Shane
I
herself
can.
would play the lead character, cast her real-life friends as the supporting cast, and her real-life crush as the love interest.
That's goated, actually. That's so goated.
Inside information.
I guess it worked, because after the completion of the film, these two actually dated and got married, which I guess explains their crackling chemistry on
That's
screen.
so
They're
sweet.
not together anymore, but she did
Oh,
take his name and use
never
it
mind.
professionally for some time,
Never
so I
mind.
feel like that's okay to mention. Being a triple threat, Shane also wrote and performed a full soundtrack of pop songs for the film, which generally have a very Evanescence vibe.
What's the dono link?
This
Is
was all
it through
clearly a
Stream
labor of love
Elements or
because a lot of the songs are featured in
Streamlabs?
the film very incidentally.
let me
Some
go
only
check.
playing quietly on a car radio in the background of a scene. Some of the songs are even duets.
Is there
with
a
her best
link?
friend who
Just the
plays the
dono?
villain in the
Yeah,
movie.
just the dono. I love cheese. What is your favorite cheese?
And she filmed accompanying music videos. Please let me
I
show them
like
to you. I love the energy of these. So much attitude,
sharp
so many
cheeses, and I
costume
don't
changes,
like
so many
soft
shot setups
cheeses.
that are
Soft
shown only
cheeses
once
make me
and then
go
never repeated. Like, is
yuckers.
she sitting in a rowboat with a
Gouda.
single vine of plastic leaves draped
That's
over
a good
her head?
one.
Don't
That's a
know,
Gouda
we'll never
one.
see it again. This
Stre-
songs
it
were
is
once
through
cross-posted
Streamlabs.
to
Okay,
iTunes,
fuck.
but they are not currently on any streaming platform. Even though they
Monster?
should be,
Yes,
because
that's
they
a good
suck.
one
I'm just
too.
showing clips of
Yes,
them, but
yes.
if it was
Hi,
socially
Anti. Hi,
acceptable, I would
hello.
stop my
Hi,
video
that's
dead
awesome.
right now
Hi.
to show you each music video from start to finish. According to this Fox News article, 2 of the songs were even submitted for Grammy consideration.
EMS
So
ハブ
you've
ザレフ
got to
ス
go check those out. And in case you were wondering, that was far from the only news article about this film. In my experience, there are a lot of infamous indie movies where
Okay, give me a second. I have to figure out how to make the text on that larger. Because I can't read it at all. Uh... Here we go. Yeah, just bump that up like insane levels. DMs have the reps? Okay, thanks. Yeah, you can just put the links in the thing if you upload it somewhere. Parmigiano Reggiano. Isn't Parmesan cheese like not real unless it comes from that area? It's like, oh my god, hold on. There's a lot of fake sawdust cheese out there going under that name. Oh my god, what is happening? Sorry, I didn't get my tablet set up when I should have. So now I'm struggling. I'm sorry. Hi, Emrys. Hi, Smurf. Hi, hello. Hi. Are you gonna be playing Alien Isolation 2? I didn't play the first one. It seems like it's way too scary. I tried playing this one game that was like, you're in a house and there's like this, you have a GoPro on, or like the monster does, and you have to hide from it. That was way too much. So I think something that is more intelligent is probably not good. I'm gonna just not I'm not gonna be able to play it. I'm just gonna I'm gonna get too scared and I'll refund it.
Very little is publicly known.
Alright, I have to get Soul's thing. 1 second. Okay, interesting. From what I've seen, the xenomorph literally does hunt you in real time. Yeah, it like learns. As a I do love horror games, but I don't like to be actually scared. I'm a baby, kind of. I like watching really actually scary stuff, but when it comes to playing it, yeah, I'm a huge baby, so yeah, no. And maybe if I was like paid to or dared to or something. I like playing like Silent Hill and some other things, but that just sounds way too much. Like it learns. I don't like that. Games shouldn't learn things. What's the most scary game you can play? Probably Silent Hill. I'll play that kind of stuff. But like, you learn in those games. You learn how to deal effectively with enemies. The enemy doesn't learn how to deal with you. That's fucked up. A Shattered Memory sort of does. That's like past the Silent Hills that I think are good. Yeah, Resident Evil is also, yeah, fine. Too much anxiety, exactly. Yeah, and jump scare games like aren't scary, so
About the behind the scenes, but to my delight, this film was promoted as much as the budget could possibly facilitate, and as such, a lot of aspects of the production are very well documented.
let's make
There
a
are
big
TV
canvas.
interviews, print interviews, interviews recorded purely for the film's official YouTube channel. There was even a promotional web series, which appears to have been absorbed into a later director's cut of the film. In September of 2010, the film was screened at a handful of local theaters in South Florida. Over 15 theaters. There was an effort to encourage fans to request the film at their own local theaters, even hosting iPad giveaways as an incentive on the Facebook fan page for the film. But it appears this campaign was unsuccessful, and instead the film was ultimately distributed to Amazon Prime Video for streaming. Perhaps more ambitiously, they also printed a limited
Would
run
you
of
play
physical
any of the
DVDs,
Slender
which they then
games? I have
distributed to
in
video
the
rental
past,
chains like Blockbuster, where
but
the
that
Incubus
was
could then
not
be found
streaming,
on
so
shelves
it
next to
doesn't
real
count, I
Hollywood
guess.
films. Unfortunately, later that same year, Blockbuster declared bankruptcy. Locations began to shutter.
I
and
would,
big
yeah,
$1
yeah,
DVD closeout
yeah.
sales, at which point the film was purchased by me. Today, the film is still in circulation and seemingly still turning some
Would you
kind
play
of
through
profit
Dead
for the
Space?
producers.
Maybe.
The DVDs are pretty easy to come by, and it appears sporadically on different streaming sites like
Are
Tubi,
are
Prime
they?
Video, and even
I don't
YouTube.
know.
I'll put
I
a link to
don't
the current
really know
streaming
what
host
they
in the video
are.
description. If you wouldn't like spoilers, I would definitely encourage you to go watch the movie before we
Like, I
proceed.
don't know what kind of
I can
horror
see
it
behind your
consists
eyes
of.
that
I'm
you're still not
assuming
convinced.
aliens.
That's okay. We'll move on. Part 2. The
Illbleed, I
characters.
tried to
I
play
really wanna tell you
Illbleed.
the
It
story
was
of this
too
movie
hard. Like,
now,
it was
but if I
too.
tried to do that, I would be constantly interrupting myself.
You have to
every
like
time any
know
new
the
kooky
game to
character
actually
came
get
up.
anywhere.
So
So,
let's do some character
yeah,
bios. Oh, also,
it's
I
a
have to give you
fun,
guys a content
interesting
warning now
game, but
because we're
not
about
for
to get into the
me.
plot of the film. As we all
I don't
know,
like playing
YouTube penalizes
games
video
7 billion times to have to like to be able to beat it, like you have to like fucking memorize shit
that use certain
or whatever.
words, even words that are appropriate clinical words for serious topics. But I believe I've selected some alternative phrases that will honor the severity of the subject matter and the dignity of the characters. Content warning for self-life-taking and family punching. Okay, let's meet the characters. Marnie Rose. This is our main character. Marnie lives with her evil, abusive uncle after both of her parents died mysteriously years ago. She's introspective and an outcast at school. Just like the writer Shane, Marnie wants to be a writer, and when we meet her, she's in college studying journalism. Raphael, Marnie's love interest. He is one of a squad of incubuses who have come to devour the town. František Mach, the actor who plays Raphael, is from the Czech Republic. Interviews around this film suggest that prior to the incubus, he had some experience modeling, but not much acting. So, the combination of his flat tone, long hair, and strong accent lends a very Tommy Wiseau quality to the performance.
What about the human man?
Raphael.
If she comes back, he'll hurt her.
Johnny Johnson. That's not a joke. That's his name. He's Marnie's best friend. He looks like he's in an emo band.
I've somehow avoided Jenny Nicholson until now. I think she's fun.
Yeah, we'll be there.
I think thank
you.
you.
At least he's making strong choices. Chris is Marnie and Johnny's other friend. They
Thank
don't
you,
say
Soul.
this, but to me it kind of feels like Chris is more
think
of
she
Johnny's
has-
friend and like an acquaintance.
She's
to Marnie.
like-
like if there's a group.
She's
hang.
like quirky millennial, but like actually intelligent and funny. Yeah. I played Dead Space 1. It's basically Resident Evil 4 in space. Hi, Hickory Dellingham. Hi, hello. I guess that's fine then. I mean, I don't really find aliens scary, but maybe if it's like, you know, an alien type alien and not just like a little green guy or whatever. Yeah.
They see each other. I just don't see them hanging out one-on-one.
I just wish she
Chris is in a
uploaded more
band, and
often.
we see her from
Yeah.
time to time, but
She makes
I'll
like
just tell you right now, she never really does
this is
anything
like
with
almost a
Walter.
2-hour video,
This is Marnie's
and then she
abusive
won't make
uncle.
things for like half a year. I guess it takes a long time
He's had custody of her
to
ever since he murdered
like
both her
put
parents
that
and got
stuff
away with
together.
it. It's
I
not
don't
even a
know. I
spoiler
don't
for
make
me to
long
tell you
form
that.
content,
Marnie is
so
certain of it before the film starts, and we see in her dreams and in overt flashbacks that it is true. Walter gives my personal favorite performance in this movie, and that's saying something.
Praise the Lord!
He's a Southern Baptist preacher, I guess, so he delivers all of his lines in this foghorn leghorn accent.
That's 9:05, girl. Don't you think you best be getting on your way?
And he just goes for it. He bugs out his eyes and he screams and he drips sweat and does everything he can to be as crazy as possible. Lexi, the school bully. Her name actually ends with an A, but it keeps setting off my smart home, and I know it's going to do it to you guys too, so I'm changing her name. So Marnie is in college, but in this universe, college has squads of bullies who call you a loser, like it's high school. Lexi is usually flanked by 2 other mean girls who don't get names, and she's occasionally seen with a male bully named, of course, Chad. And then we have some supporting incubus characters. Now, of course, in folklore, an incubus is a demon that seduces people and feeds off them by having sex.
Good
until
night,
they
Easy
die.
Mushroom.
In this story, they're much closer to vampires. They steal
yeah,
energy by touching
incubuses are
someone,
like
but the
incubi
more of an
rather
emotional
are like
bond they
very
have with their
sexual.
victims, the more energy they get from it. And then after they take enough energy, their victim dies.
I was
Oh,
surprised
should
hearing
also
it.
say, in folklore, a female incubus is called a succubus, but I think in this one they're all just called incubuses. So,
Okay,
Bianca is the
yeah,
evil
sure.
incubus leader. She's another favorite character.
John
of mine
does
because they
that
try to have her
too?
speak in
Yeah.
this very formal,
I don't know, maybe
anachronistic
it's
way,
a-
but she just never really feels like
Maybe
she's
they
mastered
get the
it.
same amount of money
Braids come
basically,
traipsing in here demanding these types of ideas.
and they
She's
get to like
strongly opposed to Marnie and Raphael's
they don't have to like
relationship,
grind
seemingly
videos
because
out
of her own
every
love or lust for Raphael.
a week
And
or
then we have
whatever.
the supporting incubuses, Michael and Olivia, who are so important that I had to consult IMDb to figure out their names. I kind of feel like they're only here because in Twilight, Edward had vampire siblings. So like Michael is Jasper and Olivia is Rosalie, if that means anything to you. Anyway, they're just kind of here. I guess they're like the chill ones in the incubus friend group who don't participate in any drama.
High
And that's
quality
everybody
over
that
high
matters,
quantity,
and
yeah, something like
arguably
that.
some that don't. And now that you've seen a little footage from the movie, I think there's another elephant in the room that I need to address. Part 3, the fashion. Shane Layton said in an interview that her mom was in charge of the costumes for the movie, and I just want to ask, where is this woman's Oscar? This movie has some of the best costumes I've ever seen put to film. Like, the first characters to appear on screen are the family of incubuses, walking on foot into town. And you've got the leader Bianca wearing a fascinator with a black mesh veil and red velvet gladiator cape.
Yeah,
The others
no.
wearing insane metallic pattern nightclub attire, and Raphael finishing his off with a gigantic cross medallion. All of their outfits are comprised of like 27 different parts. And then for each of their on-screen appearances,
So, Renaissance fair goth. Wow.
Sometimes you'll be watching a scene, there will be a cut implying it's later in the same day, and everyone will still be in a totally new outfit. We've got gaudy costumes.
Yo, I kind of like some of these though. Some of the girl outfits, some of the women's outfits
Every time
are
Bianca
really
appears,
nice.
she's in a new insane head ornament. And you're probably thinking, ding, 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 plot hole. If these monsters have arrived to prey on the townsfolk, shouldn't they be trying
That's
to
a
blend
wig.
in?
Yeah,
And then
she
you meet Marnie, our protagonist, who's meant to be an
she like dresses up for her videos. She like kind of cosplays. I think she's supposed to be the main character here.
And you realize, oh wait, she also dresses like that. I guess people just dress like that in this universe. She's got a giant white ruffled collar, layered under a top that already has its own ruffled collar, layered under a military jacket, and a gold statement necklace layered between the two ruffled collars for good measure. There's so much going on here. There's 3 shirts for every outfit. There's the questionable filmmaking decision to put a big distracting face on the torso of your leading lady. The ruffled collars, ruffled sleeves, 1 million pearl necklaces. Every time a character enters a new scene in a crazy new outfit, I spend half a beat expecting the other character to turn around and be like, what are you wearing? Obviously for this video, I'm like, I'm gonna recreate these outfits. But when I tell you, I started saving screenshots and looking for individual pieces, and I was suddenly like, how do you find this stuff? How do you find any of this? Almost every piece on screen has some weird detail that makes it impossible to source. Like you see a jacket and you're like, okay, button-up jacket that looks like sweatshirt material and it's light blue and yellow tie-dye. Kind of out there, but I can find something similar. And then in a later scene, it's revealed that it has this affliction-style scratchy pattern all over the vest part, and you're like, I don't know.
These were like boutique, custom-made pieces, Jenny. You're not gonna find whatever the fuck they are.
I feel like it's gonna be one of those memes where it's like steal her look and then the outfit adds up to like $15,000. I really love this because I'm firmly of the belief that if vampires and other supernatural monsters were real, they probably would dress very stupidly. They'd probably all be weird goths. In their immortal lifespans, they would have accumulated way too many eccentric pieces, and they probably would not keep up with modern trends. I fully buy that if vampires rolled into your town, you would immediately
You ever see the best of the worst?
"Who are
Oh
those weirdos and why are they
yes,
dressed
the
like that?" And they
what
would
is
live in a
that one
house that
called?
looks
I
like
almost
this,
thought
and
she
they
was gonna
decorate
cover
just
that
like this.
one
I even like
for
the way the makeup
this.
and lighting is
What
done.
is that? You're right. It basically is Twilight. Yeah, and there's the KFC buckets. She has cancer, and I think the vampire cures her cancer or something like that by sucking all her cancer blood out. That one
Like,
is
everybody in the movie just
wonderful.
looks
That's
like
an
normal
amazing
people. It makes
film.
the whole thing so charmingly real. So you can look forward to that. You're going to be seeing these looks the whole video as I tell you what happened to these guys. Part 4. The story. Our tale is set in the small town of Spoon River. We are never told what state it's in, but we are told often that it's a small, boring town where nothing ever happens. It's very visibly shot in an affluent suburb in Florida, but obviously we're meant to suspend our disbelief. We see one sequence with a farmer, so I imagine it's meant to be a rural state in the middle of the country. On the other hand, Spoon River is also home to Spoon River University, and
They blew the budget on costumes and had to shoot it on a camcorder. Yeah, they went to Hot Topic and several gothic boutiques in the area, and maybe some Renaissance fairs, and used up all the budget. They went on a shopping spree. Cancer is not a bloodborne disease? Yeah, well, they... vampire magic, so yeah.
Is heading off to school with her best friend Johnny.
Yo, did you finish your thesis?
Yeah, one sleepless night and 12 cups of coffee later.
She looks so Doctor Who like.
Weeks ago.
The main character there. Not you.
Oh yeah. Definitely finished mine like weeks ago.
Johnny gives
She looks, doesn't she look like someone that would be palling around with the Doctor Who? This is the main character. This is who Jenny is cosplaying right now.
Night and 12 cups of
She
coffee
looks
later.
like she's about to step in the TARDIS.
Definitely finished mine like weeks ago.
Johnny gives the second most eccentric performance in this film.
I like him. He's giving My Chemical Romance.
What, 50 years?
Something like that.
Spoon River College has a student
Doesn't he kind of look like Gerard Way in circa Helena? Like he's trying to give off that look? I think so. I think he's trying to embody that.
Well. Look at what the bat dragged in. Wednesday Addams and her trusty.
Oh wait, no. Yeah, kind of Green Day, kind of Billy Joe Armstrong. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Emo.
They even dressed up the bullies.
Their insults range from broad Disney Channel style insults to monstrously cruel taunts about Marnie's dead parents.
It's okay though, Marnie. We all understand the mental breakdown you went through when Mommy and Daddy died.
Oh my god.
Watch out, gang.
At one point, the bullies TP Marnie's house, and then the next day they actually bring toilet paper to school with them in their backpacks so they can hold it up in front of Marnie and be like, which I love. They are surprisingly dedicated bullies. Marnie and her small circle of friends, despite being social outcasts, are scrappy. They don't take this lying down.
Okay, wow, bitch. We've all graduated high school already, so I think it's time for you to do the same thing.
Johnny in particular has this running theme where he runs around yelling at people that they're fat.
Mammoth.
Yeah, that's good. Good insult. Good.
He sexually harasses them.
Oh, Cubie! Hi, Cubie! Hi! Hello!
Why don't you go find a mud pit to wrestle in?
Thank you for the raid over on
Marnie and Johnny go
YouTube.
to a bar to support
Thank
their
you.
friend Chris, whose band
Welcome.
is
I'm drawing Golden Week
You can tell
beige.
this movie is directed by a 19-year-old who's never been to a club because it's lit and styled like a quiet lounge. It doesn't look like the kind of place you'd see a garage band perform, but also they have exactly one goth go-go dancer on one of the tables. It's at this club that Marnie and the mysterious new boy have their first encounter.
I wonder if you feel my eyes on you as you walk into the room.
Although they don't exchange any words. As soon as they lock eyes, she faints. And from there, we're straight into a musical montage of the
Same,
incubi
girl,
hunting down and
same.
murdering farmers and drifters around town.
What you
We don't have any money for locations, so we just go and film in the woods. Classic low budget movie strategy. Just run around in the woods for a while.
They do this in broad daylight because it's easier to film it that way. I really want to know if this one guy's sleeves are supposed to read to us as real tattoos. I also question the editor's choice to periodically cut to dramatic shots of this overheating sheep.
Why?
Shear that big guy. By this point, I'm fully convinced of Bianca's status as the best incubus. I still respect her.
Why though? Oh my god, that's wonderful.
Floor-length velvet cape.
He wanted to be included too. He wanted to be included.
I guess it's important.
The sheep is my favorite character. Honestly, yes. So far,
cool way.
I'm sheep stan. I'm team sheep.
He's forced to stand with one leg in this plastic tub because there's no other place for him in this shed. Anyway, afterward, Raphael goes back to his room to brood over a wallet-sized print of Marnie's acting headshot, which he somehow has now.
Who is that, Raphael?
No one.
Who is that?
Is that the vampire? Girl, mind your own damn business.
I asked you a question.
Oh my god.
I answered.
It's not even his vampire GF. It's some vampire fucking wench. Like,
Walter is concerned about his reputation.
Since it's Golden Week, when do we get a taste of that sweet yellow nectar?
I don't really know who told him or why.
You're gonna have to talk, Marnie. What they gonna think? You keep dropping dead like that.
If
He
your
slaps
pee
her
is
and
sweet, you
aggressively
need to
tussles her
get checked
hair.
out
Of
by a
course, when Johnny
doctor.
picks her up from school, he notices her extremely red slap mark and urges her to move in with him.
I'm pretty
but
sure
she
that's
doesn't go for it.
Her
diabetes.
mom loves you. I think more than she loves me.
My mom loves you more than she loves me.
Walter would still live in this neighborhood. You know, he'd still be in town.
What is
And he'd
that?
be living in my parents' house. That's my parents' house. I can't leave it to that bastard.
At the start of class,
Can't
we
leave
learn
it for
Raphael
that
has
bastard.
actually joined their
The
school.
the
Just
acting in
mention that
this
we
is really
have a
good
transfer
too.
student today. So if you would all give Mr. Raphael Melnikov a warm welcome, it would be much appreciated. Okay, we're gonna start. To
What are you
talk
doing?
about what
I
it means to
am.
be biased or
We are
unbiased
watching
reporter.
I love in movies when people are in
videos
class
while
and they
I
don't want to write a real lecture
do
into the screenplay,
on-stream
so a teacher will just be
commissions
ad-libbing about the philosophical nature of
things.
the subject.
Yes.
Like a character shows up for junior year math halfway through the semester and the teacher is like, "What is math? The wonderful thing about math is that it can help you solve many of math's problems." Pythagoras once said. The classroom setting gives Raphael and Marnie their first chance to actually have a conversation, but it's mostly just small talk.
We haven't had new neighbors here in years, and no offense, but you're the most exciting thing that's happened here since ever.
We moved here because I like the university. That's about it. It was nice to meet you, Arne.
She decides to interview him for the school paper, which will give them more of an opportunity to get to know each other. All these events
I like how
Marnie's day are
Slavic
intercut
the
with multiple sequences
I
where
guess
Walter is in a
older
green
vampire
screen
guy
church,
is.
stumbling around clutching a Bible and talking to himself.
He's Dracula coded.
Bonnie, that's you?
Or I assume he's talking to himself because we never get a wide shot of the entire room. But maybe it's a full house and he's preaching to the congregation right now.
Who is that?
Dead.
This is why I love a Sunday morning. We never know what we're gonna get. We're shown through Walter's guilt flashbacks that he did in fact murder Marnie's parents to get the family inheritance.
Now, don't you worry. I'm gonna take care of that church for you. And I'm gonna look out for Marnie, too.
The first time I saw this movie,
The
I thought they had
random
decided to convey that
hillbilly.
he and Marnie's dad were
Why?
brothers by having
Why?
them both be played by the same man in different hats. Then they appeared in a shot next to each other, and I thought maybe they're twins in real life. But I looked in the credits, and no, they're not even related. I just can't tell bald men apart. So what we have next is a teachable moment in terms of editing. Marnie gets home from school. Raphael is weirdly standing right
He's an
outside her
incubus
house,
who sounds like a
waiting to talk to
generic
her,
vampire.
even though she just
Yes,
saw him
and there's
and
also
spoke
just
to him
like
in the
this
class she just
hillbilly
left.
man now.
Why are you in this side of the neighborhood?
I need to get to know the area, right?
Yeah, right.
Then they're interrupted by Walter.
Marnie Rose! What did I tell you?
Marnie Rose! Why? Why does he sound like? For what reason?
I have to go.
What did I tell you about coming home late, girl?
Hello, Mr. Gooseberry. Yeah, send it in.
When Marnie goes inside, I guess she completely forgets about
Send
the Walter
in the
encounter and is like,
shekels.
"Doo-doo-doo, time to get some coffee."
What did I tell you?
What did I tell you? He has one line repeated throughout the entire movie.
I didn't want you to embarrass me. Not like you embarrassed your mama.
Marnie, come here. Let me see you.
That's why she killed herself.
What? Bro, it's not even that funny though. She done killed herself.
Then, I guess she immediately forgets about that encounter because she walks directly from the kitchen where Walter terrorized her into Walter's own bedroom where she snoops around with a flashlight and finds a paper printout of her dad's acting headshot where he's wearing the clothes he died in. And of course he catches her because she did that right in front of him while he was already looking at her.
No, look out. You don't get away from
No, little girl. Really, he really is putting his whole actusy into this. This is awesome.
Marnie, you don't tell him you can't prove it. Outside the house, Bianca confronts Raphael about his love for Marnie.
It is impossible for you to love someone like her.
It is impossible for you to love anyone at all.
She's jealous because she wants Raphael all to herself. And then the movie does the same thing again, a second time. It does the bad editing thing. We go from this scene of Bianca confronting Raphael. He storms off, leaving Bianca behind.
Why does she look like the content she's covering? It is a conscious choice.
She has changed her clothes, but he hasn't.
And she does this for like everything.
Do whatever you like.
Can I pay in subs? You have to do the dono.
But you have her.
I think if you do exclamation mark donation, it might link it through Nightbot.
I suspect some of these redundancies are probably the result of the aforementioned webisodes that were later absorbed into a director's cut.
Computer and large boobs. Okay, try dono, and if not, it's in below the stream. I'm sorry.
Even where it didn't make much sense or have much of a point.
No,
It's not
okay,
a perfect
well,
excuse because nobody
my
made them do that,
bad.
and it's an even worse excuse when they have a trio of
I guess that
consecutive
should be
redundant scenes, meaning that
a
even the
command,
theatrical cut
yeah.
must have been occasionally redundant, but it's at least a possible explanation. Now we're headed back to Marnie's house. She is still
Exclamation mark
confrontation with
boobs.
Walter,
Exclamation
and she has
mark
brought a weapon
tits.
into her bath with her. She is contemplating hurting herself.
No, Marnie, no, you're so hot. Don't kill yourself. Oh, okay, yeah, do I have any mods in here right now? I don't think so. It's been that.
Scrying power has not been previously established. It is revealed
Yep.
through flashback that part of the reason Raphael is reacting so strongly to what he's seen is that he himself actually
Pin
died by
this?
his
I
own
can't,
hand
bro.
way back when he
Roddy?
was
I don't
mortal
know
in
if
World War
Roddy's
I.
in
I'm
here.
not going to show the scene. It's a bit much, but I will say I think it's funny that there are palm trees. And he's
I'll
wearing
head
a
over.
little
Hold on.
newsboy cap to show that it's World War I. In his anguish, Raphael slaps the pool, and in Marnie's bathroom,
There
the
we
skylight
go.
shatters. This distracts her, saving her. Although I would point out that the bath is now even more dangerous because it's full of broken glass. The noise draws Walter's attention, and he
Cube
looks in
was
through
here.
the bathroom door, which turns out to have been slightly
It's
ajar
okay.
this entire time.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Marnie lives in an abusive household with her creepy, perpetually sweaty uncle, and apparently chooses to bathe with the door open. He storms in and starts strangling
I
her for
probably
breaking the
need
window.
more
Raphael,
mods,
still
or
watching through the
different
portal,
mods.
sucks Walter's energy until he falls unconscious. That was stupid. After this frightening encounter, Marnie flees to Johnny's house. We learn that off-screen, Marnie or somebody else has called the authorities and finally reported the abuse. Fortunately, the authorities believed her and took Walter to jail.
Hey, Chad. Did you hear what happened with Marnie's uncle over the weekend?
You hear what happened with Marnie's creepy ass fucking uncle?
That must suck.
Earlier, the school bullies thought making fun of Marnie's mom was fair game, even though the whole town thinks she died by suicide, but apparently they draw the line at domestic abuse, so that's good of them.
Does everyone know my business now?
Marty, you know how small this town is. Word, it spreads like a wildfire.
It spreads like a wildfire. I actually know exactly how everybody found out about
Oh,
Marnie's
now the
uncle.
text is
I
too
asked
big.
Katie right
クロムデジモンフロンティア、シーズワンアイドルザットヘイツガールズザットアレプリティア、ザンハーセンズハーファンクラブ2ハラス、ピープルスチ
I'll fix that. Ranamon from Digimon Frontier. She hates girls that are prettier than her. Oh, same. Relatable.
Has been reported mumbling some odd things within his cell. Officers have locked Rose away in solitary confinement, though they reportedly still catch him referring to one called Bianca, pictured left. When a
Okay,
schizophrenic
so
criminal is
more
raving
than
about a random
40,
teenager,
less
best
than
journalistic practice is to describe the delusions,
than
name her,
80
and print her photo in
for
the
the
newspaper.
text.
I was hoping that
Hi, Senpai
you might
Boop
show
Boop.
me
Hi.
around town.
Well, cool. I'll catch you kids later. Hey, you stay sexy, Raphael.
After class, Marnie agrees to show Raphael around Spoon River, which I count as their first date.
Did the police question you about your uncle while he was passed out?
How did you know that happened?
Forget it.
Oh boy, that was an incredibly specific thing to let slip, Raphael.
Did Johnny tell you?
I don't talk to Johnny.
And that's essentially all Marnie needed to figure out that Raphael is a supernatural monster. Wait.
Why?
It's you.
Marnie.
Well, she's very how does that make it a supernatural? Whatever, it doesn't matter. The movie is stupid.
They still don't have a real conversation about it, but she knows that something magical is up with Raphael. And then he sucks her energy and she passes out and she's back in her room.
He sucks her off, she passes out.
Marnie, wake up.
If your friend is ever crashing in your guest room because they've escaped domestic abuse, the most tactful way to wake them up is to bust into their room, screaming and violently thrashing your arms.
What happened?
You fainted again. Raphael brought you here. You've been sleeping all day.
It comes and dies, the end.
Oh, I guess the editor got bored of that scene. So at this point, we can consider our lead couple introduced. This is when I would imagine the story can begin in earnest. But I'm sorry to say that from this point forward, we actually fall into a pretty repetitive pattern of scenes. There's about a 40-minute span in this film that I like to call trying to talk to Raphael. There will be a scene of Marnie trying to talk to Raphael by going to his house. About half of the time, Raphael is not home, and she'll instead be confronted by one of the other incubi.
You're an uncontrollable force that you couldn't stop if you tried.
You didn't get attention on YouTube, so you moved over here? That's interesting.
The best scenes are obviously with Bianca. She's of course a very one-note character, but in a fun soap opera way. And it's always a delight to see what kooky costume she'll be wearing.
You know, it's really funny how nobody ever found out what happened to the Jacksons.
Well, it really doesn't matter. It's our home now.
You killed them.
A nuance, really.
That's probably my favorite Bianca line. I'm not
Pepperwolf,
sure
I modded you
meant
so
in
that
this
I
context,
actually
or
have a
what
mod
word she was
here.
trying to think of instead. My best guess is nuisance, maybe?
Because it's really hard to type
Every confrontation with Bianca,
right
she
now
makes a bunch of direct threats against Marnie, but for
with
whatever
my
reason, she
tablet
doesn't
in front of the
act on them.
keyboard,
Like,
so
we know it's not because she has any
congratulations.
misgivings about being evil, or for lack of power, or fear of Raphael. Actually, in the aforementioned bonus materials on the website, there was a page from Bianca's diary on the day she turned Raphael into an incubus. In it, she reveals that she had long admired Raphael from afar. As part of a grand scheme to turn him into an incubus, she had murdered his lover and framed the opposing army of World War I so that Raphael would want to kill himself.
Oh yeah, that
His soul was all too weak and vulnerable, and so changing him was fast and easy, and I'm sure extremely painful. His body is an empty shell of the human man it used to be. His life is transforming into living death as he lies motionless in my arms now. I'm really tickled by the idea that she's writing this while holding him, like... Anyway, my point is that there's a precedent for Bianca murdering Raphael's lovers, so I don't understand why she's all bark and no bite for so much of this movie, even in scenes where Raphael is not present to intervene.
You're right about one thing. You should be dead.
Like, this one scene ends with an overt threat and then cuts to Marnie sitting outside journaling. Huh. I guess Marnie just walks out of the house after that exchange, unharmed. As much as I appreciate all the scenes between Marnie and the supporting incubuses, I can't help but feel that it softens their effectiveness.
Hi,
as
Love
villains.
Onions.
It makes them
Hi.
seem as toothless as
Welcome.
the
I'm
bullies
drawing
that say mean things to
Golden
Marnie in
Week.
her college class. Besides, the more scenes
Babes.
there are of Marnie coming to
'Cause
Raphael's
I'm broke.
house, encountering them, and being threatened, the more it starts to feel ridiculous.
And I
that
also
she goes
love
there at
Golden
all.
Week, and
There's
I
a
love
reason more movies
swimsuits, and I
don't
love
have a lot of scenes of
bikinis.
characters trying to call on each other and failing because they start to seem a little inept.
I guess Raphael's in here.
You just missed him.
Surely there must be better ways to reach him. He's enrolled in college, so he has at least one email address. Of course, sometimes Marnie is lucky, and when she goes to Raphael's house, he is there. But sometimes when that happens,
When it
Raphael
comes
just
to
says,
like
"I can't talk
anime
right now," and then the
figures
scene
and
ends.
illustrations, I'm a big
Go home. I can't explain anything
I'm a big swimsuit fan, big swimwear
And
fan.
finally, there are those lucky times when Raphael is home and Marnie gets to talk to Raphael. But when this happens, they don't actually do a lot of talking, at least not constructive talking. They usually just kiss, and he'll sexily experiment with sucking some of Marnie's energy, and then she faints. At which point she wakes up at home, and thus the cycle of looking for Raphael can begin anew. Between all these house call scenes, we have a B plot with the supporting incubuses.
Hey.
Anyone in particular? I mean, any,
They've wormed their way into Marnie's social circle, and they're hanging out with her friends in her absence. Michael feeds
any
off
hot
Chris,
woman
and she
will
gets
do.
progressively weaker.
I'm not picky.
Yeah.
I guess when it comes to like figures though, I have to like have watched the series.
Withdrawals or something.
Must be it.
Olivia initially taunts Marnie that she's going to feed off Johnny.
I've grown a little attached to your friend Johnny.
But over the course of the film, she never actually follows through on that. She barely interacts with him.
Otherwise it would be kind of LARPing. Yeah, no figure tourism. Yeah, no LARPs. No LARP, no LARPs to her or whatever.
Just not let Johnny play his song.
6:30.
But the other kids aren't so fortunate. We see in a classroom scene that the school bullies have apparently been fed from off screen. The whole squad is identically spooky and pale.
Do you notice anything different about Lexa and her gang?
Then, just afterward, Marnie and Johnny find their car crashed on the side of the road, possibly as a result of one of them passing out or dying behind the wheel.
Yeah. The car crashed at Spoon River campus, man. Check the post again.
No, there's nothing, Johnny. I'm telling you.
No.
The 911 operator is like, sounds serious. Please attempt life-saving measures, such as gently bobbling their heads back and forth and saying, don't do this.
Spoon River campus, man.
Don't do this. Come on.
A blue Volkswagen,
Come on, you guys.
Our buddies, they got
Come on, don't do this.
There's no pulse. There's no pulse on either of them.
Chad, come on.
We'll send police, not the paramedics. Their friend Chris is having an equally rough
They
time
kill you
with it.
online
At
if you
band
get caught
practice, she
LARPing?
stumbles around like she's
No,
getting her sea legs,
there are
and then she
lots of
collapses.
LARPers that are
Fortunately, she
allowed
lands in the
to
recovery
exist.
position.
I have a,
And then Johnny's like, quick, we gotta get this girl flat on her
I'm
back.
too,
and call the police, not the paramedics.
She's not breathing.
And the 911 operator is like, do not attempt CPR. Instead, pantomime a looping animation of distress. With Chris taken to the hospital, Johnny
my code of
berates
ethics
Marnie
is
for
too
not being more
strong.
present in her friends' lives.
Chris is in the hospital now. They say she's exhausted, anemic, dehydrated. And where have you been? Why haven't you answered your damn
why
phone?
are you fucking yelling at them? Why?
Johnny, calm down.
Then Marnie has to go back to her looking for Raphael plot, and after only about a day has passed in movie time, we learn that even modern medicine is no match for incubus powers.
Johnny, what's going on?
Too late, Marnie. Too late.
What are you talking
What?
about?
What? Chris is dead. Marty, she died. She's gone.
Oh no. Oh man, the character I was
Talk about
so
how much
attached
Johnny
to.
sucks. I accept that Johnny is grieving and clearly lashing out, but also he knows full well how much crazy stuff has been happening to Marnie this week. It feels like this scene was written with the idea that, from Johnny's perspective, Marnie blew her friends off for a couple weeks because she got a new boyfriend. But in the movie we got,
too
Johnny
late
knows
to
full well that she just fled her own
apologize.
house
It's
because
too
her abusive uncle tried to
late.
kill her and is now in jail. Johnny, I think you can cut her a little slack if she doesn't immediately answer your unhelpfully cryptic text.
She was asking for you up until the last minute, and you weren't there.
Oh, no she wasn't, Johnny. Chris, my acquaintance who I have never hung out with one-on-one, was not asking for me on her deathbed. Either you are just being mean and trying to make me feel bad, or Chris was, with her dying breaths. And you both suck for that, and I'm glad I didn't go. Sorry, that's not what Marnie says. She has a very opposite reaction.
No, let me go.
No,
I have to
you
see
weren't
her.
there, okay? You're wrong. You were wrong. You're not.
I want to see her. Let me go.
This fight is what makes all hell break loose.
Hey, you! Hey!
Johnny, stop.
Shut up!
Johnny, stop it!
Shut up! Ever since you got here, Ruffy.
Johnny, stop it! Stop it!
We have some real anger
Johnny,
happening.
But I have to hand it in. I do respect that when Raphael lets out a shotgun blast of weed at Johnny's
the
first
script,
instinct
we
is
have
to
some
double down
real
and try to
fucking
punch him.
anger.
Johnny, run! Run! Johnny, go!
There's a lot to unpack here. Marnie shouts in terror for Johnny to run, which seems insane. Raphael is essentially her boyfriend. You'd think Marnie would just say, cool it, you guys. Or maybe post Johnny tossing, okay, Raphael, you've had your fun, break it up. Instead, she doesn't even address her boyfriend and just tells Johnny to run, as if Raphael is a tornado, a killing force that cannot be reasoned with. But then the next twist, Marnie was right to react this way, actually. Raphael clenches his jaw and wordlessly chases Johnny down and starts immediately trying to kill him.
He's got him in like the fucking Sith chokehold or whatever.
Even when Marnie shouts for him to stop and starts trying to bodily wrestle them apart, Raphael sucks all the life out of Johnny and then even turns to Marnie and attacks her too.
Damn, what an asshole. What the fuck?
I'm reeling from these developments, but as always happens when Marnie faints, the scene just ends there. Meanwhile, the evil Bianca is spinning her crystal cube as fast as she can and using her incubus magic to speak backwards to Walter, where he's locked in his padded cell.
Who's there?
Who's there?
Then she uses her incubus long-distance door opening powers to set him free.
I wanna go home.
I forgot about this guy. He's kind of,
For reasons unclear, Raphael has carried the unconscious Marnie to the beach. Maybe he hopes she'll be less angry if she wakes up in a more romantic location.
I thought we were finally going to change, Raphael. I thought you had found the way.
Oh, no you didn't, Olivia. Literally 10 minutes ago, you told Marnie that you intended to kill the whole town.
You picked your town. That's how it goes.
That's it? Great.
And now as soon as Raphael messes up, she's like, no, cool, Raphael. I was really planning to turn over a new leaf. You're such a liar.
It was an accident, Olivia.
Get her ass.
I just clung to him.
All the friends in this movie just want to rub your nose in your mistakes.
What happened?
Nothing.
I'm sorry, this is taking so long. I'll try not to take too long with all the rest of them.
That's right, Walter has escaped the mental institution, God knows how far away, and now has walked here, but then waded into the sea under the boardwalk, expertly anticipating exactly where Raphael would carry Marnie so that he could dramatically wade back out. And his shirt is like torn in a really cool way. I guess sharks did that. Or maybe a bed of purple sea urchins.
So soon, girl. No! Girl.
It was extremely gallant of Raphael to shove Marnie away from him like a distraction just before Bianca threw that force field up.
Let me tell you something. Your father couldn't get away from me. And neither can you.
I'm not even sure what Walter means by that. I don't think Marnie's father ever tried to get away from him. He just kind of sat there trustingly until Walter shot him. Anyway, Walter drags Marnie into the water. I don't really know what his goal is. He can't be trying to kidnap her because instead of trying to go anywhere, he just drags her back out to sea. I assume he's trying to kill her, but he's not trying very hard. Like, maybe he wants to drown her, but
do you
he's
realize
also
something?
trying to drown himself. And then once he pushes his own head underwater, he completely loses his grip on Marnie, but for some reason, they're both still fully submerged. Olivia, a loyal friend to Raphael, intervenes and stabs Walter in an attempt to save Marnie. Little does Olivia know, Walter by this point doesn't even have anything to do with whatever's going on with Marnie. Like, he hasn't got a finger on her, and for some reason she's still flailing face down, both of them drowning side by side in chest deep
She
water.
wants to. She wants it. She wants to die.
Walter dies from either the stabbing or the drowning, and Marnie is still
After
drowning.
all of this
Raphael
bullshit.
breaks free and runs to her.
I know. Hey, Andy. Hi, NK guy. Hi.
I was half expecting
Hello.
Olivia to drown too at this point. Like, why not? Then Raphael could run in to help and also start drowning.
Marnie.
Marnie.
Marnie. Wake up! Marnie! Did you hear me?
This is what first aid is like in Spoon River. You just put the victim flat on their back, do nothing to help, and emote about what's going on. Thanks to Raphael,
Oh
Marnie
my
is
God,
truly
it's
dead,
so awesome.
And now he gets his big acting moment.
No!
And Bianca hits us with this beautiful monologue, giving us for the first time a glimpse into her outlook on existence.
You see, Raphael? I told you. You cannot change fate.
Sun comes up, we are born. We live, we die. Sun comes down, we are born, we live.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
This is my favorite line in the whole film, and I know Shane must have liked it too because an abridged version of it actually appears in one of the songs on the soundtrack.
Comes into chat, nice tits, bitch, farts and leaves. Thank you.
A heartbreaking soliloquy.
That's a huge compliment.
Continue to live, then I will wait here until she returns to me.
And then he spits energy into Marnie's mouth, reviving her. And roll credits. Part 5. I have some questions. So I've just explained the plot to you, but I should make it clear that on a first watch through, there's quite a lot of, what? What's going on? Why is that happening? Who's dead? Everyone's dead.
Who is the beautiful bazonga lady you're drawing? I don't know, you're gonna have to ask Soul.
I've seen this movie more times than anyone alive. More than anyone who has appeared in it, and more than its
I
editor.
just got the references. Harken Shadows, hi.
I've taken notes. So I believe I have absorbed all the information that's available within the text. And even so, I am left with some lingering questions. First off, yes. Everyone is dead. Basically, every character we met over the course of the story is dead by the end. And I can't even really call that a twist. This is directly told to the audience at the start of the film over footage of a CGI book. Why couldn't they just film a real book? I decided to hide that clip from you in my summary because I wanted you to be surprised, which means I have more restraint than the movie does. But yeah,
Hello, Excalibur X, hi.
The entire town of Spoon River is wiped off the map by the incubi. The Jacksons died, the bullies died, the teacher was taken out by an illness off screen.
Afraid that your class has been canceled for today. Professor fell very ill and there's no one to
Woo!
Chris died,
Professor
Walter
died!
Ryan
Woo!
died, everybody in the park
Thank you
died.
for the head pat,
And from
thank
a narrative
you.
perspective, there's one death that mystifies me more than any other. I've forced a
Do you
lot of
need me to
friends
send
sit down
refs
and
for my
watch this
character?
movie, and
No,
I've
your
noticed that most
character is
people
like
don't
I
realize
can
Johnny
Google
has died
it.
without having it
Yeah.
explained to them. I don't think I even realized it until my second watch. This
Oh,
could be due to
okay,
a
it's
few
an
things.
OC,
The
got
film is
you.
obviously paced and edited very strangely, full of redundant scenes and confusing passage of time. But I think the more significant issue is that often really big events
My
happen
professor died,
without
let's fucking
characters reacting
go!
to them
Girl, my
adequately
professor
or
died!
remarking on them ever again in any subsequent scenes. In this case, there is this line.
You killed her friend.
I know.
But I don't know,
I
it kinda flies
know.
right by everybody. Watch this film with somebody and you'll know what I mean. Maybe it's just because a lot of characters have killed a lot of friends at this point. But yes, Johnny dies, scared and in pain, murdered by Raphael. Marnie sees the whole thing happen, but we never see Marnie process this. As it's happening, she grabs Raphael's arm, and then the contact causes her to faint. One of many times Marnie faints in order to initiate a scene transition. So I can't help but point out, Marnie could have fainted and woken up in the final scene without Johnny first having to die, and it wouldn't have made any narrative difference. In my opinion, the fact that Raphael killed Johnny is shocking.
There
and
we
his
go.
choice not to be honest
Nice.
with Marnie about it after she
Fatality.
wakes up
Yeah,
cements
really
him,
given
in
like
my
a
eyes, as a villain.
Nothing
like a sit
But I
like
don't feel that any
chokehold or like
effort
a
is made
fight
to
like a
grapple with
fighting
this
game
in
move.
the 5-ish minutes remaining runtime that fall after it. And so, as a narrative choice, it's very confusing to me. Why did Johnny have to die? Is it because Shane wanted the town to be doomed at the end of the story anyway, so she just felt obligated to kill all named characters before she could wrap up the movie? Is it to make the ending happier, so Marnie doesn't have to leave anything behind when she embarks on her new life as an incubus? Is it just because Johnny sucks and viewers will want to watch him die? Was the purpose of this scene to reward the audience for making it to the end of the film? Maybe that is why. Actually, for fans of Johnny dying, there are technically 2 Johnny death scenes in this
No
film. I didn't mention it
way!
in my
2
summary
Johnny
because
death
it's not
scenes.
important to the plot,
Wow!
but there's a fake out where Marnie has a nightmare about Walter killing Johnny.
Walter, okay, I don't want. Listen, I don't want to die, okay, Walter? Please.
It's too late for that.
It's too late for that.
It's a good scene, so I'm glad I at least got to show it to you now. My next question is, why wasn't this story set in high school? We have Marnie living with her evil, abusive uncle, and I understand that he got custody after her parents died. There are a lot of plausible reasons a minor or an adult wouldn't report abuse. Shame, loyalty to their abuser, fear of not being believed, fear of the unknown, fear of being relocated far away from everyone they know. But for Marnie specifically, and Walter specifically, it just doesn't really feel like the situation fully checks out. Walter is pure evil, a cartoon villain who Marnie believes has murdered her parents, so her feelings for him are very uncomplicated. She has supportive friends in whom she has already confided about the abuse. She has a standing offer of a place to live indefinitely, rent-free, that's still in the same town.
What if you move in with me? Mom loves you.
I want you to stay in Johnny's sister's room, okay?
She also seems financially secure enough to afford college.
Hi, Crimson Mutton Mallet. Hi, hello.
Wardrobe. She tries to give us some excuse.
That's my parents' house. I can't leave it to that bastard.
I don't really understand this either. If Marnie's a legal adult, hasn't she inherited her parents' assets at this point? Maybe her parents just loved Walter more. I guess he is really charming.
Oh, Lord.
You see that when she does report the abuse, Walter is immediately
That guy had
and
so much
positive thoughts of
fun
her anyway,
with the
which
movie.
I guess that's a positive example for viewers, but it does make the central drama of
Good
the
for
first part of
him.
the movie seem a
Kablay,
little
hi,
pointless on
hi,
hindsight.
thank
The
you.
school stuff makes even less sense. It's all the same kids in every single class.
Oh, Lord,
Is every
Lord,
kid in
Lord.
this town majoring in journalism like Marnie is? And don't try to tell me these are gen ed classes. It's journalism class. It's not the beginning of a semester, and at one point they talk about how it's time to hand in their thesis papers.
Well, everybody knows what today is. It is the day that your thesis papers are due.
So that also makes it really weird when Raphael joins their class. Spoon River is characterized as a tiny, middle-of-nowhere town, so remote that we are told in the text that nobody has moved there in years.
New neighbors, it hasn't happened in like, what, 50 years?
We haven't had new neighbors here in years, and no offense, but you're the most exciting thing that's happened here since ever.
So remote that we're meant to believe the town can suffer an extinction-level incubus attack without anyone noticing. I'm going to assume that if they have any college in a town so small, it's going to be a very modest community college, but they do call it a university.
We moved here because I like the university. That's about it.
So you mean to tell me that this boy with a noticeable European accent shows up in town and is like, hello, I have flown from a foreign country to your dead-end American town partway through the school year to audit your
Hi,
six-person
Punish Buster.
journalism
I think
course,
it's going
which you hold in
well.
a small
I think.
school library. My whole family moved here with me. My family of 3 other kids the same age as me,
There's
none of whom are attending the university, but all of whom
stuff
needed
about
to
it
move
I
with
don't
me.
like, but it's
And
supposed to be
nobody
a sketch,
questions
so I have
this, and the
to.
teacher introduces him by name and tells everyone to be really nice to him, like he's a little kid.
Let me just mention that we
I have to just suck it up.
Mr. Raphael Melnikoff, a warm welcome. It would be much appreciated.
If it was a high school, it would still be a little unusual for someone to move from another continent to this small town, but it's not really
What if
strange
they had
for
an
anyone to
exchange
join a high
program?
school
That's
at
what
any
I
time
think
the
of.
year, because if your family moves there and you're a kid, you have to go to high school somewhere, so no one would bat
Even
an
there are
eye.
lots of small towns that have like
vampires. But if you're an
exchange
adult
programs in
randomly showing
sister
up at a
cities and
college,
stuff.
people may be forced to ask themselves things like, why did you choose to come here? For what purpose? And for that matter, for what actual purpose? If you're a teenage vampire trying to blend in Forks, Washington, you go to high school to try to convince people that you're an ordinary teen, with mixed results. If you're an adult, this is wholly unnecessary because you can simply not go to school, a normal thing for adults not to do. Perhaps we could say the incubi are trying to form bonds with the townspeople so their energy sucking will be more fulfilling.
Who is this? This is Soul.
None of the other incubi attempt
Sorry,
to go to
NPCs,
school. They just meet
OC.
kids outside of class. Don't even try to think of an organic meeting. They just emerge from the darkness and say, let's hang out. So if Raphael has enrolled in this class just to meet Marnie, it makes him look especially foolish. Definitely working harder, not smarter. Even from a meta perspective, a story function, why does Raphael need to go to school? He and Marnie already encounter each other at the nightclub. She observes him moving into his house. The writer could have introduced them any number of ways. I guess maybe it's a little facetious of me to ask why this was set in college. We all know why it was set in college. Because the writer, Shane Layton, was 19 when this got made, and Marnie is her. When she started writing it in high school, the story was probably set in high school. And then she graduated and thought, this character is me, so now
Looks a lot like Cece. I don't know. I could see like the horns.
But while I understand her
but
reasoning,
lots of characters have horns.
That was a mistake. And that obviously 19-year-old Shane Layton could have believably played a high school senior just as well as a college freshman. Okay, finally, I have to ask about the Walter situation. So he killed both of Marnie's parents, right? We see glimpses of both murders.
Yo, Punish Buster. Lapin was a good.
And then Walter somehow cornered and murdered the mom right
in a
in the
golden
middle of this
bikini.
crowded boardwalk. During the events of the movie, Walter also taunts Marnie with the idea that her mother's death was self-inflicted.
That's why she killed herself.
She killed herself.
So
this guy, I fucking love. I love Walter. Holy fuck.
Then, on a separate occasion, after the death of Marnie's mother, Walter decided to also murder his brother, Marnie's father, on a fishing trip. Considering he was never implicated in the death, you're probably imagining a scenario where they go to a remote pond. Maybe Walter drowns him and makes it look like an accident. But no, they're fishing off the pier at the same crowded, highly visible boardwalk in the middle of the day, and Walter just pulls out a gun and shoots him 3 times. To be fair, maybe there were witnesses, and they were just like, it could have been any bald man in the world. They all look the same to me. Then we learn through further flashbacks that Walter actually buried Marnie's parents next to the fence of his own backyard. The perfect crime. Also, it looks like he buried them both at once because he has 2 trash bags, and we're told the mom is in one. But time passed between the murders. I mean, on the fishing trip with his brother, they're calmly discussing the death of Marnie's mom.
You think you're ready to take care of that child on your own?
Truth is, I'm scared to death.
So, like, did Walter save the first body until after the second murder? Just so he can make, like, a day of it? I only want to dirty my pants once. And if he managed to make Marnie's mom's death look self-inflicted, why is he now burying her in the yard? Did the authorities arrive, close the case, and then turn the body over to him? And he's like, the least suspicious way to deal with this is to bury it in a garbage bag in my yard
after a Mario mushroom.
Next to the body
Okay, now we gotta do the face.
While cackling loudly about what I've done. Another standout in this flashback is Walter jeeringly taking
And
the
also
necklace off
fix
Marnie's
this
mom's
horn.
corpse to give
It's
to
up too
Marnie.
far in the head.
Make sure young Marnie gets this fine necklace. I know that you would have wanted her to have.
I think the writer felt like she needed this scene to explain how Marnie would have her dead mom's necklace, but like, it's plausible she wasn't wearing it at the moment she died, and Marnie could have just gotten it out of her room, or that it could have been taken off her body by a coroner and then given to her daughter. It's very strange that Walter did this.
Okay, she's
like,
got little
because
dot
he thought it'd be
eyebrows. That's
funny,
really cute.
While in the process of covering up 2 murders he committed, we're told that his motive for the murders was the family inheritance.
I don't think Daddy meant to leave you his entire inheritance and the entire estate.
And I guess
Well,
he's
maybe
the
he
preacher
fucking
because
did,
the
bro.
church was part of the inheritance.
I'm gonna take care of that church for you. And I'm gonna look out for Marnie too.
The idea that you inherit the physical church and thus get to be the town preacher feels very Jane Austen. I
Give
feel
her
like
a
that's not
butterface,
how
it's
things really
only
work today.
fair.
But I guess I don't own any churches, so what do I know? And no, I don't know why Walter wanted the church. We do see him kiss his cross, which suggests we're meant to believe he actually is passionate about his faith. Doesn't feel like it gels with everything else happening there. I guess it's just a nuance of his character.
A nuance, really.
Another problem, and a pretty significant one, is I have no idea why Raphael fell in love with Marnie. Usually, a romance is going to take pains to establish why the characters take an initial interest in each other. That's why so many rom-coms love to have an aggressively quirky or clumsy main character, or like the ones that go, sorry, I ramble a lot,"
2
because it's an
eyes?
easy excuse to have them say or do something crazy that will make the love interest do a double
2
take and
eyes
start a
is
conversation.
normal. You have
Alternatively, a
been
lot of rom-coms will
tainted
have the love
by
interest be rivals,
CC propaganda.
socially or in their jobs, because that still forces them to notice each other and interact, and then the door is open for further communication. We see Raphael as the first to fall in love, and that he's pining over Marnie after the scene where she faints at the bar. He's got that picture of her and everything. But we don't know why that is. At that point in the story, they haven't exchanged a single word. Meanwhile, Marnie only seems interested in Raphael because he's different, and she notices clues that he's supernatural. František Mach, who
Blessed,
really
blessed by
nice guy,
CC propaganda.
frankly gives a lifeless and charmless performance. So anytime they actually have to have a conversation, it just seems like a date that's going really badly.
Have you lived in this town a long time?
My whole life.
His charm is his accent.
Do you like it here?
But directly after this encounter, Raphael goes to the other incubuses and declares his passionate love for Marnie.
I know what should happen, but that's not what I feel when she's around. There is color.
That is color.
I mentioned in my summary that in the second half of the movie, there's a long stretch of time where Marnie and Raphael
And one
are
big
trying
old
to
cheek.
talk and keep just missing each other.
Yes,
and I can't help but
I like
wonder
big
if this
cheeks.
is because of the writer's inability
It's
or discomfort
something
with
I
depicting
picked up
two
from
characters falling in love and being in love. But that should be crucial
that one
to
porn
show
guy. I forget
because
his
it
name
is,
right now.
You know, a love story. In place of any scenes establishing why they love each other, we instead have scenes of other characters talking
But it's
about
also
how
just
they are
cute.
in love, or sometimes how forbidden it is for them to be in love.
You cannot feel, none of us can, and so help me. If you fall in love with a human girl, I will make your
New
existence
subscriber,
so
hi.
miserable.
Hello, hi.
Then by the time Raphael and Marnie finally reconnect, they get to just spend all their scenes kissing each other, because we've already been told that they're in love. Meanwhile, in the brief time they've spent together, we're given plenty of reasons to root against their love. And I'm not even counting the fact that their love is forbidden. I imagine that that's a point in favor of their love. If you're 19 and the demons are telling you you can't date the boy in journalism class, that's very exciting. We're gonna put that in the plus column. But there are a lot of icks that Raphael himself brings to the table. He's a boring
Big pinchable cheeks are very
conversationalist.
cute.
The few times he shows any emotion, it's to express condescending sarcasm.
And then you went to come talk to me, and you got Olivia instead, right?
Now, thank God I didn't get Bianca.
Yes. Thank God.
He has a temper. He disrespects her boundaries in a fight. When she
Let's
tries to
see
shut him out of
here.
her house, he not only teleports
I named
inside,
a horse
but he
after you in
strikes this
Horsey
weird
game,
smug
and she
pose
lost to
on the
one named
couch. The first
Skedaddler.
time Marnie
Well,
sits
how
with
is
him,
she
he's
supposed to
inexplicably
compete against
gone in the morning,
Skedaddler?
despite knowing that he shares a house with other incubi that want her dead.
That's
He makes
their
no promises not to kill Marnie's
specialty.
friends, even when
Bro.
she directly asks it of him, and then does, in fact, kill her best
Their
friend.
specialty
All
is
of this
running
brings
real
us to a
fast.
conclusion where Marnie and Raphael are left together, perhaps for all eternity.
I'm watching Jenny
And
Nicholson.
I think all of that is a problem. Finally, the last plot hole I'd like to address is in the prologue of the film. They have this text that appears on screen. On November 1st, the entire town of Spoon River disappeared. This is notable because it means all the events of the movie take place in the last couple weeks of October, with the climax falling on Halloween. This is a glaring issue
Yeah, why
for
don't
me
you give her
because
supplements?
nobody ever mentions Halloween. There aren't any pumpkins out on the porch. The Monster Mash is never playing on the radio. Even the nightclub wasn't decorated at all. No orange and black streamers or plastic skeletons. The only character who is arguably festive
How
for
can
the
you
upcoming
expect
holiday
your
is
Cece to win if
Bianca,
she's not on
if we run on the
supplements?
assumption that she dresses completely normally the rest of the year. Given the timing of the film, I would just expect characters to bring it up now and then, if only to ask about each other's Halloween plans, especially when our main cast are a bunch of goths. Or when Chris died, I would expect Marnie to say something like, how will this affect our group costume? She was to be the Dr. Dillamond in our Wicked group, and without her we'll completely lack context. The preps may just assume we're doing the Wizard of Oz. It sounds like a small thing, but it's the lack of details like this that can totally take the audience out of a story. Part 6. The Incubus. One big question mark I have around this movie is how the Incubus magic works. In fantasy and supernatural series, it's pretty common practice to have a normal protagonist from our world who doesn't know what's going on. Then the audience can receive information at the same rate as the character to make the exposition feel more seamless. The trouble here is Marnie starts this movie not knowing what's going on, and then she just never really figures it out. Obviously, there are strange occurrences that might suggest something supernatural is afoot. Her fainting spells, the bathtub incident. She only really connects these events with Raphael at their disastrous park date 45 minutes into the movie.
How did you know that happened?
Forget it.
No, I'm not gonna forget it. Did Johnny tell you?
I don't talk to Johnny.
But every time it seems like we might be headed toward a real conversation about what's going on, Marnie faints again and the scene ends, or nothing happens and the scene ends. I feel like if I was her, I wouldn't let this subject drop. Like, even if the hangout ended, the next time I saw Raphael, I'd be like, hey, can we circle back to that conversation about what kind of Halloween monster you are and like how that works and what's going on? But unless I missed it, the word incubus does not actually
there's a tail as well.
Screenplay.
So I'll get that on
You know
there.
what? You should gather all your friends for a drinking game with
Yes.
this movie and say that everyone has to drink every time a character says incubus. Now you've just tricked your friends into watching the incubus with you completely sober. At the 80-minute mark, just after Chris has been hospitalized, there's a short scene where Marnie reads the Wikipedia page for incubus, but I can't imagine why. Nothing she's seen is at all related to the mythological concept of incubus. She might as well have Googled aliens or warlocks or something. From there, her research takes her to a blog called Articles from World War I. Fortunately, the top article is about Raphael. They have an authentic World War I photo of him and everything. Headline, European soldier found dead. That's probably a pretty common headline during World War I. Marnie gets interrupted by a phone call, so the research just ends there, and she never picks it back up. Some journalist, obviously this is a supernatural romance movie, and my disbelief is suspended, so I don't need everything explained, but I do need some things explained. I understand that in this movie, incubuses are people who have died. In the original mythology, an incubus is a demon, which I think means it was never human in the first place, but who cares? In actual mythology, incubuses are demons that steal people's life force by having sex with them. That's
Cool.
not really how these ones work either.
And the word incubus means?
Incubus, an imaginary demon or a nightmare involving demons.
Oh, it's kind of like Twilight-ish, isn't
There's
it?
some more sexual connotation there, but
really?
people can
Wow.
look that up for themselves.
If you want the spicy stuff, you have to do the research yourself.
That transfer the energy. Shane herself has said in interviews that her made-up variation on incubi was just because she wanted to write her own version of Twilight, but everyone was doing vampires. That explains why these characters don't fit the lore of incubuses, because they're essentially incubi in name only. For all intents and purposes, they are vampires without the blood, which is also handy if you're a first-time filmmaker, because although it's easy to do practical blood effects on a low budget, it's even easier to just do an iMovie energy-sucking effect in post-production. So first off, let's break down the powers of the incubi. We see several times that the
Not the
incubuses have the
spicy
power
stuff.
of telekinesis. They basically just use it to open and close doors. Actually, maybe it's not really telekinesis. Maybe it's just power over
There are
doors.
probably
They can
lots
throw up
of
these
like
force field
modern
things to pin their
books,
enemies in place. Bianca has
romance,
the power to let out a
like
crazy yell.
Bianca, maybe we should just move on.
the Minotaur thing, but about incubi, because incubi are like basically just rape
So I guess they have
demons.
fire powers. Or else maybe Raphael is using his door powers to vigorously slam
Succubi
doors
are
without a
also
frame,
that,
and the wind
but
from
they're
that is
hot
putting out the
babes.
fire. In the film's final act, the incubi reveal the ability to teleport. And one time it looks cool with sparks, but the rest of the time it doesn't. I think it's actually a different effect every single time we see it. It appears that they can watch people from a distance by looking in reflective surfaces, like Raphael does it with a swimming pool and Bianca does it with her spinning cube. When they do this, they can give commands to the person they're watching. They can even affect the physical environment. Bianca opens the door to Walter's cell, Raphael breaks the skylight, and he's able to suck the life out of Walter, all through this portal. They don't seem to be able to read minds, but the first time Raphael sees Walter, he appears to get a glimpse of Walter's murder of Marnie's parents, and there's another scene where Raphael
just like
leans over a
Twitch.
sleeping Marnie and seems to be able to see into her dreams. So they have some kind of psychic
True.
ability in that respect. They have super speed, which confuses me. There's that whole musical montage of them hunting farmers through woods and across fields, but why would they do that if they could kill them in the blink of an eye? I would guess that they're playing with their food, except there's this line to consider.
I taste only fear. It's sickening, actually.
If what they're slurping from their victims is emotion, and fear is sickening, why would they engage in these long, unnecessarily drawn-out chases? And I know you might say Bianca doesn't really mean that. She's
Okay,
just
now
calling
I'll
Mark
add
gross
some
because she hates her. But to
color.
that, I would argue that if you're trying to mess with someone, I taste your fear and it's delicious to me is an equally effective threat. So I view this as a plot hole. Speaking of Bianca, she's pictured with tarot cards a lot, but I don't see any strong evidence that it's part of her supernatural power set. It might just be a hobby she's into for the aesthetic. I mean, she's certainly doing a lot else for the aesthetic. In fact, all of the
Oh, right,
incubi
the
dress
tail,
like
fuck.
goth poets, but I assume that's not part of the mythology either. That's just their style and why they became friends. So right off the bat, my feedback to the Incubus power set is, it's a little broad. They can do way too many things, and none of them feel tied to each other or tied to the known mythology of incubuses. Again, it's fine not to match the mythology, but I do need some internal consistency. There are way too many powers that don't feel narratively justified, things that come up only once, incidentally, and easily could have been written out to streamline the power set. Like the power over fire is never used for anything important, it's just in the moveset because it's a low-budget way to demonstrate that these characters are supernatural. But with how diverse and open-ended these powers end up being, they're less like incubi or even vampires and more like wizards. Aside from that, when you have this many powers and some of them seem so broadly useful, the entire story starts to fall apart. In my opinion, as soon as they have the power to teleport, they're way too OP. Why do they walk from town to town, living in one for a while and then devouring everyone there, creating a ghost town and presumably drawing suspicion from all neighboring cities? With these powers, why don't they all just separately teleport to any city in the world, feed off individual
That would be too
people,
smart.
and then teleport away again, never to be found? Why do they chase victims
There
through
we
the
go.
woods in velvet
There we
capes
go.
instead of
Nice.
just teleporting directly into their houses and sucking their energy out while they're asleep? In fact, if it's possible to suck energy via swimming pool portal, why don't they just all do that? Stand by the pool all day, slurping away. Another big issue for me is that when they do their energy sucking, we as an audience don't really know what the incubuses are feeding on here. In a couple interviews, Shane says they feed on emotions, which would make sense if Bianca can taste emotions, but their victims seem to get really anemic and lethargic, like if a vampire was drinking their blood. The school bullies act emotionless after they're attacked, but Marnie doesn't, Chris doesn't, and this feeding the incubi do is ultimately fatal, which I don't think makes sense if they're just emotions.
We're like ghosts that get our energy from human emotion and life. That is the best way I can explain it.
This is mostly fine with me, for the record. It's a little unclear, but I understand well enough that incubi are functionally a stand-in for vampires, and that's fine. They're sucking energy.
They're sucking, they're fucking.
All right, but the vagueness of it contributes to bigger story issues down the line. Like we're told by Bianca at the beginning that a close emotional attachment to the victim can increase how much energy the incubi get from an interaction. Ostensibly, this is why Raphael starts trying to get to know Marnie, and it's why the supporting incubi are hanging around Marnie's
someone in
friends the whole
chat.
movie. But like, we also see them hunting multiple victims that they just kill on sight. I don't see Michael and Olivia bonding with these two lovers on the beach, and yet they were able to suck their life force just
Well,
fine.
what if
The
it's
bullies
probably
appear to
just
have
like
had their life
shitty?
force sucked
They can
out
do it, but
gradually,
it's like
we
it
never
tastes
see them
bad.
interact with the incubi, and they don't seem to have any awareness that anything is wrong, so they presumably weren't hunted through a swamp. So what? Were Michael and Olivia bonding with them too? But
This is gonna look really nice because she's like
just their night
yellow
shift,
and
in the
orange.
early mornings they're hitting the boardwalk with the
So the
popular
gold
kids.
should
And
look
at the
really
end,
nice.
we find out that the incubi did in fact kill everyone in the entire town. Not even after the events of the movie. We see the consequences of it during the climax. Marnie's running through the park and realizing that it's full of fresh corpses, like a bomb's just gone off. I simply don't believe that these four weirdos were efficient and charismatic enough to bond with so many people at once. The idea might be that they can suck anyone's life force at any time, but it will nourish them better if they know the person well. But to that, I would still say, who cares? We're not given any indication at any point in the story that the incubi are particularly hungry or weak, and if they're going to suck up the whole town anyway, how big of a difference can it really make? How could it possibly be worth the incredible long con of spending weeks on a single victim? Meanwhile, Bianca doesn't seem to be trying to make even a token effort to bond with anyone in the town. The others spend all their time with Marnie and her friends, but every time there's a scene at the house, Bianca is already there, just hanging out, wearing evening gowns and opera gloves for her own benefit and staring into her crystal. Honestly, so relatable. Bianca's the most powerful of them all, which suggests that even though she's not bonding with anyone, she's eating fine. Come to think of it, she's the one that told the others they needed to bond with humans. Was she just pranking them, or what? She wanted the house to herself? As I said, fantasy lore is allowed to be a little confusing. I don't think you always need to convince your audience that a magic system could be real. Sometimes less is more, and it's acceptable to leave things mysterious to the reader, especially when you as a writer don't know the answers yourself. But in this case,
You should
I
know
do
the
find the gaps
answers, though.
problematic get to the story
if you're writing
because it makes it impossible
like
to
a
understand
whole
the
race
stakes
of
of anything
creatures,
that's happening. When a vampire
and you're
drinks
doing
a person's
it
blood,
in
the
your own way, you're
biology
not
of that
following
vampire
established
might not
lore.
be familiar to you, but you understand the stakes of the story because you understand what blood is. You know what sense of urgency to feel in a situation if a human
You should
character loses
know.
a little blood or a lot of blood. You also know that if left alone,
Like, why
a
not just,
person's
like,
blood will
use
replenish itself
vampires
over
then?
time, and they'll be okay. With the incubus, I'm pretty unclear on all of these things. I'm not even sure if the incubi themselves know how it works. I mean, there's this part where Olivia says this about Chris.
Monaco, yeah.
No. She'll be fine.
Olivia doesn't really have an incentive to lie in this scene. The same scene where she taunts Marnie with the idea that she might kill Johnny. But despite Chris being in the hospital, despite the incubi apparently never feeding from her again,
Some writers
Chris
just
does
want the
die.
visual
So why
thereafter.
did Olivia say that?
I think
Is
it's
the face
bad
she makes
writing,
here meant to
though.
convey that she's thinking,
I
"Oh,
mean,
man,
maybe you don't
I
have to
actually
make
have
your
no
magic
idea.
system
I'm
like
1,000 years old and I
crazy
still haven't figured out how
detailed.
this works." Michael's the one that's
But
been
like when it
feeding
comes
from
to
Chris.
creatures
in
and
the
like
scene where she has
powers
her
and
medical
stuff,
emergency, even he seems totally baffled about what's going on.
Did you kill her?
I don't think so. Look, I didn't want to.
But like, they should know, the author should know, and the audience should know. This information is very important because throughout the film, Raphael feeds on Marnie and it is framed as romantic. At first, he resists making skin-to-skin contact with her. We have seen incubi sucking energy through clothes many times, by the way, so it doesn't really make sense.
I can touch you. See it?
Your skin's covered though, right?
My bad forgot the
Whatever. I
5
assume he
Oh,
refuses
thank
to
you.
shake her hand in this scene because he's trying to protect her, and that's romantic. But then, when they've actually proclaimed their love, Raphael deliberately sucks energy out of her on multiple occasions. He even once casually uses it to help her fall asleep.
You should sleep.
Let's see her.
Close my eyes.
I can go.
In the case
She
of
has,
all
like,
other victims
little
of the incubi, it seems like they either
lava
die from one big
lamp-esque
energy
stuff
suck all
going
at once,
on.
or they suffer drawn-out exhaustion and then die days or weeks later. It doesn't seem like victims can replenish this energy for a very long time, if ever. In all cases we see, once an incubus begins feeding from you, your death is imminent. So with that in mind, it doesn't really feel like there can be a safe or sexy or unselfish way to suck energy from someone you claim to love.
I don't want to hurt you.
La 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 la.
You're the
La
only
la
one who
la
can.
la.
When Marnie confronts Bianca about her relationship with Raphael, she says this.
He's touched me, Bianca.
I should be dead, but I'm not.
That would make sense if Marnie was the only victim ever to survive a single feeding by an incubus, but she's not. Their love is framed as special, destined, proven by some rare exception to incubus magic. But Chris can be touched by an incubus
Discount
without
Jacob,
dying.
yeah,
So
yeah,
can
he's,
John.
yeah, he
Lexi and
is.
Chad appear to have had at least one run-in with an incubus, and they don't die until later when they crash their car. Even Walter, who Raphael is actively trying to attack, survives this encounter. It might seem special if Marnie was totally unaffected by the energy sucking, but she's not. If anything, she seems more affected, swooning and fainting every time at the briefest touch. The first time she faints just from making eye contact. So to me, it doesn't seem remarkable that Raphael's feedings haven't killed Marnie, because it seems safe to assume that they're going to. They just haven't yet. A normal way for an incubus to feed. Most confusing of all, we're told that the incubi ordinarily can't feel emotions.
I can feel like a...
I will not have this. You cannot feel, none of us can, and so help me. If you fall in love with a human girl, I will make your existence so
If they can't
miserable.
feel anything, they can't fall in love.
This makes no sense because you see them feeling emotions the whole time. Bianca feels amusement, jealousy, rage. The others can feel affection for humans, guilt, resentment. Most paradoxically, they can feel yearning to be able to feel.
But you did hurt Olivia's feelings a bit, Marnie.
How can I hurt somebody who doesn't feel?
Even though she can't feel, she can still want to.
I think it would be a very cool element to the lore if the incubi were very emotionless at the start of the story and became more human and emotional the more emotions they sucked up.
Maybe being around humans reminds her of what it used to be like.
But that isn't what happens. And we know that because it's important in the story that Raphael has not been able to feel love at all for centuries until he met Marnie. And in fact, not just love, basic empathy. A desire to protect a random person from being domestically abused.
I've never felt that before. I wanted to do something.
Don't be an idiot. You can't feel anything.
I did.
Their love is huge and special.
I did, and he says in the most monotone voice ever. Fantastic acting. I did.
Michael becomes jealous and tries to bond with Chris in the same way, but he can't do it.
I just wanted to feel Raphael felt.
Wait, Cece, it's a sketch? Yeah, no, it's I'll put some color on
This all
it,
makes Michael seem very stupid.
but it's not gonna have like shading and stuff.
Even when it will literally kill somebody. And the point I'm trying to make is that the way the lore is constructed, Raphael seems just as stupid. There could definitely be room for tragedy in that. Raphael thinks what he feels for Marnie is true love, but in the end he's acting selfishly, doing something he knows will ultimately kill her just because it feels good. He could feed off of Marnie specifically to chase the feelings of empathy and humanity that she awakens in him, the irony being that when he kills her, this will also make him capable of guilt. A tragic cycle that, we could learn at the end, repeats every time the incubi come to a new town. Cursed to feel, to love, and then to kill. But that's not the case at all.
Okay, and then
Raphael
some
has no
shinies
special reason to feed
on
off
the
Marnie.
gold
In fact, he
bikini,
begins
obviously.
feeling again, at least a full day before he sucks his first shot of energy from her. So when he does feed from her, there's no indication he's getting anything from her but nourishment, something he can and does suck out of any random farmer. And yet, despite claiming to love Marnie, he repeatedly feeds from her. Despite claiming to feel empathy, he kills her best friend in a fit of rage while she watches and screams. This is all well and good if the narrative punishes him. The obvious punishment would be for him to kill Marnie, or at the very least be rejected by her, an ending that reminds him he is a monster who can never truly hope to experience love. But instead,
What are
we get
those
a
Golden Week
convoluted ending
milkers?
where
Yes.
Bianca kills Marnie
Yeah,
by
this
using
is the
water,
Golden Week
and
milker
Raphael tries to
stream,
save her,
so
but he
I can
can't, and then he brings
be
her back to
not
life
broke.
anyway, or at least undeath. At the end of the movie, Raphael is still around, Marnie is still around, and we assume they will now continue
like
their relationship in some
big
version of happiness.
milkers.
Speaking of the ending, how does one make an incubus? We know that in this narrative, incubi, like vampires, were once human and are transformed to be immortal. Like we know that just after Raphael's death, Bianca showed up and turned him into an incubus.
Raphael belongs to me. I found his body and I made him what he is.
And we surmise that it in
Yeah.
some mysterious
I
way
like
involves
big
this swirly
milkers.
pendant, because
Yay!
we can see that Raphael has the same shape branded onto his back. In the Send Down the Angels music video, which I assume is canon, Bianca has it in the form of a tattoo. I love the symbol, by the way. It probably means something because I assume they just bought it at a crystal shop or something, but to me, it really matches the McMansion aesthetic of the place they live. It's like a little Olive Garden flair. Anyway, since the symbol is tied to Bianca, and Bianca is the one who turned everyone into incubi, I had assumed that this talisman must be instrumental in creating a new incubus. Or perhaps it's the source of her power, and maybe at some point it would need to be taken or used or destroyed or something, but apparently not. At the end, Raphael doesn't need it to turn Marnie into an incubus, so I guess the necklace actually wasn't important, and any incubus has the ability to make another incubus at any time. Raphael just has to make a grand speech with no clear meaning and then siphon energy into her. And for the record, before he does it, Olivia screams as if the stakes are really high. Raphael, no! So I kind of thought this would be like the ending of the acclaimed film, The Rise of Skywalker, and Raphael doing this would drain him of his life energy, thus killing him so that Marnie can live. But after he does it, he's still crying over her, seemingly fine, and she wakes up also fine. Her eyes look like they're a different color, but the scene is so blue it's kind of hard to tell. Regardless, I assume she's been turned into an incubus. So not only did Raphael not die, but there wasn't even anything indicating that it's possible to kill an incubus. At one point, Marnie tries to ask,
How do we kill her? We have to kill her!
You have to keep running.
So this to me suggests that Bianca cannot be killed. Certainly, by the end of the film, none of the incubus characters have been killed, which is another issue I have. If they had managed to kill Bianca, the film's abrupt ending would have still felt like a form of closure. Even though it doesn't fully spell out where our characters are going next, we understand that Marnie has become this new kind of creature, and her existence is going to completely change. It's mysterious and a little bittersweet. Although the major conflicts of the film have been resolved, it feels open-ended in a far-reaching way. But as it is, the film feels open-ended in a very immediate, unresolved way. Bianca has just executed her harebrained scheme to spring Walter out of prison and compel him to drown Marnie at the boardwalk. It failed, and Marnie has become an incubus, and now she's going to get up and Bianca
Sorry,
is going
I'll
to
look at
still
all
just
of
be
them
standing
when I
there.
get done with this. I'm
They
sorry.
are. So what next? Will Bianca still try to kill her? Is that even possible now that Marnie is an incubus? Is Marnie going to join their friend group? I wouldn't think they'd want to hang out with Bianca after this, but I also wouldn't have thought they'd want to before, and yet here we are. Instead of the open-endedness of the film feeling big and mysterious, it feels like you know what's going to happen immediately after the final shot, and that it's just going to be a tense, awkward conversation, followed by all these emo kids being forced to hang out with each other and do the same boring things for all of eternity. Part 7, Themes and Motifs. When you watch this movie about 1,000,000 times, like I have, patterns start to emerge. I imagine none of them are coincidences, and they are all deliberately crafted into the story to give it depth and meaning. For example, there's this recurring dialogue quirk where characters will ask who someone is, and then ask it again more urgently, almost in a panic. Johnny does it when he first encounters Michael and Olivia.
Who are you? Hey, who are you?
Walter does it when he's hallucinating, being tormented by Bianca's magic.
Who is there? Who is there?
Who is there?
Later when she lets him out of his cell.
Ah! There you go. Yay! What movie is she talking about? It's called The Incubus. Hi, Ikatono. Hi. It's called The Incubus.
So this dialogue quirk seems to appear when characters are interacting with an incubus. It's like their animal brains are forcing them to overreact, like they sense they're in the presence of a predator. But interestingly, Bianca also does it, the first time she sees Marnie's photo.
Who is that, Raphael? Who is that?
That's right. Bianca, an incubus, asks this question, unnerved, about Marnie. And then in Bianca we see another trend, her repeated assertions that Marnie should be dead and is meant to die.
You should be dead.
Okay, I think that's pretty good. I'll color the lines too.
You were meant to kill her.
Perhaps this is only Bianca's jealousy talking. She wants Marnie dead and is trying to manifest this. Something else I cannot ignore, Raphael died by suicide before he became an incubus. The moment Raphael begins to have feelings for Marnie is when he sees her through the swimming pool, when she is about to harm herself.
She was going to kill herself.
She was gonna kill herself. It was really hot. I just couldn't stop myself. I fell in love.
I wanted to do something.
Don't be an idiot. You can't do anything.
I did.
He's literally still a murderer looking to hunt her down right up until the very moment he saw her in the bath.
I chose her. I was going to kill her. And when I saw that she was going to do that to herself, something happened.
Ick, you might think. Is this narrative romanticizing suicidal ideation? Is the only narrative purpose of Marnie's
that's really
trauma
cute.
to
Yay!
make her edgy? Sending the dangerous message that self-harm can make teens seem romantic, interesting, more attractive to boys. Surely that's not it. So let's dig deeper. When Marnie recounts the bathtub incident to Johnny, she says something very strange.
I know, I thought I was serious about it at the time, but then something happened and, it gave me more time. It just told me not to give up.
It gave me more time. This is not a phrase I would expect someone to naturally say in this situation.
I didn't save this
It's as
whole
if she
time, so let
senses
me do that.
Even though
File
she is no
save.
longer suicidal, she is still somehow marked for death. There's another detail I have to call your attention to, the recurring motif of water. Our protagonist is named Marnie, but that's only a nickname. It's easy to miss on a first watch, but there are a couple instances where characters refer to her by her full name, and we learn that Marnie is short for Marina.
No problem, Marina.
Of course I'll let you go, Marina.
From there, I can't help but notice the importance of water in Marnie's story. They live in a town called
I'll crop it at the end. I made like a gigantic, huge canvas.
A beach with a boardwalk. In fact, this boardwalk, this
So I'll do that at the
is
end.
the site of death of both of her parents. In her dreams, a child Marnie endlessly wanders the boardwalk,
Let's see
calling out
here.
for her mother on the other side. Marnie attempts to harm herself in a bathtub, and Raphael psychically connects to her through the water of a swimming pool. In Marnie's nightmares, Walter
Hi,
attacks her
Matcha.
at
I'm
the
doing
kitchen
pretty
sink.
well.
Even his name
I think
is just
today
one
is
letter
going
away
well.
from the
I'll
word
probably take a break to
water.
yap a
When
little
Marnie
bit
meets
between
Johnny and
each
they
one,
discuss
if
their
that's
fears that Chris
okay.
might die,
I don't want it
look
to
there
be
behind
boring
them.
and I just
That's
sit here
a
in
river.
silence and draw
That's
tits
up here. When Walter escapes
for
from the mental institution, instead of
7
driving by
hours
road, which
or
would be
whatever.
normal, he inexplicably rises from the
Goran
sea like a
Taro?
leviathan,
Yeah,
and he and
yeah.
Marnie both perish in the
Okay,
shallow
Monaco,
waves.
Goran
Then
Taro,
Marnie is resurrected to become an incubus while lying on the beach.
Ranaman.
There's also this very strange
Ranaman is the
sound
only
effect
one
that
I
plays a
haven't
few times when the
seen out of
incubi are
those,
near
so
or using their
hopefully I do a
powers,
good job.
and the only way I can think to describe it would be gurgling water.
Sounds like a good time. Yeah. Big stretch. Big stretch. Big stretch. I hope you like it, Soul. I know it's kind of messy, but it's just a sketch, so
as if through some kind of crazy straw. But
I think it turned out pretty good though. I think it looks, the pose is nice. I like the pose, I like the
I believe in this
boobs.
film, water represents the divide between life and death. The river spoon is a sort
Let's
of
get
river
some
Styx.
water.
The entire town was doomed from the beginning. It's like Marnie says in the prologue.
Nothing ever.
This movie sounds like a trip, but I don't know if it would actually be that entertaining to watch. Sometimes, well, I don't know. It's like I think it's a few rungs less than the one that Red Letter Media watched. That one seems really
To
funny.
foreshadow her transformation into an incubus. This suggests that everything that happened in the film was fated to happen. Marnie was always going to become an incubus. And if that's true, maybe it explains everything. The death of both
I think
her
the
parents,
accents
Walter's
are the best
delusions,
part
the
of this
arrival
film.
of the incubi, Raphael's inexplicable fascination with Marnie, the allegedly special way the incubus powers react to her. Marnie has always been marked to become an incubus. The events of this story, the death of everyone in town, was inevitable. Marnie can't control it, but neither can the incubi.
You're not gonna stop them?
Sometimes it can't be helped.
We're an uncontrollable force that you couldn't stop if you
Thank
tried.
you, Karay Bunny. Thank you for the follow. Hi. Hello.
We have to kill her!
You have to keep running.
All you can do is keep running, but even then you're just buying yourself more time. I'm reminded of Bianca's final line.
And for whatever reason, the select few do not hear the bell that doth toll for them.
Even if she can't hear it, that bell's been tolling for Marnie. Or,
The
sorry,
sketches look
been
really nice. Should I link a
Maybe
cat
all
box
this
of my
explains why
character?
the
Yeah.
incubus lore makes
If
no
it's
sense, because it's more about what the incubus represents.
Yeah, that would
Perhaps
be
the
nice.
most important clue
Yes.
is hidden in one of
That'd
the
be
songs
nice.
on the soundtrack. What you are is what I'm running from. The incubus
I like
is
the
soul of
that was a
destiny.
very,
Raphael's final exchange with
I don't know,
Bianca on
kind
the
of
beach is
flyleaf-esque
at times
video.
too beautiful to understand.
Ad break
But
incoming.
these
Yeah.
fragments do seem important.
Yeah.
See, Raphael? I told you. You cannot change fate.
Not this time.
Raphael seems to
When
believe
did
that
this
by
movie
resurrecting
come out?
Marnie,
It has to
he
be
is
the
defying
2000s.
fate. But the thematic heart of the film suggests that he is actually
Was it really
fulfilling
just
it,
right
blind to
after
the fact that
Twilight?
his choices are not his own. A poignant end to a film about the tragic inevitability of destiny. Part 8, The Tale of Shane Layton. At the beginning of this video, I told you that story about the incubus being written in Shane's free time and then picked up by Marcy Gorman, and that sounds like an origin story. It was certainly spun that way, but it didn't actually start there. In truth, Shane had been trying to get a foothold in the creative world for most of her life at that point. She pursued acting as a kid, appeared in some commercials,
Oh
performed with a
no.
handful of
Clout
kids' musical
chasing
and dance
since she was a
troupes, and
baby.
got parts in several indie films. The Incubus wasn't even the first film she wrote. That's right, there was an Incubus before The Incubus.
2010.
Guardian of Eden was released in 2008 and appears to essentially be a prototype for the story that would become
The
Incubus.
cover
It was
is
written
so
by, directed
Twilight.
by,
They
and
really
starring Shane
tried.
Layton. It also starred some of the actors who would later be seen in The Incubus. Based on the synopsis on IMDb, it also involved a teen girl falling in love with a supernatural monster, all the kids in town dying of mysterious causes, and the protagonist ultimately being turned into a vampire. The production company reported a budget of $50,000 and an 86-minute runtime. They entered it into the Delray Beach International Film Festival, and it won Shane the award for Best Up-and-Coming Filmmaker. Sadly,
Oh, it's
the
on
film appears to be
Tubi.
lost media.
Yay!
At least it isn't accessible online, and possibly never was. The only surviving glimpses into it are a couple ancient interviews Shane did at the time of its release, this barely breathing snapshot on the Internet Archive, and a couple trailer rough cuts on an abandoned YouTube channel. I really wish I
2010.
could watch it. I feel like my knowledge
That
of the
feels like
Incubus
late
just
for
isn't
Twilight.
really complete until I have this. It's my missing link. All I can hope is that when I put out this video, maybe someone that has it will be
I guess
compelled to
it was
release
still
Anyway,
the
all
movies
this
were
to
still
say,
coming
I don't
out.
mean to discredit Marcy Gorman's role.
Are you
as
adding
this
more?
magical
No,
fairy
I'm
godmother
just
that
waiting for
facilitated
this
big
video
creative
to end. I'm
project.
just kind of
It
yapping.
still is incredibly generous of her, and I saw a lot of follow-up reports that she continued to donate a lot of money to the arts. But I also think treating the Incubus as Shane's debut that plucked her from obscurity sort of obfuscates the fact that Shane's been a go-getter from day one, and probably would have gotten this film made regardless regardless. And it should come as no surprise that she's
Twilight
done
was
quite
still
a lot
running
in the years
strong?
since.
Okay,
As an actress,
interesting.
Shane collected a few more IMDb credits in web series and independent films.
Because I
In
remember
2015, she signed
it
with
being more
Spectre
of like
Music
a
Group, toured
2000s
nationally with an
thing, but it,
organization called
I don't know,
Rocket
maybe
Like a
like late
Redhead,
2000s
which
going into
I guess was some kind of
2010s.
motivational tour about how it's cool to have red hair. And she still occasionally drops song covers and music videos on her social media. She's still writing too.
And
Her
she's
first book,
self-conscious
Of Light
about
and
being a
Darkness, The
ginger?
Vampire's Daughter, came out only a year after The Incubus, and it's had several sequels and spin-offs. And as you can see from the cover, for the duration of their marriage, František Mach continued to serve as her muse. The lead vampire in the series was based on him, just like Raphael had been, and the setting was inspired by their visits to his home in the Czech Republic. Between 2011 and 2022, Shane
I
published
wonder
5 books and 2
if she
novellas
feels
with
really
Parliament
bad
House
about
Press,
losing her
an
real-life
independent print-on-demand
vampire.
publishing imprint founded by Shane. She has a couple different series, but from what I gather, all of her books happen to be romances about a redheaded mortal girl who falls in love with a supernatural monster. The Of Light and Darkness series was allegedly optioned for a movie in 2012.
Just self-insert. Just self-insert. That's wonderful.
To fund a concept trailer, and she hired a Twilight alum for it, but not one of the vampires. She hired the guy who played the human at school, who has a crush on Bella.
What's up, Arizona, huh? How you liking the rain, girl?
Which to me kind of defeats the purpose of having a Twilight connection, but okay. And of course, Shane played the lead, and František played the main vampire. Shane even produced a couple songs for its soundtrack, and shot
She's forever cringe. Yeah, she's really embracing it. She doesn't have a bad voice either.
If you call yourself an author and you're not shooting videos like this for your book, you don't deserve success.
Hello, Mariano's Workshop. Hi, hello,
Viral
welcome.
on TikTok on an account called The Vampire's Girlfriend.
We're doing
making couples
some
content
Golden
with her
Leak
new
sketches
boyfriend, fellow
and
TikToker
watching
Jack
things.
Townsend, who is a real vampire.
I would feel really
You're
bad
probably
though.
like, what do
Their
you mean he's a
story is so
vampire?
cute
What does
of
that
them
mean?
getting
And the
together
answer is, we don't know.
after
Is he
this
immortal?
movie.
No. Can he go out
It
in the
sucks
sunlight?
they
Yes.
divorced
Does
or
he drink
whatever.
blood? He refuses to give a straight answer,
Grr.
which means he doesn't. I've seen a lot of buzz about the Vampires account, but very little about Shane's role in it. After she started managing his brand, she took him very quickly from like 50,000 followers to almost 500,000. With the
Whoa.
timing of the growth, as well as Shane's track record of self-marketing in the past, I feel that I can confidently say this was entirely her doing. During this time, she wrote new books inspired by him, with new book trailers starring him, and even a couple powerful
Ah,
music
yeah,
videos.
I'm gonna say a looker. Here's my girl. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it looks really good. Thank you. Yay.
But most of her efforts were focused around his content.
I
It was a
can like
classic
smell
vampire
the metal
fall
that
kind of
they're
dynamic.
wearing.
The vampire
The
Jack
cheap
Townsend
like
also
Hot
released some of
Topic
his own
type
books,
metal.
and I strongly suspect she
I
wrote
wore a
those
lot
too,
of
or
it
at least
in
helped a
middle
whole
school
lot. I mean, Jack
and
says he wrote
going
them
into
himself,
high
but
school.
he also says he's a vampire.
And
I
it
mean, he
like
keeps saying his book
stains
won an
your
award,
fingers
but I could win
green
that
or
award
like your
too. Like, you just
skin,
pay $59
and it has like
for
a
it
smell
on this dubious
to it.
website that says they've worked with Stephanie Meyer but can't even spell her name right. In all of this, the most exciting development for me was that Shane and Jack Townsend successfully raised $50,000 on Kickstarter to make a new feature film. Again, a paranormal romance with Shane being the lead. The Shane is
Now he's shirtless.
Unfortunately, as I was working on this video, they broke up. The vampire got engaged to someone else after like a month.
No!
And the film is officially dead. And I think that vampire is just keeping the money, which is crazy. It's not all bad.
That's
news, though.
horrible.
It
I
looks like
hate
now that
him.
she's
I
not
hate
busy with
him.
Jack's
I hate
career, Shane
him.
is finally back to making her own stuff.
You
She's
know
just
that
announced
he
a new
was
vampire
the
romance
he
book
was
for
the one that
2026,
initiated
and
the
apparently
divorce
is developing some
too.
kind
God
of
damn it.
expanded universe. I'm so hoping it'll come with more video content. In the world of
Hot
bad
Topic
movies,
still
I
makes
think
most
some
of their
the
money
most
from
fascinating
accessories.
projects are often those driven
Yeah,
by a
whenever
single
I've
individual.
stopped
When
in
someone
there, they have a
chooses
lot
to
of
write,
bags
direct,
and
and star in
necklaces
their
and
own film,
earrings
there's
and
an equal blend of
things.
arrogance and vulnerability to it. And in The Incubus, we definitely see the youthful hubris of Shane Layton on full display. A teenager who believed she could have it all. Be a singer, an actress, a writer, a filmmaker, and also date a vampire. But today, the egg is on our face.
There were a lot
she did
of
achieve each of those things.
there
Even
were
the
several
final, most
redhead
improbable ones. So in
emo
the end,
goth
the
girls
moral
in
of
my
The
school that
Incubus
looked
is,
like this
sun
chick.
comes up, we are born. We live, we die. Sun comes down, we are born, we live. And for whatever reason, the select few do not hear the bell that doth toll for them. But the moral of the
I still
production
don't
of The
understand
Incubus
that. What does
is,
that mean?
sometimes
What does
you really
that
can have it all.
Life is what I give to you from me take, draining each part of me.
Do not ask for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee. What did I do? Are they single? I don't know. I don't live anywhere near there anymore. One of them got pregnant in high school. This is a very Disney-esque, like, wannabe Disney song. like Disney emo villain song. Yeah, Disney emo. So the CW, this would have been perfect on the CW. I could see this. Yeah, no, I could see them showing this movie. Absolutely. It's that used to be like one of the only channels that I had growing up. It really is like just a lot of like melodrama slop. They had like one good thing with was that Superman one, Smallville, right? That's it. Ask for whom the Taco Bell tolls, the nacho fries have been delivered. Mmm, yummy. Mmm, I love nacho fries. Damn Taco Bell cursed me though today. Burned me tongue. I can't believe they would do that to me. It does have Charmed. Oh, I forgot about Charmed. Yeah, Charmed was very popular with a certain type of woman, yeah. Why am I so squinty today? You see that? Why am I squinty? It's not Taco Bell if it doesn't hurt one end of you. My cousin used to watch it all the time. The Squinter. I think I had like babysitters into it or something. It was I bet it was very popular with witches of the time period, like Wicca witch larpers. I hate Taco Bell. All they know is gimmicks and I keep falling for it. Is that not a you thing? They do release a lot of good stuff though and then take it away. And it doesn't, like, I don't see how that works out in their favor. You think they would make more money in the long run keeping them around? Me no no. Nothing looks as advertised. That's every fast food place though, right? They making it look like the picture. Did you know that it's all like fake food in those pictures? It's like, or if it's like if it's like a mixture of like fake and real. Like they put like inedible stuff in it to make it like to make the cheese more like pull apart cheesier, you know? Like if they're pulling a pizza slice up. Stuff like that. I think that's a little disingenuous. I want to eat the glue. Yummy glue. And then they'll like only cook like the outside of stuff. Like they'll take like that like a little blowtorch and make it all nice and crispy. It sucks. It's such a waste of food. But that's how they get it to look so good. They have little food artists doing their devil's work.
The relics of man's past. Abandoned and crumbling churches, the decaying profile of a castle. They add a sad beauty to a landscape. By day, they comfort us with the knowledge that this land has a history. But at night,
I think it would be good for
when our
squatting
superstitions are so
in.
much closer to the surface, they uncover our primitive fears.
No, not me. I'm braver than that.
On the night of Friday, September the 13th, 1963, something strange happened in this place. The ruined keep
Something
of Castle
strange.
Rising between King's Lynn and Sandy.
Thank you.
At
I'll
dawn,
get started on the next one here in a
workman
second.
unlocking the door of the 800-year-old keep found this.
What is that? It looks like a potato. You found a clod of dirt on the door?
2 human effigies. The top one male,
Oh.
the bottom one female.
Oh, those! Oh! I thought you were talking about, yeah, I thought you were talking about the big hairball in the middle here. No, there's a guy, yeah, they're little wooden statues of people, okay.
And between them, a soot-blackened sheep's heart.
Oh!
Pierced by 13 hawthorn twigs.
Oh, that's okay, that's
And
a
on the
sheep's
ground nearby,
heart.
2 symbols drawn in soot.
Ugh, don't make me register, hi.
4 months
Hi,
later,
okay,
the
drunken,
crumbling
hi.
church of St. James at Borsey, about 3
That looks like a foot. You see that? Feet are everywhere for those with the eyes to see them.
miles south of Castle Rising, 2 King's Lynn schoolboys found this. Again, the sheep's
What did
heart
they mean
pierced
by this?
hawthorn twigs. But this time, no effigies. Instead, on the ground in the center of the bell tower, a black
Dirt.
circle with a black candle.
Oh no! This all just
Here,
looks like dirt
just a few
in
days
black and
ago,
white.
More symbols were found in another ruined church, Babingley Church, just a mile north of Castle Rising. An 11-year-old boy who had been fishing in the river came to explore the ruins of this church. Once the center of a thriving village, a village that was probably wiped out by the plague or by malaria, the scourge of the
Malaria.
Kents.
Okay.
And in the bell tower, he found this. A wax female effigy, again with a thorn.
Again.
Above it, a solitary black candle. And on the ground
Somebody's
beneath,
practicing
the now familiar
witchcraft.
sheep's heart. 3 occurrences in 5 months. The work of a practical joker, a crank, or someone dabbling in black magic.
It's a
Black magic
witch.
is, after all, only the
Medieval
church
anime
ritual of
figure
the
shrine.
Christian religion, the religion of pact. This ritual can be used as Christians use prayer to invoke happiness, and then it's white magic. Or it can be used for evil purposes, as Christians use curses,
It's
and then
multi-purpose.
it's black magic. But white or black, it's rooted in paganism. And these days, 1500 years after Christianity was really established in Britain. One doesn't
Well,
expect to find anyone taking
do their
paganism
paganism.
seriously enough
They're not hurting anyone.
to go to the trouble of
They're
practicing
doing
its
it alone in the dead of
in a
night.
spot like this.
Maybe they have
And yet,
enemies
this is Norfolk,
to smite,
and a part
and
of
it's
Norfolk
valid.
that remained inaccessible and cut off from England.
Yeah,
by the
why
swamps
don't
and
we have
marshes of the
castles?
Even in this
I have a
century, farmland
castle. Why don't
villages
you have
remained
castles?
which were totally enclosed communities, where traces
Yeah,
of
Chuds can
pagan
do a little
superstition
paganism
and
as a
ritual
treat.
were preserved. The writer, F.R. Buckley,
I think
has
that
made a special study
when
of this.
they were building stuff
Do you think that this is
after
the
they came to
work of a
America,
practical
they
joke,
took
even if rather a macabre practical
inspiration from the
some
Romans
crank
and
or
Greeks
somebody
with
who
all like the
really
columns
believes in
and
black
marble and stuff.
No, I rule
They
out
should
the
have
practical
made
joker,
creepy
absolutely.
castles.
You see, in the first
Too lazy to stack the
the
rocks.
practical
True,
joker wants to
yeah.
see the result of his practical joke. He wants it before the public. Now, all these manifestations have been in very retired places. They were only discovered by chance. In the second
Think
place,
of how cool it
the
would be if your town
who
had a
did
little
it,
drawbridge.
or the woman who did it, I rather think,
Little drawbridge and a big
knows the
stone wall
symbols.
around it.
In the third place,
It'd
the
be
whole
so
thing,
cozy.
in my view, works up into a perfectly logical story. One manifestation follows the other. And then, of course, of the two areas in England where I would expect this kind of thing to happen, the Cotswold is one, but this, even more, is another, because through the ages, Norfolk has been riddled with witchcraft.
Riddle.
Well, here you
Riddle
see
me
we have the
this,
symbols,
Batman.
a male symbol and
Puts
the female
naked lady
symbol.
statues
They're done in soot here. They should be in the ashes
in your
of the
house.
witch's fire. We'll come back to
No,
them in a minute.
not a circle. Ah!
The castle door was...
My in-laws
displayed. I
used to
had
live
here,
near a
this was
castle
the
in
important
Louisiana
thing.
before moving to
If you wouldn't mind holding
Texas.
that for a minute. Now the setup
That's
was
why was there a castle
this. You
there?
had here the male figure
I guess like French people.
there with the
There are old
hawthorn
stone
spikes
buildings
through
here
his
from
heart.
the founding. Just nothing that makes me want to do a
Here
crusade.
You had the sheep's
Yeah,
heart.
sad.
with
Don't touch
13
that. You're
hawthorn
messing with their ritual.
twigs driven through it. And here you have the female figure also pierced through the heart
They had
with
pirates.
hawthorn
Oh,
twigs. Now,
yeah.
this,
Gotta
in
have
my
big
view,
stone
amounts
walls
a
to protect
public
your
statement of
booty.
the case. The castle door is the most public place. It's the center of the district, you see. We have here this female figure, the heart and male.
Some rich guy just wanted a castle near
Very
the lake. You
pierced.
could see it from the interstate.
And this,
Why
I
don't people
think,
build castles now? You
This
think that would
man
be like
and this woman, I allude
a
to
really
as the
big
man and the
flex?
mistress,
I want to see more castles.
are having an affair.
Is it like, can you not do
And
that
the
anymore?
girl in the case
The government stops you from your
doesn't like it.
castle
The
privilege?
The girl who put them here, yes. And she wishes to break up this affair, and she's trying to do it by witchcraft. I should imagine she's a woman probably in her 20s, and possibly being advised to this course of action by an older woman who inherits an old tradition from some village in the fens, you see.
I
This
think
wishes
breaking up an affair
pain shall
is
come to his
a
heart.
valid reason for
Pain
witchcraft.
shall come to her heart, and the pain has come to the heart of the postulant, that is to say, of the girl.
Rich people flex with like
These things are
private
put up here
planes
at the waning
and
of the
stupid
moon,
stuff like that instead of a
That
castle and a
means
drawbridge.
that the affair,
And
as the moon wanes, so will the affair
Big
wane.
golden statues
She
of
hopes.
themselves.
And the position of this heart,
Yeah,
juxtaposed
and
to the
cannibal. Yeah,
female
yeah,
figure,
yeah. Bring
in
back
my view,
archers
anyway, means that she blames
with
this
fire
affair
arrows
on the mistress
and
in
catapults
the case, who is quite possibly,
and the
I should think,
guillotine
an older
and
woman.
wizards. Yeah, wizard tower.
And you have there the statement of the case, the protest, in other words, which is here publicly made.
Made on the castle, did she expect it to be a spell on the man and the mistress?
Yes, that's the idea. She's trying to
Good.
bring
Good on.
about
Yeah, good for
a
her.
breakup of the love affair
Taking
and
action.
the transference, she hopes, of the man's affections to her. I should imagine.
Yeah,
that
whenever
he is
you
a
have
younger
beef with
man
somebody, you can
in her
just
own age
catapult
who
a
has
giant
probably been
rock
seduced by an older
into
married
their
woman.
house.
This would be the first time that's happened.
You can send a squire over there with a letter of intent of war.
Has in it a couple of teeth. Now, I don't know what teeth they are, but to me they appear like the teeth of a predatory animal, such as a tiger.
How the fuck would she get tiger teeth in Britain?
And the symbol simply is that she hopes
Dropping pitch on the orcs and witches approaching trick-or-treaters. They want to steal the candy from my coffers.
Concentrated here on the
zoning laws and building codes, pooey.
And on her heart.
On her heart. It's
That's
always
stupid.
attacking the female. That's why I think it's a jealous woman. Now the second manifestation.
A lot of people could be employed by a good castle. You gotta have maid servants and manservants.
Situated on little eminence in the middle of plowed fields.
And a jester.
And a completely abandoned situation out of all human intercourse, you might put it. Well, now here we have a totally different situation. We have the heart pierced, lacerated, and pierced.
How the fuck do you know so much about this old man?
Of the central tower.
You're a wizard.
That's the effigies.
That's the effigies. There are no moments. And the only thing there is aside from the heart is this black candle, which was found in a soot circle about 5 feet away, under the exact center of the tower. Now, of course,
yeah, if there were more
only,
castles,
there are many interpretations of this.
The
kind
job
of thing.
market would be
the venom,
a lot
which was
better.
So obvious
You
in
can't
the
remote
other
work
case, has
into a
now
castle.
evaporated. The girl is saying, "My heart's broken. Please send him back to me." This, of course, the candle in the circle, constituting a very well-known sexual symbol in witchcraft, which Dr. Freud has taken over since.
What?
So here she wasn't trying to wish any evil on
He's just talking out of his fucking ass. He doesn't know shit.
She was simply praying, in one view of it, that he
You can't scry or astral project into my wizard tower. I have hired the most powerful wizard to cast a spell of protection around this castle.
In any case, a much more cheerful outlook than the other one was. The third incident happened only a week ago here at Babingley Church, about a mile the other side of Castle Rising, and the most
You cannot harm me.
And
He even
once
cast
again,
a
like the
powerful
first
protection spell on my internet and phone lines, so scammers cannot get in. The Romans could source a live monkey, so the British could probably get a tiger tooth. I guess so.
Sure enough, it has.
There was this thing I saw on Twitter about this really old department store from like the 50s or 60s in the States. They were using crews to clean it up and get it like up to code again, and they found a mummified fucking monkey in the rafters. And somebody knew their grandma had worked there back then, and she was like, "Yeah, I think we had a promotion with a monkey one time. I don't know what happened to it." Like, how did the monkey?
And on the wall above it.
How did you lose a monkey?
That's something I don't like to see at all, because this is an out and
Yeah,
out
don't
death
like to see that. Don't like to see naked women. Ugh.
Whoever's casting the spell or
No, this is not the same. No, not the same place that rotated little dogs.
Anything I say about the circumstances of the people involved.
No, it's not the same place that makes coke the old-fashioned way for 97 years.
Back and wishes to revenge herself.
He escaped after what happened, after hearing what happened to Harambe. No, this was like in the 60s. I think it just went into the roof to die.
No. But in any case, it's a terrible thing to see.
It didn't want to be in the
community somewhere. Whether it's a young woman,
it didn't want to be in the perfume department anymore.
We have somebody going around with this terrible emotion smoldering in our heart, and it's finally come to
this fucking bitch has hatred in her heart, and she's stealing poor little sheep hearts
there's one
because
other
of it.
consideration which I think is bad. And it is that a person who is unbalanced, because anybody who would monkey with this kind of thing is unbalanced.
Yeah, she's fucked up. Yeah, mentally unwell.
Harm, which I'm quite sure
yeah, past
might
aspiring VTuber.
resort to other means.
1964, a curious case of black magic in Norfolk. No explanation though. I guess he was right. She seems too sane to be a VTuber. Yeah, she's actually trying to like solve her problems instead of ruminating and going to the psych ward. Intradasting. I think if she went through all that trouble, just let her do it. At least she's not trying to kill the guy. Apparently, he said this was about like an affair or something, trying to get him to stop having sex with somebody else. At least she's, you know, not hurting anyone. She's just trying to curse them forever. Probably not gonna work, if I had to guess. Let's see. Let's watch more abandoned stuff. I like abandoned places. I wonder what goes on in there. I wonder if it's big enough, do the homeless people have like little parties in there? Like this place is apparently an indoor water park. This seems like a great place to squat in. You have like slides everywhere and stuff. This is fun. It's like a party every day.
For the last decade or so, Fort Rapids has stood as North America's largest
You got little floaties everywhere? This rocks, dude. Just like fucking just start collecting rainwater and fill it back up.
Water park. And it's easy to see why that is. The property has a, let's say, tumultuous history.
I love indoor water parks, yes. It's never too hot. You never have to deal with the rain. So, like, you know, you can't, like, swim in the rain or, like, a thunderstorm or whatever outside. You don't have to you won't get, like, a sunburn. Yeah, it's fantastic. It's perfect.
Would truly
The best, yeah, no,
One
yeah.
which-
They took the outside and put it inside, which makes it even better.
ultimately forced its closure and left little chance for it to be redeveloped.
Went to
Its
Mount
creepy
Olympus a
and
few years
ghostly
back. I was
state of
pissed they removed the
isolation
indoor water
is a
park
testament
portion. What the heck? Why
So
would they
in
do
this
that?
103rd episode of Abandoned, let's find out what happened here. This is
No,
the Fort
it's
Rapids
nice
water
until one too many kids drown. That's a skill issue. They got like, where are their parents? There's lots of people around. Why would they drown more at an indoor swimming like park than an outdoor one?
park and resort.
Yeah, the indoor pool
Columbus,
smells
Ohio.
so good. It's all that pool smell concentrated.
This episode of Abandoned is sponsored by
Yeah. Sponsored by
Ultimately Change Flag. weeks. This would happen
Whatever.
in around 1990, when the Holiday Inn chain would purchase the sites, and the hotel would now be rebranded as the Holiday Inn Columbus East. Again, the property was seemingly operating quite successfully.
Yeah,
and while there
concentrated
honestly isn't a whole lot of
chlorine.
information out there on it,
Yummy.
obviously this was a Holiday Inn property which developers saw potential with. In 2004, Platinum Ridge Properties, which was now the private company which owned the Holiday Inn, announced a $32 million reimagining of the site. This would include expanding its footprints and making the rather modest hotel into a destination indoor water park. With a Wild West theme chosen, the now named
what?
Fort
Wait,
Rapids Resort
hold on. The Wild West don't have no water? It's in the desert. What? That doesn't make any sense. You don't go swimming in the Wild West. You go shooting and wrangle up some cows. Para, yeah, para, import water. I want to go swimming. It's just that I don't want to be around the other people that want to go swimming. The watering hole, yeah, taking me and the boys after a hard day's work out on the plains. Going to the old watering hole.
Indoor water park was essentially on the other side of the state, and this 60,000 square foot park.
I mean, then it's a good location. The fucking theming was shit though.
75% of customers would be visiting outside.
The water's just piss. Yeah, no, it becomes the pissing hole.
A big draw for those an hour or two outside of the city. So by 2005, construction.
Yeah,
was
I don't
well
want to go and be in the pee pool with a bunch of like loud, annoying people.
Columbus East,
if it's like a nice, calm
to the public.
day without many people there, that sounds great.
Quite a bit different.
Yeah.
From the exterior, a large parking lot with overflow was added, and much of the exterior structures had been painted brown.
Arizona had to divert a river because they didn't have enough water to be a major state.
277 room
waterlogged by all the other
two-story villa structure was constructed to the west
by all the other states, waterlogged statoid,
some of which sleeping up to 12 guests across a loft style 2 floors. On the opposite end, all attached through the main hotel, was the real star of the show, the water park.
Yeah.
This impressive space was filled
nice.
with
It looks so good. Yo, that looks fun as fuck. This looks dangerous. The black hole. How is this Wild West themed? There's not any cowpokes anywhere. I do like the giant black hole though.
Attractions, including various pools, oversized hot tubs, a lazy river, and 12 water slides.
Oh, they go outside the building?
There would also be signature tube slides and a 40-foot tall water play structure with a large bucket which would dump thousands of gallons of water throughout the day. In addition to all of this, there was also a large arcade, a full-service
After you leave the slide, they just shoot you.
Yeah. Bar and lounge. Plus,
here it is. Here's the Wild West, the saloon. Yeah, okay. While the kids go play and splash, the adults have real fun down at the saloon and get absolutely wasted. And then they can drive unsafely home.
Developers had also planned for even further expansion should they need it. They purchased additional plots of land where they wanted to build condominiums as a part of the experience. This was planned to be constructed at a later date. This was Holiday Inn's 11th indoor water park. And initially, the property was proving to be very popular and opened with really good reviews. That initial hype, however, would soon taper off in a rather big way. After just 2 years of operation, Fort Rapids had seen a hotel occupancy rates of around 45%. A shockingly low rate compared to other hotels.
Well, didn't they just flash it on screen? This is in Ohio. Who the fuck is staying?
Already, they were not only indicating that the condo element had been scrapped, but they were also exploring
who is going on vacation? Who is staying in a hotel here in Ohio?
Recession, the property had gone into foreclosure. Seemingly in a desperate state to offload the failing park, Platinum Ridge had finally
They
sold
said
the
that this
property
place
off
was
in
right near the
2010,
city too,
despite
so
telling
when
the
people
Columbus
just
Dispatch
drive,
in early 2008 that they would expect a sale to exceed
Slab would
around
love this
$45
place.
million, around the same amount they
Yeah,
had already
Slab
invested
should go
into the
and
property.
explore
The final
abandoned
2010
buildings.
sale would come in at
I
just
agree.
$6 million.
Airbnbs are better and much cheaper. Maybe back then. I don't know when this was in.
not all that experienced in
like
property ownership,
when this was
and seemingly
like
very
in
inexperienced with water park
working order and stuff. But like, where is this at? Does it say Columbus, Ohio? Why did they build a fucking giant hotel?
operation.
Why, just
They were
build the
mostly
water
known for one
park.
of their joint owners, Jamal Lewis, a former NFL star who played for the Cleveland Browns.
Don't make no
Lewis would
sense.
ultimately file for bankruptcy in 2012. By that point,
Okay,
however,
let's
he had already
see.
given full operations to the other half of his company. Regardless, this new owner
Get my
vowed to bring the park
reference.
back to its full potential, which could include a renovation and introduction of new attractions. Still, though, the park continued to suffer from poor occupancy and park attendance. All you need to do is look at satellite photos of the parking lot through the years. Clearly, not many people, at least anecdotally through these snapshots, were visiting the park. Perhaps the public perception and ongoing conditions inside the park may have explained this, though. For years, the resort had slowly earned a reputation for being poorly run and generally just in disarray. TripAdvisor reviews by 2014
Oh, that's
showed stained
yucky.
carpets and
Yeah,
floors,
ew.
worn-out furniture,
Yucky.
and broken fixtures. All while other review sites
Rebuilding the Cowboy Water Park with only team with tools and materials.
Photos of which
Yeah, rebuild it and then
However, as even more
go
time
down the
passed,
slides. Yeah, have
condition of the
a
resort
yeah
only got
pool
worse.
party.
By 2015, the Better Business Bureau
Yes.
had given the park their lowest rating, an F score.
Oh,
That's
no.
a brutal rating, which followed 38 formal complaints. This is all while the property had been cited 75 times in 1 year for health code violations. 49 of them were
How do you-
critical, and 22 being repeat violations.
How do you have health?
Some of
Oh,
these are
at the
pretty heinous,
saloon,
too.
at the
State
restaurants. I was gonna say, how do you have
inspectors
a
found that the
health
resort
code
had
violation at
bacteria
a
in the
hotel?
seafood buffet, dirty and stained bedding, to much more serious offenses like severe chlorine exposure, leading to 32 people getting sick,
Huh?
and even using one of the meeting rooms
That's a
sleeping
thing?
areas for construction workers and resort staff. On top of all of this, customers reported frequent sightings of bed bugs and cockroaches. Obviously,
Oh,
this was
yeah, so this
all
place
very
just
awful,
really does
and
suck.
Fort
Okay.
Rapids deservedly earned a very negative local reputation. As if the park and hotel weren't being poorly run enough, the property also received fire code violations, which seemingly was the final
Ranaman.
straw. By February 16th, 2016, the property had its operating permit pulled by the city, and the park, as a result, abruptly shut their doors. As customers demanded refunds, the handwritten sign out front claimed that there were no employees on site and no power to the building. This was while their website stated that the resort was closed for renovations. The owners claimed that the site would be closed for the next few months, while renovations were being made to address all of the issues. However, by July of that year, their Facebook page had changed to list the resort as permanently closed, and not long after, the site would go up for auction with a minimum bid of $3 million. Ultimately, a California businessman named Jeff O'Kern purchased the property for a mere $2.5 million.
Sorry, I'm
His
trying to
plan
look
was
up a good
transform
reference
the
for
property and its adjacent land into a hotel soccer
this
facility.
character. She's super
However,
cute though.
Kern would later be unable
Gotta
to
head to work.
acquire the
Okay.
surrounding parcels of
See you in a
land,
bit.
which meant that any immediate work on the building would be delayed or canceled outright.
Okay.
While this was all happening, the condition of the building only got worse. In January 2018, a sprinkler water pipe had burst on one of the top floors of the former Holiday Inn Tower. This led to water flowing down the interior of the structure and pouring out of cracks in the facade and through air conditioning vents. Since it was winter, all of this water froze, leading to massive sheets of ice on both faces of the tower. This was also around the same time when explorers began finding their way inside. Despite security being on site, since it was such a massive structure, explorers in 2019 were able to capture the resort with power still on. Many of the hotel
Thank you
rooms
for
were
the
in
little
near
sippy. I will
perfect
take
condition,
one.
almost like the property had
Yummers.
closed the day before.
A
The
water park with
itself
waifu
was
mascots for
illuminated
each
only
slide.
by a
I
single
think that would be
lonely pillar
cute.
light.
Yeah.
The pools
For
and
like the
slides
different
were
types
all,
of
of course,
rides.
drained, though the tubes
And they could
remained
have like a
inflated.
little cardboard. Well, it couldn't be
Outside, the
cardboard because
exterior of the
then that
building
would
was
get
clearly
like it would have to
seeing
be like
some decay,
plastic
with
or
signs
something,
falling apart,
like cut out
landscaping overgrown, and the exterior
at the
slides
ride's
showing some
entrance or
weathering.
something. That'd be
This
so cute.
particularly
Yeah.
is what the city took issue with. In 2022, the city issued various code violations, mainly due to fire safety.
It doesn't seem
as
like they
well as
give a shit
general
about the
upkeep on
that
site.
though.
Until the property was brought up to code, the owners would be fined $1,000 a day. Meanwhile, the decaying resort was put back up for sale at an asking price of around $6.5 million. Nobody, however, would make a bid. Still, many of the code violations had not been addressed, and by 2023, security was no longer being paid, now leaving the building unprotected. During this time, it was revealed that the owner had also been neglecting a hotel property in Michigan, and because of that, he was actually facing jail time there after racking up unchecked code violations. In fact, it seemed like the same thing was going to happen.
Big
with
acrylic stands.
Oh,
yeah.
the city was getting very annoyed by the lack
Decaled
of
water
communication
slides.
and
That would be
action by the
cute.
owners.
Yes.
So Jeff Kern was held in contempt of court, and his daily fines increased
Little
to
cute
$2,000 a
designs
day,
on
and was ordered to
the
pay
little
an
river
additional
rafts and floaties. Jack the Frosty,
$190,000
thank you for the follow. Yeah,
He was also required to submit
that'd be
a
awesome. They could have their
rehabilitation
own like
plan for
special
the
drinks and
property by
food at the
August,
cafe.
something he ultimately
Each
never
character.
did. After he failed to appear at a court-ordered compliance hearing, a warrant was then sent out for his arrest. While all of this drama was happening, the site itself, now unprotected, continued to decline as more people got inside. By 2024, the floodgates were more or
Why
less
are people
open.
still going
Everyone
there?
from kids and vandals
at this
to homeless
point in the
people and
story,
urban
what?
explorers had all gotten inside. Many of them posting videos and photos.
Oh,
from
okay.
the
They're
interior,
it's
showing
like
the quickly decaying
okay,
structure.
abandoned
Videos
stuff.
inside,
Okay, like
particularly from
exploring.
more
Okay,
explorers,
yeah.
showed a rather intact yet clearly neglected interior. Amazingly, power remained on in portions of the building, particularly in the hotel wing, which still had furniture in place, bottles of soap.
I love
on the
themed food and
vanities,
drinks.
and even
Yes,
some rooms with
pop-up
beds
cafes
still
are
lit.
like the one
Back
thing
down
that I
on the main
really,
level
really,
was the
really
lobby,
wish
a
would
rather
happen
cleared-out
more
space, which
everywhere.
had smoke
Japan
damage
has
from the
so many of
fireplace
them
being
for like all
used,
kinds
as well as a
of
thick coat of dust on the carpets. Even worse was the gift shop
franchises
and restaurant,
and stuff.
with broken glass, drawers
Yes,
and shelves
it needs a
rummaged
bikini
through,
maid cafe.
and furniture mildew. Mold caked
That
on
would
some
be
of the
yes,
drywall,
that would be
likely from
good.
the flood damage
I
back in
think that
2018.
they should
While
have
over in the
like
staff areas, linen remained
the
stacked
cute
neatly
girls,
in the laundry.
and they can squirt you
Of
with
course,
water
the
guns.
real spectacle here was
in
the
the
main
park.
water park.
Or
Through
like
the
when you
decaying
walk by the
hallways and
cafe, they can
water-damaged
squirt
ceiling
you.
tiles was the entrance to Fort Rapids itself. The water park was a ghostly space. Gone were the active water attractions and the many guests who enjoyed it. Now, the park was a wide-open canyon of concrete and colorful steel structures. Again, all with a layer of dust and grime. Surprisingly, though, the park itself was in rather good condition. The vast open atrium spared from a lot of the graffiti. The whole park was in complete isolation since its closure, and looked pretty insane as a result. By the sheer amount of people getting into the building though, and with wide open holes leading to easy accessibility, it was only a matter of time before serious damage within would be done. During a late evening in October 2024, a fire had broken out inside the two-story villa structure. The fire would quickly grow out of control, and with difficulty from firefighters to contain it, a significant portion of the northern roof had caved in. Much of the building had been damaged, and while no cause had been formally
I'll
determined,
keep the
it is
leg
easy to
and
assume
the
that
hat
the origin
stuff
was
and the
likely
arm
personal.
stuff on.
Though it
She
should be
wears like a
pointed out
bathing
that
suit
there
in her
was
normal.
still power on
They set the
inside
water
structure.
park on
At
fire.
the time of the fire,
I thought you couldn't
efforts were
set. I
actually
thought
being made
water
to sell the
strong
property.
against
This
fire.
time to another
What the heck?
California-based developer who planned to turn the site into apartments. Their plans, however, were obviously put into question once the fire broke out. Images that followed the fire showed pretty substantial damage. Finally, though, the city had enough. In December of the same year, the city
It took
moved
them
to
long
have
enough.
a court order which would essentially seize the land. They would then transfer the property to another management company, which in collaboration with a church, had already submitted plans for a redevelopment of the site. They called it Hamilton Rising, a new residential project that would repurpose the existing site for more than 300 residential units. This reimagining would also have a community center component, likely within the former water park. And really, that brings us to today. With the site now
Wouldn't
in
it be
their
better
hands,
to
Fort Rapids finally
just
seems to be on the right
make
path
it
for redevelopment.
a new water park?
And what a path that has been.
Is
For
that
a building which started its life as an
is that
upmarket
not
Hilton hotel?
a smart
It's hard
idea?
to believe that the bones of
Why
this
are we
1970s
changing?
structure
It didn't have like.
ultimately saw
It said they
such
had
a
like bed
massive
bug
investment.
problems, roaches,
Remember,
mold, and
developers
why are they
poured
making it
over
into apartments?
$40 million into this property, all to turn it into something that never saw its full potential. With mediocre reviews, rather bland lodging, high operating expenses, and a looming recession, Fort Rapids would ultimately fail to ever make back its original investment. It turns out that a water park in the Columbus area just wasn't the right move. When it was purchased for just pennies on the dollar, it turns out that that low purchase price just attracted lower quality owners that didn't know what they were doing. After skimping out on basically all expenses and sending the resort's reputation into a nosedive,
Too much
the
to
owners
ask,
proved
I
to
guess?
be so incompetent
I
that
guess.
the property had to be shut down as a hazard. Its legacy and ultimate failure was just frozen in time thereafter, a relic of what happened. This is all for a park, too, that wasn't even that old. Remember, it opened in 2006. But finally, the now secure, yet clearly distressed former resort may finally see a reuse after all. It's been a crazy, I'm sure very aggravating story for a lot of people. But it's also a perfect series of events which ultimately left an astonishing indoor abandoned water park left in isolation. A sight many were obviously captivated by, me included. But now a repurpose is finally on the way. And whether or not that will break the cycle of failure for this property, well, only time will tell. You may have noticed some rather beautiful aerial footage of Columbus, Ohio in this video. And that's all thanks to this video's sponsor, Storyblocks. Storyblocks is a high-quality, human-made stock library of
I don't
footage,
care.
music,
I don't care. Okay, 40 million. 40 million. It was abandoned for a decade? Holy shit. You know the homeless people that live in there are fucking pissed that I don't get to live in their water park anymore. Okay, interesting. I don't know how you fuck up a water park so bad. Maybe they just don't like to swim in Ohio. Maybe they just like to... I don't know. Go muddin' or something. Search for cryptids. There's the SeaWorld, Ohio? What? Why were they trying to build so many things in Ohio, of all places? It could be worse, like that water park. Oh, right, yeah. Most there can't swim and they're afraid of the— Oh, hi! Oh my god, I'm sorry, I missed the raid. Hi, hello. Oh my gosh, hi. I'm sorry if you're still here. Hi, hello, hi. Yeah, I'm drawing some golden bikini babes for everyone. I forgot about that. The decapitation slide. I guess theme parks and like stuff are kind of dangerous if the people who own them don't give a shit at all. You don't want to be on a ride that's like a big metal death machine that's not been maintained for like a decade. Let's see here. Can we get a good night, princess? Yeah. Good night, princess. I should add that with the sound. Yes. That sounds delightful. Did you see the one in Britain that burned down? No. How do you burn down a water park? That takes.
So here I want to
Okay, hold on.
About
too loud. How do you burn down a water park? I guess if it doesn't have water in it anymore. But you'd think everything would be like soggy and moldy still.
what's so-called God.
A tiny handful of families in the world are unfortunate enough to fall victim to a rare disease called fetal familial insomnia, a degenerative brain disease that affects the ability to sleep. The disease stays undetected for
Just
a
get
large
hit in the
portion
head
of
with
one's
a
life,
giant
until
mallet.
eventually, usually between the ages of 32 and 62, they begin to experience mild insomnia.
You'll
The
sleep
insomnia
then.
rapidly gets worse, and they
Action
completely
Park was
lose the ability
sick.
to sleep.
It had some it had some
Over the course of
legitimately
about 9
cool
months
stuff.
to a
It sucks
year,
that
they slowly experience
everyone was getting
cognitive
maimed
physical
and tortured.
deterioration until they die.
A huge
Sleep
resort
medication
enclosed
and
in
other sedatives
glass.
only speed up
That
this
sounds
decline.
very dangerous.
It's hard to imagine how scary of an experience this must be. But back in 2016, a man suffering from this documented the entire process of his mental decline up until his death.
Me when I mentally decline and
Ricard Siajan started uploading videos to YouTube in 2013.
What was that little
Initially,
guy?
they were
I like him. It looks almost medieval. Something you would see in the margins of a manuscript.
started uploading videos to YouTube in 2013.
I love the Action Park story.
Initially,
True
they were
American
nothing out of the
Dream.
ordinary.
Yeah. I
Most of his
think
videos
enough
centered around the
people
art he was
injured
working
themselves there where it's
They
like
would show tattoos he was
whoever
doing for
went there
people,
kind of
as well as his
expected and
extensive
wanted it.
sketchbook.
Just let it
It was
happen.
clear
Let
that
the
his life
brave
revolved around two things: his
take
art
the
and his son.
challenge.
In January of 2016, his videos started taking on a very different tone. He uploaded a video titled "Che Fatal Insomnia Neurotoxin-Induced CNS Seeking Neuroscience Hospital Support or Stem Cell Hope."
I have not sleep. Means I have total insomnia. Sleep disability. Right now it's already 4 months.
In this video, he says it has been 4 months since he slept, and he runs us through the entire story. He said in 2015, he moved to
Hi,
Philadelphia.
Ken Whisker.
and found a
Hi.
job
Good
there.
night, Chris.
Around the same
Thanks for
time,
dropping in.
he also ended up getting a UTI, which he was worried about affecting his performance at work. Because he didn't have insurance, he spoke to his boss about the situation.
I've never heard of a guy
His
getting
boss
a
offered him
UTI
an
before.
antibiotic that he had that would clear up the UTI pretty quickly. Ricard took the antibiotics, and after only a few days, started experiencing some pretty unpleasant side effects.
Hello?
Heart palpitation and my hand.
Okay, there it
hand,
goes.
bottom
I was
hand
pressing Control Z and it wasn't doing anything.
tinnitus, heart palpitation, muscles, back pain. The back pain is so terrible.
Regardless, he continued the medicine for 2 weeks, with the side effects progressively getting worse. At the end of the 2 weeks, he found he was no longer able to sleep at all. His body wanted to sleep, but his mind wouldn't let him. He finally got around to seeing a doctor at this time, and he was prescribed
How do
sedative
you
drugs to
go without
All they
seeing
were able
a
to do
doctor
was help him
when
sleep
you
for 2
aren't
hours a
sleeping at
night
all?
with extreme nightmares.
I
And
would
he
not.
described what
I
it
would
feels
not
like
take
whenever he
that. I
tries
would
to
be
sleep.
like, you have to
He
give me
describes it as
something
a
to knock my
painful
ass out
experience.
immediately. If
So
you hold
when
your
my
piss in
body
too
tired,
much,
they
you
say
can get
my
a
body
UTI. I knew
asking
someone in university who's
my
so lazy it
system
happened to them.
to
Oh,
sleep.
no health insurance.
The
Okay, never
activity of
mind.
the
Never
brain
mind. I
is
see now. I
never
understand.
calmed down. It's been 4 months since my brain is active. It never sleeps. It never want to
Interesting.
go down. But there is a feedback. There is a really painful
Why would you hold in your
feedback, physical
pee-pee
feedback,
that
neuron
much?
feedback on my back, on my back or around my spinal cord.
He says he is so desperate for sleep that he would gladly sacrifice both of his legs for even just 3 hours of sleep a night. He acknowledges that
I
he is
get
going
that.
to
No,
die
when
soon,
I've
but he says he wants
had
doctors
like
to look
minor
into his condition
insomnia,
for
that's
research
how I
purposes.
feel as well. I
He
can't
ends the
imagine
video
not sleeping
calling
for
out
months.
help and leaving his contact information in the description.
Help me, help me. I'll put my number down here in the information and my email. Whoever you are, thank you.
What initially comes off as odd about this is that his condition isn't actually fatal familial insomnia, since it doesn't run in his family, yet the symptoms are still practically identical. The onset, however, seemed to have been caused by the antibiotic he was taking.
If you poop out
Later
your
on in his
dick,
videos,
that's not real. That's not real. That doesn't happen. What the fuck are you talking about? If you manage to poop out your dick,
an awful burning sensation in his spine, as well as losing the ability to walk very well.
do you have personal
And the sedatives
experience with
he's
this? What
taking
the fuck?
are slowly becoming
It's
less
not
effective.
real.
Later on, he goes to show
Holds
how
up
he starts
finger.
shaking,
Actually,
and the dead skin cells in his face resulting from the cells dying.
You cannot
The most
defecate
noticeable effect we can
from
see
your
through these videos,
urethra.
however,
Okay,
is the cognitive
yeah.
decline. The first becomes apparent in his video titled "Conspiracy Theory Fact," where he goes on rambling about the nature
Oh,
of
he's not
conspiracy
even
theories.
actually an
Most of what he's saying
insomniac. He's just
really doesn't
crazy.
make any sense.
Conspiracy theory has never been a theory. It's a practice. So the
Okay, no,
world
let him cook.
created by the system or
Hmm.
the sentence then become conspiracy theory is itself it's a conspiracy to make people think that it is a theory.
In later videos, he shows us exactly what happens every time he attempts to sleep.
Hi, Mr. Gooseberry. Could you talk closer and wetter? Yeah, I really need more pops and more mouth sounds,
This
please.
jolt you are seeing occurs when he feels what he describes as a violent jolt shooting through his spine just as he's about to drift off. Eventually, the condition becomes so bad that he becomes completely bedridden. In one of his videos, he reveals the name of the antibiotic he was taking that caused all of this. It's called ciprofloxacin. We'll talk more in depth about this antibiotic later.
Any
In
doctors
early
in
November,
chat? What is
we can really start to see how
ciprofloxacin?
hopeless he is. And honestly, it's really sad. He talks about how he can no longer even get out of bed because of how debilitated he is. And the pain is so bad that he often contemplates suicide.
I'm giving up already. I'm already giving up now. It's just I cannot do it. I cannot kill myself. I'm not good with killing myself. If I do, I'm already done.
Broad
It's really
spectrum
hard hearing him talk about how much he
fluoroquinolone
misses his son.
antibiotic.
As time passes, he posts more videos of the normal stuff, art, rants, and videos of him trying to sleep. When eventually, he uploads a lengthy video that seems to be addressed to his neurologist. Ricard's Facebook page sheds more light on what this is all about. After seeing many doctors about this with no help, he was able to get in contact with a hospital in Beijing that specializes in stem cell research. The doctor said they've treated someone with a condition similar to him and was confident they could treat him as well. This treatment would require
I'm not good at
expensive
killing
procedures,
myself.
however.
I am
So
also
Ricard
not
created
good
a
at killing
fundraiser
myself.
page to get money so he could afford the plane trip as well as the procedures. The fundraiser page is gone now, so I have no idea how much money he was trying to raise.
Most
nor how far
people,
he got
I
to hitting
think,
the
are
goal.
pretty bad at that.
All I know is that the goal
You have
was
to
never reached.
really
The final two videos on his channel that are in English are the saddest.
be
in my
dedicated.
opinion. It really shows how far gone his mind is at this point.
I upload videos on
They're
YouTube
just
for my
more
doctor and get super
nonsensical
pissed when they
rants,
don't watch them.
one of
Is
which
true?
titled,
Is this
"What
true?
is God?" and the other is HIV.
No, a
where he
doctor
talks
would
about
not
conspiracy theory
even
about how HIV was created
humor
by the
you
mafia
with
to
that.
control people.
About
With
HIV.
watching your videos.
HIV is it's a virus. It's made by human. Made
I don't
by
like this
drugs and
pose, but I don't know how to make it better. Fuck.
Designed to feel their what do you call that? Their mission, their agenda of controlling human being.
After this, he just stopped uploading. Now, with every strange thing we see on the internet,
They should
there
just,
comes a certain
they
degree
should
of
just
skepticism.
know I upload them.
But this whole thing is definitely real. I did a background search on this guy, and I was able to confirm that he is indeed dead.
But did he die from the serofloxacin or whatever?
About this specific case is how his condition seemed to be entirely caused by an antibiotic that he was taking. I was really skeptical about this.
Why wouldn't you just stop taking the antibiotic?
Research, the reality behind this is eerie. Ricard says that he was taking an antibiotic called ciprofloxacin before his symptoms began. Ciprofloxacin is under a class of antibiotics called fluoroquinolones, which are typically used to treat things like respiratory infections and UTIs. What's alarming, however, is that for over a decade now, the FDA has been issuing warnings about these antibiotics, cautioning that they can cause permanent nerve damage and peripheral neuropathy.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Just take it
because
if it's
of the risk
there.
involved with these drugs, they are really only supposed to be used as an absolute last resort. Many people feel that doctors prescribe these way too freely, and for that reason, a lot of people experience very horrible side effects completely unnecessarily.
From an antibiotic?
Some of the most
all the antibiotics have ever done to me is make me want to eat 5,000 million calories a day and get fat as fuck. But then it goes away after you stop it. After you stop taking it.
It's called being floxed. One notable case of this was a man named Mateo Rojas, who was prescribed ciprofloxacin in 2017 to treat a UTI. Shortly after taking this, he started suffering from severe tendinitis. It got so bad that he actually experienced his tendons rupturing multiple times, which landed him in a wheelchair. The side effects only got worse, causing him to experience psychosis, extreme memory loss, and even blindness.
This sounds really bad.
To this day, he's still dealing with all of this.
Just don't take this. It sounds like this caused nerve damage in his spine that would cause shocks of pain as soon as he fell asleep and woke him up. Yeah, that's fucking
awful. More than 60,000 people have complained to the FDA about experiencing similar side effects. All these people say they were never properly informed of the risks.
And it doesn't go away after you stop taking it?
They'd have never taken it in the first place. It's unbelievable this stuff hasn't been banned yet. I believe that what Ricard was experiencing was peripheral neuropathy caused by the ciprofloxacin. Peripheral neuropathy
nerve
is
damage is often permanent.
Information from the brain and spinal cord to the rest of the body. Symptoms of this usually begin rapidly within a few days of starting ciprofloxacin, which is exactly what Ricard reported. And the specific starting symptoms he reported are also very similar, including numbness, tingling, and burning in the spine. We all know how awful it feels to miss even a single night of sleep. I can't even begin to imagine how torturous it must be to go an entire year without sleeping. This seems like a truly horrible way to go.
That sucks.
And I find it really alarming that fluoroquinolones aren't getting more attention for the unnecessary harm they are causing people. Thank you for watching, and I will see you on the flip side.
What is it trying to play now? I read the 10 most disturbing books ever written. Yeah, okay. Nerve damage is pretty difficult because if a nerve is dead, it can just be dead. But even if it isn't, it can take months for a nerve to regrow even an inch. That is really very scary. See, when women get a UTI, you just go to CVS and they have pills for it. And it's I don't think it's this thing that makes you that makes you have nerve damage and die to death. I don't think so. I haven't heard of that before. Men can also take Azos? Why even prescribe something else? Ni hao, hi DW, hi. I'm gonna pull Cece's nerve out through her nose for equality. I stand with the victims of Cipro defection. Fatal familial insomnia is genetically caused by random prion stuff, so having it from nerves damage is interesting and scary. Is fatal familial— do you just die from not sleeping? Is that how that goes? Huh, okay.
Tim Treadwell, his hubris may strike you as...
Boop.
How are you?
Don't do that to him! Don't! Stop! Don't do that to him! He's just a little bear. Sleep is brain maintenance mode. Yeah, it gets rid of like junk and stuff. Junk in your trunk. Yeah.
Mission. Today we're going to watch some footage of him and talk about the narcissistic need to believe in one's specialness, even if it is a
This
vulnerable
is
narcissistic
the
need.
Tim Treadwell delusion. It's not the
regressions
grizzly.
into
No,
childlike states
it's a
and
different
addiction.
thing on the same guy.
Don't do it.
You basically get dementia and go insane and you die. That's that is a bad— I love you. I know I fucking scared the shit out of you and tried to hit you, but I love you. I love you, little bear. I love
being a
you.
tragic figure does not mean that he's not to blame for his own demise. In ancient Greek tragedies, the hero would always have a fatal flaw. Most often hubris.
This guy was
excessive
crazy.
Pride. Pride comes before the fall.
Yeah.
In the case of Tim Treadwell, his hubris may strike you as particularly stupid or delusional, depending on your disposition, and it was the belief that he could live amongst the grizzly bears in wild Alaska as their friend and as their savior. And he did
As
live
their
among
savior?
them every summer for 13 years before he was devoured by one. Werner Herzog was the perfect filmmaker to tell this story, what with its tragic and bizarre protagonist driven by an obsessiveness that Herzog is clearly fascinated by. And I, too, am fascinated by Tim Treadwell and with the documentary Grizzly Man. So I want to lend some interpretations to this story as to what might have driven Tim Treadwell
The more
into
I
that
hit you, the
grisly
more I
maze,
love you. Oh, is that
into
how
the
that works?
delusion
Okay,
of
I'll keep
being
that in
the
mind.
savior of the bears,
Mm.
and into the death of himself and his girlfriend.
Wait, his
I'm
girlfriend
Andrew
died
Vandervaart,
too?
a psychiatrist and neuroscientist, and any opinions
I thought it was
expressed
just
in this
him that
video
got
are
eaten by
purely
the
my own.
bears.
I have no idea if there's a God, but if there's a God, God would be very, very.
This is dude who thought the bears were his
pleased with me.
friend
If you
because he
just
hung out
watch
with them
me
during
how
the
much
peak
I
salmon
love
run.
them,
Yeah,
how
yeah.
much I adore
Yeah,
them,
they had enough
how
food and they
respectful I am to
tolerated
them,
his ass.
How I am one of them, and how the studies they give me, the photographs, the video, and take that around for no charge to people around the world. It's good work. I feel good about it. I feel good about myself doing it.
In this case, as often is the case, when people are
The boy got him killed as soon as he went out with
to
the
this
girl he got
degree
eaten. Oh, so
that
he could
they're
have just
good and that
sacrificed
they're
her.
special,
Maybe
and
the
that
bears didn't like
they're
her.
happy. There is a kind of methinks thou dost protest too much.
And I want to continue, and I hope I can. I really hope I can. But if not, be warned. I will die for these animals. I will die for these animals. I will die for these animals.
He was right.
Thank you so much for letting me do this. Thank you so much for these animals, for giving me a life. I had no life.
Oh,
Now I
that's
have a life.
sad.
There's a desperation here. There's a sense in which his life depends on this sort of calling he believes he's found. And I often find that people that need to insist that they're so special, in fact, feel the opposite, but can never confront that feeling.
Most times I'm a kind warrior out here. Most times I'm
A kind
gentle.
warrior.
I am like a flower.
A gentle bear
I'm
warrior.
like a fly on the wall, observing, non-committal, non-invasive in any way.
Non-committal.
Occasionally I am challenged, and in that case,
What does that
the kind
mean?
warrior must become a samurai. Must become so formidable.
My little
So
samurai.
fearless of death.
Green, black, and blue
So
are the
strong
colors of the
that
sky.
You will win. You will win. Even the
Samurai.
bears will believe that you are more powerful. And in a sense, you must be
There's a rumor of them getting
more powerful
McMunched.
if you are to
Of the
survive.
audio of them?
So notice he cannot help but smile.
I
as he
thought the
voices
audio
this
was
conclusion
there,
that
but
he must be more
the
powerful than the
footage
bears.
is
in this land with the
not
bear.
there.
No one knew that.
His GF was
No
in
one
the
ever
with him in the
friggin'
tent.
knew
That's so sad.
that there are times when my life is on the precipice of death.
But
and that
like,
these
why
bears
would
can
you?
bite, they can kill. If I am weak, I go down. I love them with all my heart. I will protect them.
Why would you fuck? I don't know. Why would you go live with bears? There's those. We've just watched those Russian people raise bears
one of them.
from being a baby, and they seemed okay with them. I guess as long as you give them food, the bears are
Give it to
fine.
me, baby.
Jester Turi, thank you
That's
for
what
the
I'm talking about. That's what
follow.
I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
He loves the camera.
So one thing we can see with Tim Treadwell,
He's not trying to be Werner Herzog. He's trying to go over the narcissism and stuff. He's approaching it from a psychoanalytical angle.
Significant amount of ego validation from the fact that he feels he must be more powerful than the bears to be able to survive amongst them.
Is this the bear? Yes, it's the bear guy. Yes.
Threatened by them, it must mean that he is in some way their master. And what does that mean? Well, that means he's more powerful than one of the most powerful animals in the world.
Go ahead back. Go back. This is a subadult, and this is what happens to them. They work together, and they get really powerful. As you can see, I am just feet away. You just relax. You just relax. I've now proven myself as being able to hold my ground.
He would have been if he had a gun. Yeah.
This is
He should have
Rowdy the bear,
prepared.
and he's rowdy. He's getting bigger.
Yeah, prepare
That
for
was
rowdy bears.
A challenge, and you have to remain cool in the challenge, in the moment. If you don't, you're dead. They can kill. They can bite. They can decapitate.
They can do
What
a
I'm
lot of
suggesting
things.
is
Yeah.
that Tim Treadwell has this need to be special. And where does that need come from? It might come from the fact that he doesn't actually feel special. His core feeling is that he is worthless in some way, or that there is some hole in him that needs to be filled. So he needs to believe that he is special and that he has worth. What that need leads to is a belief that he is special. Because if he holds that
Yeah,
belief,
anti-bear
the more he
dynamite would have
believes
solved
that
this
he is
situation.
special, the more he can deny that feeling that he has that he is not actually special, right? So he's chasing filling this hole with the feeling of being special, and he convinces himself cognitively that he is in fact special because the need leads to that belief that I think reaches the point of delusion in his life.
Perhaps this could have been avoided if he plied them with booze and cigarettes. Yes, yes, yes. Even wasps aren't like scary if you get them inebriated. You know, they'll just, you know,
I gotta think he was over 10
fall
feet high, don't
around
you?
on the ground all over
He's a big
themselves.
bear.
Yeah,
He's
they
a
should
big
have. Yeah,
A very big bear.
very big bear. I've heard this
The
part
first
of
thing
it, the
I notice
audio.
about Timothy Treadwell is that his demeanor is quite childlike.
Anyway, he's over here rub-a-dub-dubbing.
He sounds like me.
And so
This
that
is how I would.
childlike
That's how I
affect,
would
It's a
also.
definite contrast to the way
talk
Timothy
if I
Treadwell
saw a
wants
big
to
bear.
present himself. You know, he
But I
wants to have
wouldn't
this,
try to get any
He
closer.
wants to see himself and present himself as a kind of rugged Jack
There's a
London kind of
Wojtek
character
statue. I
that's out
almost
there,
read that
you
as
know, Bear
Wojak, and
Grylls
I was
kind
gonna
of guy.
fucking scream. Okay, Wojtek is fine though. Yeah, that's fine.
I'll do it with a bandana on, maybe a bandana off, maybe two different colored bandanas.
Maybe
Some
two.
without a bandana, some with the camera being held. I stumbled on that one. Let's do it again.
But in fact, what he looks more like is a kind of Peter Pan out in the wilderness, with these kinds of silly facial expressions and turns of phrase. And it makes me think about Arrested Development with him.
The show? Good show. Good
Stages
show.
of psychosocial development are something that are essentially analogous to stages we see in all of biology, right? You know, developmental stages happen for all organisms throughout their lives. And so in psychiatry and psychoanalysis, there's this analogous idea of psychological stages. Now, Freud had very interesting ones, I think, you know, with the oral and anal and all that kind of stuff. But that's
Interesting
sort of
is
lacking in
definitely
that kind of
an
pragmatic
understatement.
realism
Okay,
that
yeah.
Erik Erikson's stages have. So I really like the Eriksonian stages. Each of them is
A
defined by
Wojak
the
statue would be
typical
awesome too, and the rest of the
chronological
soy
age
crew.
associated with the stage and with the fundamental question that needs to be resolved. And the idea is that it requires the resolution of each one of these conflicts to be able to move on to the next stage. So you can see in infancy for 1.5
Digimon kind of
years,
have
the question is,
complicated
can I
little
trust the
fucking
world?
outfits,
Or,
don't they?
Is the world okay? Is it a safe place? If that resolves, you can move on to the early childhood question of, is it okay to be me? Am I okay? And
No.
each of these is associated with a kind of conflict that needs to be resolved. If it's okay to be
No,
me, I
you're
can
not
be autonomous
okay.
as a being.
You
If
need
it's
to
not
change
okay,
everything
I have
about
shame
yourself.
and doubt.
If
So
this
the
guy
next one
changed
is it
everything
okay
about
for me to
himself,
sort of
he wouldn't
move?
be
Is it
dead
okay
now.
for me to take actions, and that's initiative versus guilt. And then with school-age children, starting kindergarten and really first grade and onwards, the question is, can I make it out in the world of people and things? And that's the industry versus inferiority. Like, I'm either able to be industrious or I'm inferior. And then there's adolescence, where you have identity versus role confusion. And that's the question of who am I and what can I ultimately be? And so it's in this sort of pre-adulthood series of stages that I want to focus with Tim Treadwell, because we see him struggling with multiple of these conflicts.
That's Ranamon? Yeah, I'm
Inferiority, I would say,
trying, bro. I'm fucking
is a big one.
trying.
It's what's driving that need to believe that he is actually superior.
Doing my best.
If he
Doing
has
my
this
best.
unresolved sense of inferiority, he needs to overcome that, again, by insisting on the belief that he is superior, and by pursuing things which give him a sense of non-inferiority, of being special.
Government's
I
giving me all
want
they
to
have.
do the
So far.
hand on hip thing, but I don't know if her, I don't know if her
I've had danger in the boat, almost died, I've almost
little
fallen off a
arm
cliff.
things are gonna let me in.
Yeah. The danger factor's about to amp up in the maze. The maze is always the most dangerous.
Now, with Erickson, the idea was if you didn't resolve one of these conflicts, it's going to continue to present issues for you for the rest of your life until you resolve it. But this sort of goes hand in hand with the idea of arrested development and the idea of regression. So the idea of developmental arrest is if you don't resolve the goal of that developmental stage, you actually cannot psychologically move on. And
Yeah,
so you
I
will
think
act
he's
as
talking
though
about
you are a school-aged
why
child in
this
some
happened.
cases.
Yeah.
Or you will be a perpetual adolescent if you can't figure out who you are and what your role in the world is. And it's not as simple as a mere stagnation and just being arrested. There is a lot more dynamism allowed for here, with the idea that regression can happen in the face of stress, so that you sort of go backwards in time. And regression is something we see certainly in behaviors, like school-age children themselves will sometimes regress to pre-potty training if they have a major stress. They'll have a period of incontinence where they're wetting the bed despite having not wet the bed for years and years.
I don't know if
because
I
there's
like
some
that
new
either.
stress that essentially makes them retract back
This
into a
YouTube
simpler
guy's just
state.
seething jealous like
Because
Grizzly
it's
Man
as
could live
if
with bears
it's
and he
not
couldn't.
safe to
True,
be
Grizzly Man
that
did
age
live with
anymore.
bears for a
There's
while.
something bad about
Like,
this age, so let me
he
go
didn't,
back to the last
he
time
didn't
it was
survive
safe.
with bears, but he did
So I
live
think
with
it's not
them
a
for just
stretch
for a
to
little
say
bit.
if it happens with things like bedwetting, it probably happens with things like speech, mannerisms, and internally with the way you see the world. So you'll regress to seeing the world the way a child might see the world. Perhaps, let's say, believing that animals are teddy bears, right? Or acting the way that Tim Treadwell acts.
Oh, he's a big bear.
He's a big bear.
A very big bear. Wow. Anyway, he's over here rub-a-dub-dubbing. He's a big bear.
At times like this, when he's saying, he was up there rub-a-dub-dubbing, it's very childlike. So his behaviors are very childlike, but I think the way he sees the world is very childlike as well. So I'm immediately thinking there's some reason that he felt inferior from a young age, and that's leading to the insistence that he is not inferior to a pathological degree, as well as often presenting as though he is still a child.
I would be within the physical presence of bears 24 hours a day for months at a time.
This is crazy. This is nuts. These are the most dangerous animals on the face of the earth. And
Wow.
you want to
That's a little bit better.
put yourself in harm's way 24 hours a day?
I think they've been misunderstood.
How can I
She's got little butt fins.
First of all, Dateline's Keith Morrison. I'll never not smile when I hear his voice. There's something about Keith Morrison's just folksy gruffness. But so we see another thing that living
It's
amongst
kind of
the
like
bears
a bow
does
almost
for
on her
Timothy
butt.
Treadwell. Not only does he have the immediate experience whenever he's able to sort of turn away a bear, and avoid harm, that is an immediate feeling of power. So he has that. 2, he's going to develop this.
I would also feel
actually
powerful if I was able to turn away a bear, though. I would also feel powerful.
And 3, he's getting.
You would need to have the mind of a
validation
child to hang out with a grizzly bear. Only a child could fully comprehend a grizzly bear.
This pursuit is doing so much for that ego need. But again, this idea that he is now a national celebrity from his summers with the bears kind of contradicts the image of the rough and tumble outdoorsman. And so I just get the sense that there's still kind of a role confusion.
Why? What's the what? How doesn't he seem like a rough and tumble outdoorsman to you? Is it the voice?
Because it's getting
you can't help that.
These acclaims. He still
That's just how he
sounds. Who he is? Is he an activist? Is he an
fucking
outdoorsman?
Bitch?
Is he tough? Is he a sweetheart? He seems to be all of these things, without knowing exactly who he is.
That's a nice pose. Thank you. It took me a little bit to get it. But now I think I've got it.
Like to have a gun. I would never ever kill
now,
a
do
bear
I want to
in
put
defense
her
of
in
my own life. Would not go into
a different type of
and kill a
bikini?
bear.
I kind of want to put her in a gold version of her actual little swimsuit outfit. I really like her
of first
thing.
Camping in the more open areas of the wildlife reserve, and then moving into the
I really like her
thicker brush,
outfit,
which is what he called the grizzly maze, to watch the salmon run of the fall. This year in particular, he had decided to delay his exit by a few weeks, and it's been suggested that this added risk to his already risky
because
behavior,
they're
as
fucking
that is the time
hungry,
of year
bro.
that bears might become
They're
most
hungry.
desperate to put on fat before the winter. In Tim Treadwell's footage from his final expedition, there are 2 bears in particular, either of which some people have speculated might be the bear that killed and ate him. Whether or not that's actually the case, I think it is reasonable to suggest these are the types of bears most prone to attack a human, and in fact, Tim Treadwell himself suggests this.
I'm here on camera with Oli, the big old bear, and the big old grumpy bear. He just
yeah, they had some horny motherfuckers working on some of these. Yeah, absolutely.
Wanting to have control of the creek. I met him on the pathway the other day after feeling sorry for him, thinking that he was a bit gaunt, and he promptly charged me.
He's gaunt and you're hanging out with them?
Strike. I know the language of the bear. I was able to deter him from doing that, and I'm fine.
I was able to deflect his blows.
It is the old
right now I'm drawing Ranamon. I'm doing some
an aggressive one at that. Who's the one that you must be
some sketches of Golden Week bikini girls for people.
Kill and eat humans. Could Oli the big old bear possibly kill and eat Timothy Treadwell? What do you think, Oli? I think if you were
Oli is like, fuck yes, dude. Are you offering? Bro.
We hear Tim Treadwell's notion that he's just sort of friends with the bears. The story he tells of meeting this bear is the kind of story you'd tell about how you met someone at school or something, you know, that you just met him while you were walking along the hallway and you kind of felt sorry for him because he seemed out of place.
I met him on the pathway the other day after feeling sorry for him, and he promptly charged me with the intent to probably strike. I know.
No, I should probably do a different
and
design.
Then you also have the part where
what if I made her
so
thing into
I was
a
able
bikini
to deter
though?
him, and if I were any weaker, he would probably eat me.
I was able to deter him from doing that, and I'm fine. But I will tell you.
So this is definitely an illustration of Timothy Treadwell's kind of increasingly unrealistic view of what the bears are. I think when he first started going out there, it was more so a fascination from a distance. These are majestic beasts. But what he started to do was escalate from that emotional distance into an increasing
He got parasocial. He got Vtuber
which for the most
parasocial
part, I think,
with
was
the
a
bears.
drama in his own head, that he was friends with the bears and that he knew the language of the bears. Now, likely he did pick up certain types of survival behaviors in terms of like how to know when one was about to charge, but he combines that with this kind of personality-based view of the bears, that this one's grumpy, for example. So in the same way that you might escalate with an addiction, Timothy Treadwell seemed to escalate in terms of his involvement with the bears.
humanizing the bears.
Increasingly close
Will you eat us if we get too close? It depends on the what I've had to eat. Has food been plentiful?
Frequent bears here
this season.
In the Grizzly Maze. The Grinch is a female of about 5 years of age. Oh, hi, Grinch. Hi. And she has kind of an aggressive attitude. Hi. If I turn around too much, she'll bite me. It's okay. Hi, how are you? How are you? Don't you do that. Don't you do that.
Oh my god!
Don't do it. It's okay. I love you. I love you. I love you.
He kind of deserved to get eaten.
I'm sorry.
He's
there's almost this fantasy of a push-pull relationship.
He's really pushing it.
He has in some of these cases.
Don't eat me, I'm full of gluten. Aw,
winning
shoot.
in a confrontation over a bear, but then he also has.
Yeah,
this
you guys
kind
have
of
to go
fantasy
gluten-free
that
before I
they
can
love
eat you.
him.
Just
right. It's not
something
enough
to note.
that they fear him. He wants them to both fear and love him. So the push-pull is, get away, don't do that, and then I love you, I love you, I love you. I think this drama is entirely in his head because we can't really presume to know what the bear's decision-making process is at all in those cases. But, you know, from what I've heard listening to Wes on Tooth and Claw, it's probably something
like
along
that
the
is
lines
probably
of,
pretty good.
This isn't worth it.
Yeah. Don't you do that. Don't do that.
You know,
He
I
really,
don't have a reason to attack.
really starts like fucking
overinterpretation in Tim
scolding
Treadwell's
it like a
mind is
child, but he
the
gets like
bear is
mean about
realizing that
it.
Tim is
It's like an
stronger
abusive parent.
and is a beloved leader, and so the bear's not going to attack. I think
I am their beloved
overinterpretation.
leader.
It may also be an overinterpretation that we hear from this particularly cynical guy in the movie Grizzly Man, who says the reason the bears didn't attack him is because they probably thought there was something wrong with him.
I think the only reason that Treadwell lasted as long in the game as he did was that
the bears were like, we can't eat this one. He's fucked up.
Thought there was something wrong.
You always stream late at night. What's your time zone? EST is the time zone I go by when I schedule things. It's a weird time for me too, though. Don't worry. When I go live,
I think he had lost sight of what was really going on.
I think it is accurate that when Tim Treadwell is acting childish, singing lullabies to the bears, etc., he is also
crazy how Werner Herzog analyzed this guy so much better without having a PhD in women's studies like this guy. I don't know what his specialty is.
The kind of childlike innocence that borders on gullibility, even in normal cases.
But I mean, Werner Herzog is a professional documentarian, so
again, delusion. But so what I'm saying is the childishness we see in Tim Treadwell is not an act. Psychologically, it's how he's functioning internally. He isn't just pretending to be this child of the universe.
I'm trying to understand.
It's what he's experiencing.
The helmet. Please understand if it doesn't look absolutely correct. Please don't kill me if it's not absolutely correct. He makes great movies. Oh, I didn't know he was an actor too. I just know him for the documentaries. The bear's a grizzly too, right? Yeah. Grizzlies are like super like on a bear scale. The bear scale is kind of like based on their coat color, where the darker the bear, the calmer they are. Black bears are pretty chill, unless it's like they're with their babies. Grizzly bears are pretty damn mean, they'll eat you. And then polar bears will stalk you and kill you for fun.
Hi. Hey, you
just for the hell of it.
How are you? You're such a good champion. I love you. I love you. Okay, Get up there and guard that tent.
This guy is fucking weird. He is so fucking weird. He is so weird.
Tragic things about the Tim Treadwell story is that he couldn't just be happy filming foxes. Even though he has these moments of just pure joy and playful humor amongst the foxes, that wasn't enough for him. Because he had this hole that he needed to fill.
Yeah, because he had an
autistic special would not have been satisfied by
obsession with bears. Can you draw yourself with two regular eyes, but like the blue eyes meme? I know what you're talking about.
And intimidating as bears.
Only Timmy is the boss of all foxes and all bears. You're the ruler.
This guy would have been making banger YouTube videos like the ones we saw yesterday about Timothy Tiger if he was just born a little bit later.
Yep. Yes, I love my headband. I think one of the things that's really important is you can see the bond between this very wild animal and this fairly wild person.
When he's with the foxes, there is still the childlike nature, and there's still the potential for criticism that he's habituating wild foxes to humans. But there's also a sort of peace.
He has the same hair color as the fox. That's his fox
that
genes.
He's not subjecting himself to the intense
coming out.
Drama that the bears provide. And there's
the bear guy's real problem was a coke addiction. Oh, is
but
that?
Of course,
oh,
it seems to never be enough. He couldn't be satisfied without this.
I didn't know
that
was a thing.
Special,
that makes a lot of sense. He kind of acts like he's on crack.
Why am I special? Oh, because it's the grizzly bears, the most dangerous and deadly animals.
Yeah.
Not only that, I must be the only one that can save the grizzly bears. I must be the one. And everyone else, therefore, who's involved with the bears.
Sloth bears are the ones with the least. Really? But they're sloths, though. How would they like be mean?
He is the star of many people across the country, children, people, adults, and we're here in the Grizzly Sanctuary. But I'm wrapping up my work here in the Grizzly Sanctuary. Why is that? Because I'm on my way to the Grizzly Maze, where bears do not
on my way to the Grizzly. They have so many. What?
Bears
the
like
Grizzly Maze.
Bears like Demon, Hatchet, Downy, and Tabitha. And it's time for me to go to protect them.
Now, in actual fact, the entirety of Tim Treadwell's expeditions took place in Katmai National Park and Reserve.
The Grizzly Maze.
Federally protected lands, and so the idea that these bears needed Tim Treadwell's protection was baseless, or more precisely, based in fantasy. The escalation of this fantasy seemed to play into
that sounds
Tim
so
Treadwell's
whimsical and
overall
magical.
Escalation of psychological dependency on the bears. In its final form, it took on the grandiose notion that Tim Treadwell was the savior of the bears, with the paranoid counterpart that other people wished harm on the bears and on Timothy. That there were people in.
I mean, he probably was putting on a show, but he's still like fucking weird,
though.
Before
we talk more about
regardless,
that, let's trace back the thread
he's still
of
a weirdo. He still acts weird as fuck.
The bears.
But how did I come into this work? I was troubled.
Oh, is he gonna talk about the coke?
I used to drink to the point of that I guess I was either gonna die from it or break free of it. But nothing, Iris, could get me to stop drinking. Nothing. I did everything that I could to try not to drink, and then I did everything I could to drink, and it was killing me until I discovered this land of bears. And realized that they were in such great danger. They needed a caretaker. They needed someone to look after them, but not a drunk person.
Not a drunk person.
So I promised the bears that if I would look
at
over
least he knew not to be drunk. Yeah,
please help me. And
that's good.
They become so inspirational that I did. I gave up the drinking. It was a miracle. It's an absolute miracle, and the miracle was animals.
Now, Timothy Treadwell here cites drinking as the primary addiction. In his de facto autobiography, he actually also writes about drug addiction. He wrote that in the late 1980s, he had overdosed on heroin and cocaine and was rescued by a Vietnam vet named Terry, and that it was at Terry's urging that he went to Alaska in the first place to watch the bears. But I do believe Tim Treadwell's account that it was, in fact, this newfound love of the Alaskan wilderness and the grizzlies that enabled him to overcome his addiction. And that is because I believe he was using alcohol and drugs to fill
I really
that
like these
same
fins.
hole
This is a pretty design.
That he was using alcohol and drugs to make himself feel okay, temporarily.
I can see why
right? But then he
she is a well-liked Digimon. I've never seen her before, though.
Filling that hole, which was the grizzlies. But the problem was he did not address the root cause of his addiction, and so his addiction is displaced onto the grizzly bears, and that becomes its own even more severe addiction, I think, that escalated to the point of destruction, as pathological addictions tend to do. Addiction at its heart is a kind of seeking, an intense seeking for something like the feeling that I'm okay or that I'm not worthless, that has these moments of
She's a villain
relief.
from the 4th
There are
series.
these periods where you feel okay, but that's only ever temporarily in your grasp, right? In the longer term, it's a seeking for something that is forever just out of your reach. But so to replace that constant seeking of something beyond your
Villain
reach,
ladies continue to be the best.
That must be even more worth seeking, right? Even more worth pursuing. And we can think of this in neurobiological terms too, right? I mean, dopamine is the common link between all drugs of abuse and all addictive behaviors. And dopamine drives reinforcement, so it's often thought of as the reward chemical, but really it's more about salience and seeking behaviors. So consider a preconscious brain with only the most ancient structures, reptilian as they're called. And
Reptilians?
The role of dopamine in the deep brain is just that of movement. So dopamine in the basal ganglia initiates movement, and that
Reptilians
is literal
are real.
seeking for the organism.
They're real.
Seeking food or reproduction or seeking safety in the case of fear.
Reptilians are real, and they killed
cortex
Timothy
onto
Treadwell.
These reptilian structures. Dopamine still has the same end goal, movement, but now it's sort of involved in the planning stages of movement as well, right? So like the premotor cortex, but even more abstract thoughts and complicated perceptions can still be thought of as ultimately precursors to action, right? So dopamine underlies motivation.
Motivation.
So pre-movement, right? If you're motivated to do something, ultimately you're
I see enough reptilians when I watch the news.
So what does dopamine feel like? Well, it feels like this thing is worth pursuing. So it feels like this thing is significant. If it's a
reptilians are gatekeeping dopamine and serotonin. That's why I am the way that I am.
If it's a thought, it's a thought that feels significant and worth pursuing. So what dopamine feels like is significance or value, and what it does is motivate action, or pursuing the thing with value. So why are addictions so hard to quit? Well, because they're
I like the 5,000 word
logic you might have had
thesis paper, and all it did was define motivation.
Terms. And dopamine is the thing that assigns value to things. So if you're trying to sort of have an argument about whether something is valuable with yourself, and you have an addiction, the addiction has all of the currency.
Blah 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 blah. This was not as interesting as I thought. Do you think they? Damn. Let's see here. Denouement. I don't know what that means. Bears are fundamentally asocial, even with other bears. Is this true? I thought the bears that we saw the Russian guy raised from babies, they were playful. They were playful and whimsical. I don't think that's true. I investigated Appalachia's ugliest cryptid. Now that sounds good. The squonk. I love the squonk. I love the squonk!
666 West.
It just cries and
something just ran across
disintegrates into a puddle of tears if you are mean to it. It's squonking time.
It looks like there's a pair of glowing eyes looking at me.
Good evening, Appalachia, and all who inhabit it. There are so many different critters out there in the hollers and holes of
in the hollers.
Some, like Bigfoot, are mysterious and powerful. Others, like Mothman, are mystical and dreadful.
I think Bigfoot is mystical. Don't you pigeonhole Bigfoot into a non-mystical role?
Pitiful. It is considered the most pathetic, sad, and ugliest creature known to man. And I know it sounds familiar, but no, we are not talking about your mother. This is the squonk. Scientific name, Lacrimocorpus.
Would you miss me?
dissolvens.
Yes. Hi, welcome back,
And the talk
Leviat.
about
Russian
the
bears are
squonk,
really
we
just
gotta
more
go
whimsical
back
and
to the
social.
loggers of the
What is
in the
okay?
dark hemlock
Okay.
forest of northern Pennsylvania. The earliest recorded mention of a squonk
You know what? That makes
from
sense.
a book known
Because
as
whenever you hear about Russian fairy tales, they always got bears in them. They always got little bears, like fucking dancing around and shit in them. What made the Russian bears so whimsical when Russians aren't that whimsical at all? They kind of seem depressed.
Fearsome Creatures of the Lumberwoods by William
I'm
Cox.
drawing. I'm
Fearsome
doing
Creatures was
sketches
a
for
fantasy
people
field guide highlighting
of
various critters from
whatever
North
characters
American
they want
folklore
in Golden
that
Week
Cox gathered
bikinis.
from talking to
This is
early
Ronamon.
settlers, hunters, and loggers in an effort to memorialize
Yeah, the
these
bear
men
cavalry,
in a time
like-
where much of America's wilderness was being
Maybe
overly developed.
Timothy Treadwell should have
lumber
went to
regions are
Russia
contracted.
instead
Stretches
and
of
hung out with
forest
those
that
bears.
once
I bet
seemed
they would have liked
boundless
them.
are all but gone, and many a stream
Maybe
quiet
the
that
bears
once
in
ran
North
full of
America are
logs
just
and echoed the song
bitches.
of the river driver. Some say the old type of logger himself is becoming extinct. It is my purpose in this little book to preserve at least a description and a sketch. of
Russians
some
only
of the
happen when they
interesting
get to
animals
price gouge the
which he has
Germans.
originated.
Are only
So
happy.
in
Oh,
this book,
okay, yeah.
Cox is gathering
No, that makes
stories of
sense.
monsters and creatures to preserve the
Digimon
soul
does
and the
have evil
culture
women,
of these
yes.
old-timey loggers,
I've learned
both
that
of which
today.
have encountered these beasts during their work.
That's good.
Out there in the deep forests. He takes a description and a sketch from these loggers, and after that, details accounts of their
Everything
sightings. The
can be
loggers who
improved
work
by adding
the
evil
hemlock
women.
forest of northern Pennsylvania say the squonk is small, about the size of a medium-sized
About the size
pig,
of a CC.
with wrinkly, ill-fitting skin covered in lumps and warts. Some of the loggers say it has webbed feet, but most recall it having hooved feet, like a pig. They also say the squonk emits an awful stench, some comparing
Like
it
a
to the
CC
smell
chatter.
of sulfur, or in some tellings, manure, shit, poo-poo. Sounds like your
Poo-poo
average
dookie
Reddit user.
feces.
And this is where things get a little sad. It is said that the squonk believes itself so ugly that it is constantly crying, leaving
Aw, poor
acidic puddles
squonk.
wherever it travels.
It's
Give this
okay,
poor
there
little
are
guy some
uglier
Prozac.
people than you
The
out there. I
squonk never
see them all the
travels
time on
during the day
Twitter.com.
or
Don't
during
worry,
full
don't worry,
moon,
little
as it
squonk.
wishes to never be seen, only padding
Thank
along
you,
the forest
Gigahertz. Hi,
during
gotcha,
dark
everyone. Hi,
noon
hello.
moons. And hunters who have gone looking trying to capture the squonk have found that the creature is capable of dissolving itself completely into a bubbling pool of tears whenever it's cornered and scared. Although the squonk is a very niche cryptid who only has really been sighted by loggers in the 1910s and before, the fugly little critter has garnered something of a cult following. In the community of Johnstown, Pennsylvania, they even hold like an annual squonk festival to celebrate
nice,
the
good.
butterface critter.
Good.
And in fact, Pennsylvania recognizes the
give them
squonk
more
as
self-confidence.
its official state cryptid. I love everything about the squonk. It's just such a funny cryptid to me. And it's nice to hear about one that won't completely rip your face off if you come across it. But are squonks real? I want to find out,
Yes.
so I'm guessing I'm taking the 6-hour drive from Tennessee to northern Pennsylvania to try and look for one. All the lore says the best place to find a squonk is in northern Pennsylvania, specifically hemlock forests. So I reckon my best bet
Isn't hemlock
is the
poisonous?
Allegheny National Forest.
I
It's
think that
large,
means the
it's
squonk doesn't want you
isolated,
there.
and it's covered in dense hemlocks. At the time of filming, it'll be a new moon, so if there was ever a time or a place for me to catch a squonk on camera, it'd be
It's
there in
squonking
the Allegheny
time.
National Forest. Let's get to it, critters. Alright, critters, we have reached Pennsylvania after 6 hours of driving.
That's what they
fun thing
used to
about a
kill
lot of Pennsylvania,
Socrates.
It's real big Amish country. You'll, especially down where the area we're in right now, you'll be driving across the road and you'll see like signs that say like buggy crossing.
They were
or
mean to
carriage
that guy
crossing,
for
whatever
no
it is.
reason.
You can go to places like this and get like Amish candy. It's real cool, real fun. Well, hell, right there, there's a horse-drawn buggy as I as we go. It is wild.
Weren't they mean to him because he believed that the sun
We are officially in the new Allegheny National
didn't
Forest.
orbit the Earth, but it was the other way around?
There's a whole bunch of hemlock, and around these hemlocks is where you can find the squonks. So we're just looking around here, and later tonight we'll, you know, get out there in the woods and try to find it. But right now we're just kind of.
That's Copernicus. Oh, why did they kill Socrates then? What did he do?
I heard that there is a shop.
Philosophize too much? Think too much? Bro was thinking?
If I'm going to drive all this way to Pennsylvania, I'm going to get me some squonk merch. So that is so pretty.
Yeah, this guy thinks too much. Fucking and kill him. Get him. End him.
Allegheny Outfitters.
Socrates died in a raider attack.
Doing good.
I killed Socrates because he was annoying as fuck. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, philosophers usually are. They're asking questions that, like, we already have the answers to. Or, like, they don't even need to be answered. You're just being fucking... You're being a fucking nerd about it. I agree. They said he was corrupting the youth. Yeah, making them think too fucking much. They don't need to think. All they need to do is consume.
Show them what you bought. Nice. Hell yeah. Damn. That on the thing right there on the mug, that's a hellbender. It's a very large salamander that you can usually only
How
find
was the
here in
actual
Appalachian
charge?
Mountains.
Oh, okay.
We Appalachians
Was he?
love our hellbenders. I got myself
Was
a
he?
squonk patch because, you know, why not? And I got these for the wife because she
A noticer. Yeah, he was hashtag noticing. That makes sense. A philosopher
Shout
would
out
be a
to Allegheny
noticer.
Outfitters. They're awesome.
You're not supposed to notice. You're supposed to pretend to not notice. Did nobody tell him?
These must be those super dark, bushy hemlocks they were talking about. Minister Creek Campground. Oh, look, we're passing on to 666 West. That bodes wonderfully for us. That ain't eerie at all. And the sun is well and truly going down.
It's a little foggy.
Yeah, it is a little foggy. It looks creepy out here.
Woman says something that's readily apparent.
There's no way we're getting up there. The road's closed. It's covered in ice and snow. So head down yonder this way and see if we can find some other trailhead to get out there. That's the problem about going to these.
You were
northern
dangerously
states
close
during
to a
the
6
winter.
to a
It
7
makes it
there.
really
Yeah,
hard
I
to
know.
make a video.
Oh.
Everything's all
I
closed
saw an
down or froze
animation
over.
of
We're from the south,
a
so
lady
we're not
with big tits, and she was doing the
trail
6-7
here.
thing, but the 6-7 thing made her
snowmobile,
boobs
so
go up and
I don't know
down,
what that
bounce
means
up
for
and
me.
down, and then the 6 and the 7 were on top of her boobs, and they were also bouncing.
Can we go there?
And I was like, damn, that's good, that's good.
It's a snow machine trail.
I should have thought of that. Esaurus?
I think
It's in
this
my
is,
likes, I'll get it later.
Our best bet here. We've been going up and down these roads for hours now, trying to find a good place to pull off into the forest, and we found nothing until now. All right, actually, my wife.
That's because the squonk didn't want you to find
this is a
anything.
special video. I'm gonna give her these ice spikes, cramp-on things, so she doesn't bust her ass down these trails. All right, honey, give me your tootsies.
Feet? We get to see your wife's feet?
hurt. Oh.
That was stupid.
Woo! Well, that is certainly snow.
Man also says something that's readily apparent.
Everything is ripped out of the car. We just come back to the trailhead and it's nothing but a frame. Alright, honey, you ready to look for a squonk? So some things we're going to need to look for and listen for out here in terms of finding a squonk. First and foremost, crying. They say that the squonk just constantly cries and whines and whimpers because of how fuck ugly it is. We gotta look out for big puddles of water because it says it cries.
How are you
so
supposed to
much that it
find
literally
big?
creates
You should not
puddles.
be out here in the snow.
Squonk puddle.
Now
Big
you're not
puddles
gonna
of
be able to
water.
see the squonk puddles.
Anything that smells salty.
You're so
like
stupid. You're doing this at the
or just
worst
in
time
general
of the
stinky.
year.
They say that my wife is actively falling right now. Online, I've heard that it smells like a mix of sulfur.
How
and
the
a
fuck are you
pig's
supposed to find a
ass.
squonk puddle in the
That
snow?
may just be me after I get
Ria
this
Fur,
wet.
thank you for the follow. Is that
Some
Sam
tracks right
Hyde?
here,
No.
Those are people tracks. Someone went down there.
Where it's fallen off the branches.
This is an elite cryptid hunter man.
I want to check this out. Hold on a second. Stay here. Thank God these shoes are waterproof. I just want to get a look at these tracks. Nah, now that I'm looking at them, these are not human footprints. Yeah, definitely. And it came down through here. I want to check right here, but this is a creek. I'm pretty sure the ice will break underneath me.
Even.
On our way up here,
If you
we
were a
saw
local, that's what
bobcat,
you'd call
so
it.
There's obviously bobcats around here. Now, the squonk is said to live.
Did you see
in
that,
deep hemlock
who is
forest.
it? Ice
In fact, the
Poseidon
very first sighting
is
was
making,
loggers up here in Pennsylvania in the new Allegheny National Forest. who
fish
were,
tank 2
logging for hemlock.
and
Hemlock
calling it
forests are a
tankfish.
lot
Did you see that?
denser And have a much
Does
thicker
anybody
canopy
here even
than
know who
other
Ice Poseidon
type of
is?
trees and forests around in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, he's
And
still
they're even
alive.
called the
Shockingly, he's
redwoods
still alive.
Of the east, so very thick. From what I'm looking right here, the particular part of Allegheny that we're in, the problem is that there is not a whole lot of information on the squonk.
I bet that guy
or
owes
squonks.
300k to the IRS just like Sam
They're
Hyde.
a
Probably
very niche
more,
cryptid.
if I had to guess.
And I'm pretty sure many of you watching this video have never heard of the squonk before, unless you're from Pennsylvania.
No, I have. I have
there's
elite
definitely
ball
something going in
knowledge,
here.
bro.
Now,
Don't assume things
the
about
squonk
me.
is often
Whatever
said
happened to
that its,
Andy Dick?
appearance is a lot like a pig. So
I don't
while
know.
we're hiking through here, I'm going to keep an eye out for any type of cloven hoof prints. You know, small hoof prints like a pig would. These. The problem is, oh my God, the tracks are so deep in the snow that it's impossible to get a shape. But right here, yeah, I can't tell what it was. Whatever creature this was sunk into the snow, just like I am. And it
Okay,
went
I think
further
there's
back here.
a little more detail on her helmet and stuff. Hold on. Cyrus Ramsey, thanks for the follow. Thank you. Yeah, and then she has little...
I didn't catch anything on the night vision camera. Whatever it was, I mean, it could have walked this trail days ago. All this snow will freeze over and
Something like
basically
that.
fossilize the tracks, so it's impossible to tell when this animal could have went down here. That's the good and the bad thing about snow. It's easy to find tracks. It makes it much harder to figure out when
I don't
the
think
tracks
this
were
helmet
actually
is
made.
100% accurate,
Yeah,
but
frozen puddle right here.
I think
What
it's
do you
pretty good for never having seen
formation
this
or
character
swamp
before.
tide puddle?
Are you drawing a minish? No, this is a
Those are tracks
Digimon.
that were made in the last freeze, but a new batch of snow has laid over them. So there's still tracks, but tell because the snow is laid over it again that these are probably much older tracks. If this was fresh, it wouldn't have this new layer of snow over it. It would be much deeper, like these, even if it was a smaller creature. So these are old. Gonna ignore these tracks for now.
Okay,
You good?
Can you tell?
she has like little monster eyes.
That's what these knee pads are for.
What's a
right?
Wampus cat? I agree though. They're gonna they probably are gonna get eaten by something. Oh wait, hold on.
Snow.
This
You
thing.
You think so?
No.
You think so?
Oh God.
Is more like this. Okay. Sick. Did you see it? Did you see it? It kind of fucks me up that she doesn't have any hair, but that's fine.
You son of a bitch. think there's any Bigfoot in Pennsylvania?
Honey,
What?
did you not hear that?
No, not really.
Something just ran across the water.
Something just ran across the water and went.
Oh, your
Wee,
stick cut it all
I wish
out.
I wasn't so ugly. Ooh. It must be the squonk. It's squoke.
I don't see much of anything. Too much tree. Tell you what. You stay right here. I am gonna head down yonder and see if I can spot anything. Okay?
Okay.
There's that skeleton gif running across the screen. So they don't only have a squonk problem, they got a skeleton problem too? This place is
God, these
fucked.
tracks just
This place is
keep going.
cursed.
Okay, check it out. Look. I'm actually able to see what kind of animal this is. These are hoof prints. This was
These
a
are
deer,
squonk prints.
I think. It's kind of hard to
You can tell because they're so
But
soggy.
since I don't know for sure, it could be a squonk. They are cloven creatures just like deer. I could have sworn I just heard something breaking here. God, how long does this go for?
Wait, what? Oh, it's... she has like really long
Look, everywhere
lashes
you
on the
look,
bottom of
there
her
are
eye.
Animal footprints.
And it's the
We
longest
got
one
these
is
big old
the
cedar trees right
closest
here.
one to her nose.
This is a really, really cool spot. I wish I had brought my hammock. Oh, we have poop.
Poop!
Is deer poop right there. See the little pellets? That is definitely deer poop. A deer came down here and dropped the commode.
Ah! Now, does she have fangs? I was watching a stream yesterday. I got shot at Rosenkreutz from... Did he? Yes! Oh my god! Hold on, wait. No, we have to... No, wait. Oh, this is big. Big if true. Where is it? Okay, this is the lyric breakdown video.
I'm Shadow Ravencroft.
I'm Shadow Ravencroft, and you're watching a YouTube channel. Okay, now... You have to bear with me not being able to type because I can't see the keyboard. Go. Go. What do you mean? Where's it at? Yeah, I know the ad's about to start, but where's it at? Is it a different... Pretty Kitty Miliana. Is it a different channel? Hold on, let me get my tablet out of the way for a second. Cyrus, thank you for the sub. Thank you. Oh my god, thank you. That's awesome. Pretty Kitty how do you spell that? Millianna. Yes! Let's put on some real shit. There's a way to see the unlisted videos. Yeah, but this was taken off of private unlisted just for me.
Pretty little kitty with the skin so smooth and hair so lush, cladded in a bikini like a swimsuit model, strutting on a catwalk, jumping jobs, kitten's got claws. She's quite the catch. I wanna pet the pussy cat. I wanna hero pull. She exceeded expectations.
Exceeded expectations.
From the tower of heaven to mermaid heel, the growth is unbelievable.
Sing it.
She's a new sensation in the guild. She's the belle of the ball. Her charm is potent.
She's the belle of the ball. Her charm is potent.
But with danger cold, she's no longer small.
She's no longer small.
Eyes like daggers, sharp and bright. She'll fight in the day and pull through the night. She's exceeded
Expectations.
showing the best rehabilitation.
Show the best rehabilitation. Oh, we're gonna choose evil. That's right. Station in the guild hall. She's a belle of the ball. Give me a couple times listening to this. I'm gonna be able to karaoke it.
And legend unfolding with every pole. She's quite the Catwoman. She's exceeded
Expectations.
shown the best rehabilitation.
Station.
From the tower
We're up heaven.
heel, she's a brand new sensation. In the guild hall, she's the belle of the ball. Her charm is potent, we can't help but fall for her. Miliana's got a sparkle in her eye.
Miliana's got a sparkle in her eye.
Binding hearts with a flick of her hand.
With a flick of her hand. Wouldn't it be no? What? No, go back. Wouldn't it be better as Paw? No, I shouldn't question him. He's the Miliana expert. His YouTube topic has 100 songs. No, he has one for Scooby-Doo too. Ah! No way. Game over. The final catch. Albums and singles. Backfire Baby. I Am the Storm. I want the Scooby-Doo one. I love Scooby-Doo. Night of 100 Frights. That's a good game. This guy knows ball. You can't search a topic? Fuck? It's all the way at the bottom? Oh! Okay, file ascended. Fright, there it is! Why are comments turned off? How am I gonna know the lyrics? There's always somebody in the comments dropping lyrics.
Then fight. Look left, look right. You're going to be scared tonight. You better run for your life.
Wait, isn't this the song? Wait, the cat island?
Better not cry. You better not pout.
Okay, no. No. It sounds kind of similar to the song that plays in Zombie Island at the beginning. The lyrics anyway.
Run away,
but no, you can't pout, you can't cry, you can't. It's just like Santa Claus.
I bet you won't come back.
I bet you won't come.
Scooby snack. This is quite the frightful night. Scooby-Doo.
Scooby-Doo.
What a night for a black night.
This is awesome.
Like the phantom shadows. Ghouls, goblins, and ghosts. Scooby-Doo, you better run. Your friends are mine.
Your friends are mine.
1,000 fights. Look left, look right. You're going to be scared tonight. You better run for your
This
life.
is Shadow Ravencroft.
Run away, little doggy.
Sarah
I bet you
Hole.
won't come back. Not even for a Scooby snack. Phantoms. Tall monsters. Black knights and creepers.
Black
This
Knights
is going
and
to be quite a
Creepers.
frightful night.
Creepers, oh man.
The mastermind controls the mansion. The gang is trapped, and the only one who can
I really
save
like
them
the beat in the background of this. It's like a 10-second like loop. It's like a
is
like drum track.
Scooby-Doo. Night of 1,000 flights.
The fact that he was able to get so much out of so little. That's how you know he's a real genius.
This is going to be quite a frightful night. Scooby-Doo.
Scooby-Doo. That's fantastic. Thank you. I'm gonna have to subscribe to this on my other browser that I'm logged in on. Thank you. That's awesome. Now, see if his videos, if his lyrical breakdowns weren't so damn long,
I'm shouting.
I'd listen to it. But it's like he spends 30 minutes talking about it. You're welcome. Yes, thank you. Maybe there are like shorter ones. Maybe he only talked for 30 minutes because it's his waifu. Had a lot to say. The Squonk video was also not hitting for me. What are human death walls? That's, you know what? Sure. Why not? They say that works of art are always in a museum, but that's false. They're in a mirror. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, I am a work of art. You're right. I have some other kind of weird people videos too, but I want to be fully cognizant. So let me finish this one, this drawing, and we'll go and watch a few of those.
You may have heard the phrase death wall.
No, I've never in my life, no.
Have you ever actually seen a real one? Well, now you have.
What?
This
That's it?
is a death wall. For at least the past 1,500
I could
years,
survive it. I
Murus
could survive that.
in Latin, or in English, foresight walls, have been known in a few remote and very isolated villages in England. Yet, by the medieval period, the name had darkened. Murus providentia became Murus mortis. Foresight walls became death walls. If you've not heard of death walls, you may be wondering, what are they?
Yeah, what the
Also,
hell?
why would every person in a village gather in front of them once a year on Halloween?
yeah, no, that is a good question.
The first question,
Why?
what are they? That's simple. Each year, just after midnight,
Are the Amish? Why aren't you fucking
Are the
talking?
Amish
There we
aware of
go.
the flame demon that are coming to kill them and feed them to a wall of flesh?
I think it's funnier if they don't know, so
played
keep
out
it quiet.
before your very eyes in unflinching and sometimes horrendous, violent and bloody detail. Some people tried taking cattle, dogs,
Thank you for the head
cats,
pat.
sheep,
Thank
and even
you.
plants to these walls, but they don't reflect the fate of animals or nature, only people. So by the late 9th century,
It
the
kind
name
of
had
does
changed
seem
again
like an
to Murus
early
mortis hominis.
human thing, like a
Human death
like a medieval thing to do
Why
to like
does every
stand in
person
front
in
of
the
the
village
death
visit
wall.
them
They didn't
at the
have
same
anything
time?
else to do, so
Well,
why not?
as the saying goes, there's safety in numbers. No one in their right mind would visit them alone. And yet, here I am, at the end of October on Halloween.
I guess you must
Let's
be
see what
quirky and crazy, huh?
Look, nothing at the moment. For most of the year, these walls are nothing more than an outcrop of rock in some forgotten corner of moorland or forest. But on All Hallows Eve, for a few minutes after midnight, they become something else.
For a few minutes after midnight, they come.
Portal to the future. And it was here, I think it was in the year 1492, that a newly appointed
Capture her personality really well. She looks
Father
naughty.
Thomas
Yay!
Ainsworth, left as the only first-hand
That makes me
clerical
happy because,
account
like I said, I've never
of a
seen this
human
character
death
before
wall ever
now,
discovered.
which is crazy because
His
I've
diary,
seen
which
several
had
sexy
been
Digimon
hidden
girls.
beneath
People
the
really
altar
like
of St. Edward's
Digimon
Church in Leek,
girls.
which is just a few miles from here. It was discovered in the 18th century when the church was being renovated. As I said, today is the 31st of October 2024, Halloween, and it's now just a few minutes before midnight. I want you to imagine yourself being here exactly 532 years ago.
It's called the Death Wall. No, I'm good. I'll stay home. Thank you. Thank you for the invite, though.
Father Thomas was determined to prove that death walls were nothing more than a
She's
legend.
mostly a sadistic
So he
flirt. I love that.
disguised
That's
himself as a
beautiful.
peasant farm worker, dressed in
That's a great
plain cloak and
personality
rough
for a
clothing.
woman to have.
He was hoping to blend
Actually,
in
that
with
is
the
just kind of
crowd
most women,
which were
but
climbing into the mist-shrouded hills. But the stink of cruel, lifelong poverty
we
clung
got
to
the
the
Death
locals
Wall tomorrow.
more than he could
No.
ever imitate. The poor folk of Leek would gather in the town square for the traditional beer and ergot-infested rye bread before setting out. Then, shuffling forward in a long, silent line, they began their climb into the darkness. Some carried hollowed-out turnips with tallow flames flickering in their center, the long line of dim lights swaying over the moors like some giant serpent.
Sorry, let me get rid of some of these like marks
Summoned by
everywhere.
hunger itself.
Whenever I sketch stuff,
But this
it's
was no
really
hunger of the
messy.
stomach. They were painfully accustomed to that. This was a desperate hunger for redemption.
But I should at least clean up her
Quite
face.
simply, had they done enough good to give them a peaceful death? Thomas knew that the church had issued threats against anyone who attended such gatherings. He himself had raged against them many times from the pulpit.
Okay, so the...
Yet he also knew that fear preached harder and louder than he ever could, and its sermon pulled the crowd forward towards the wall. 1492 had been a year of lean harvest. The crops rotted in the soil, oats
Year
thinned
of
to
lean.
dust. Limping cattle staggered in the
You know, they
fields
call
before their
lean
bleached
dirty
white bones
Sprite,
would
and that's
lie
why it...
scattered
Did you
where
see
pastures should have
the
been
Mormon drinks
And so
that
it was at the turn of
McDonald's is coming out
October
with?
that en
They're
masse they crept into
catering
this
to the Mormons. They're
vein
like they have a
chasm
bunch of
where
dirty
the stone
sodas
walls
out
leap
right
and
now.
Ivy clutches like fingers escaping a grave.
But
Martha, the miller's
lean is
daughter,
also
carried a
called
tallow
dirty
lantern.
Sprite, so
Her
that's why they
pale
had
and
to come up
sickly
with a
young
different
brother
name for that
clung to
one
her
instead of
skirts,
calling it that.
whispering scraps of
Yeah,
half-forgotten
yeah, the
prayers.
new McDonald's stuff.
Behind them came Richard the charcoal burner, his hands still black from his craft, fingers twitching as if to feed more wood to the fire. One by one they pressed inward until the moon above was swallowed by the high walls.
I've
This
tried the
place
dirty
had been
soda, but
holy
it's just
once,
sweet
when
cream
the
instead of
Lollards fled the
codeine.
King's men
Okay,
and made
why?
this gorge
I
their
don't. Well,
secret
okay, is it
church.
like a cream soda then? Is
But
that what
Thomas
it
saw
tastes
no
like?
sanctity here.
That's
He knew
okay, I
that
guess.
Without veneration, holy things swiftly rot to nothing. He heard the tales the villagers whispered of past years and how the wall gave sight of a terrible future, with the starved, the drowned, the plague dead, and the hewn, all waiting behind the stone for their living reflection. He heard, but didn't believe.
Oh, okay, this is during
Thomas
the
was a
plague.
servant
That's
of
why
Rome,
everybody was
an
lining up
ordained
at the
man
death
of the
wall.
church, and he had come that night to prove the legend
Okay, yeah,
false.
now it makes a lot of sense.
The people gathered, whispering to anyone who would listen, a list of the good deeds they'd done since last Halloween. And then, just before midnight, a great stillness fell.
Have you tried the dirty Mountain Dew?
Father
It's
Thomas would
cream
later note that
soda
the
mountain.
air
Does
grew
that
heavy
taste
as
good?
though
That
the
sounds like it
very
wouldn't taste
breath of
good. That sounds
decay
kind of
had
yucky.
withdrawn, leaving only some darker presence. Then,
Like
from far below,
citrus,
the peal
cream
of the bell in
soda?
the
I don't
tower
know.
at St. Edward's Church rolled out over the moors. The assembled crowd listened intently, marking each chime with gathering dread.
You gotta pay them to come in your Mountain Dew. Bro, and they don't even give you,
7. A silence fell over the gorge.
They're taking away
8.
the soda machines, too.
9.
So you can't even, like, get a free
10.
refill after.
They pressed together, shoulder to shoulder, seeking strength and comfort from closeness. 11. 12. And then it happened.
I would prank people so fucking hard with the death wall.
Everyone turned to face the wall, and for a heartbeat, nothing stirred. Only the flicker of lanterns trembling across faces, pale with fear. And then the stone began to pulse. Thomas drew near, and to his shock and horror, he saw phantoms moving within the wall itself.
Phantoms.
He knew then that it wasn't
Did he
just
say
an old
6,
legend,
7?
as the church had claimed.
6, 7,
Nor
6,
was
7.
it a ghost story told to frighten the gullible. It was true.
I would spread the
moss-covered
plague on
surface
purpose.
Did not reflect the living,
Yeah.
but visions of their death. The widow Joan cried aloud when she saw herself drowned in the mill pond. Richard, the charcoal burner, fell to the ground at the sight of himself swinging from a rope. Even children weren't spared.
Okay,
Martha's
it's like a
brother
slightly
clutched her
darker
hand,
color
wailing
of her
that he
skin.
saw fire consume him, his flesh alight as a torch. Martha gasped. Her lantern flared bright, and in its unsteady light, she saw what the others had seen. Shapes crawling in the moss, shadows too dense for moonlight. They were outlines of the condemned, men hanged for heresy or the false claims of vengeful neighbors, women burned for muttered charms and herbal remedies.
Okay, so they deserved it.
Their faces forever unhinged.
I
in
love the
silent
death wall.
screams. The crowd erupted. Some ran clawing towards the mouth of the gorge. Others dropped to their knees, struck dumb as cattle before the axe. Martha struggled to flee. Her brother's hand was torn from hers. She saw herself in the wall, her face streaked with blood.
Oh, Martha, you're fucked, Martha. You're fucked. Yeah, joining on the side of the death wall. Yeah, definitely.
They saw through his disguise. A priest
Me
had
being
no
a
place
tattletale
here.
to the death wall.
At first, only a dim shadow in the damp, and then sharper, until he saw his own face staring back through the moss. Torn, ruined, gnawed.
When
Wolves,
somebody you find
2 dozen.
annoying
Their muzzles red with blood and
gets,
entrails. He saw himself dragged to the ground, ripped apart and consumed. His mouth gasped in
Gets
silent
eaten by the
pleading
death
for
wall.
help and mercy, but neither came. Their teeth found his throat. He watched himself twitch, convulse, and then fall still. The priest's breath failed him. His knees gave way. The vision clung even as he closed his eyes. The wet snarl of jaws and the crack of his own bones would not fade. And then, as his apparition dissolved back into the rock, he knelt and prayed. The weight of silence forced him down. As he looked up, every spirit behind the walls stared at him, their faces contorted with rage and violence. He felt their thoughts as a single voice. We know you. There is no redemption here for your kind. Go, priest, and never return.
Got called the fuck
stumbled
out
back
by the
onto
death
moonlit
wall,
moor.
dude.
With horrified faces, they returned to the workhouse, to the farm, to their hovel. The talk of the villagers was of a promise, thin as a cobweb and cruel as a hangman's rope. If they lived a good and blameless life following the vision, if they gave bread when they had none, coin when they had little, or mercy when they had only spite, then fate might, just might, unfasten the lock. Very rarely, once in a generation, someone's death had changed for the better. It was something to be wished. To drift gently into
Bro, I'd be
final
wishing. I
sleep,
kind of would
a
be
full
wishing
belly,
death
the warmth
kind
of
of a
fire
lot,
nearby,
though.
the murmur
Just
of
like
kind
people that I don't
voices
really
close
like
at
all that
hand,
much.
and the tear-streaked faces of one's kin softened by candlelight. Thomas finally understood why they came here year after year. The promise of a better death was enough to draw the desperate. This was the year 1492 when Columbus was sailing west into vast oceans which no English peasant
What are
had
you
ever
watching?
even
This is
imagined.
about the human
In the
death
village of
walls.
Leek, no one cared for the wider world. they thought only of thin oats, stillborn cattle, and the sky that spat rain until the fields drowned. But they tried to be good for a while. After Halloween, Joan the widow gave half her grain to a neighbour's hungry child.
Well, that's nice,
Richard
Joan.
the charcoal burner left coins, a precious few, on the altar at St Edward's Church. Martha scrubbed the priest's floor, though he paid her nothing. And
fucking bitch!
despite
Didn't they
his vows,
just fucking call his ass
felt his
out too?
eyes
Fuck
lingered too
you!
long
I
on
hate
her.
this guy. I hope he gets got by
tried
the death wall next
for a
year.
short
Fuck
while,
you.
For goodness was the only shield, thin as it was. But goodness rarely holds, it rarely lasts.
Fucking
The widow
bitch.
Joan slipped on the ice that winter, falling into the mill pond. They found her in the thaw,
Bro is just
hair
being
tangled in the weeds, her face eternally frozen in terror. Richard was caught
Fucking asshole.
poaching deer and hanged
Alright.
on a green hill above the village. As a warning, his body was left high to rot, until
Alright,
only the
let's put
skeleton
a
remained,
little
swaying
bit
in the
of
breeze.
shading
Martha's
around.
brother lit a candle too near the thatch.
Not shading,
The
just
fire spread like the
like,
devil's laughter,
you know,
and she carried
you
him
gotta make
screaming
some
into the
parts
night,
dark.
his flesh crackling in her arms.
It,
She
it
never
makes
recovered,
it stand out a little.
dying a few months later with plague blood rising from her lungs.
Have you watched the video about the cannibals in the cave?
The
No,
wall had
link
spoken
it.
True.
That sounds awesome.
When at last Thomas
I love
staggered into the night
I
air,
love cannibals.
the
I'm so
others had
glad they have
already
their own
fled.
cave.
Once safely back on holy ground, rested and well fed, he told himself and his diary it was an
Oh, I
illusion,
didn't color her
some trick
thingy.
of mist and
Her
hunger
her
and
dongle.
credulous minds.
Her dingless.
Yet even as he wrote, he heard the sound of paws padding beyond the vestry door. He smelled the pack on the wind, but he had no fear. As a man of the cloth, he believed himself immune from harm.
Oh,
By God's
well,
divine
no,
grace,
you're not.
no evil could touch
Oh,
him.
he's got a
So he
big
opened the
storm coming. This is, who is it? Ranaman.
Staffordshire, was eaten
Ranaman.
by wolves outside his church on All Saints' Day, 1492.
Good.
On his gravestone
Good.
is the Latin epitaph, Quem lupi commendunt, des anime eas miserator, nam mulus nullum abit. He the wolves have eaten, may God have mercy on his soul. Nam mulus nullum abit, for the wall has no mercy.
There are different ways in which a disease could be considered deadly or lethal. For example, COVID had a much
Wait,
lower
what?
mortality rate
Oh, was
than
that the end?
closely related to
Fuck. Thanks. Cannibal time. Cannibal cave.
Booking.com has all kinds of stats.
No,
because
shut up. Come on.
Take a look
there
at
we
this
go.
cave.
Take a look
This
at
is
my
a
cave.
known as Sonny Bean's Cave. It's quite beautiful from the outside, and the surrounding countryside and ocean is even more so. But this beauty is deceptive. This cave is actually the site of one of the most gruesome and mysterious stories in Scottish history. As always, viewer discretion is strongly advised. In 1977, theater and drive-in movie audiences flocked in droves to catch the latest movie written and directed by horror icon Wes Craven. Following the success of his directorial debut with the 1972 release of The Last House on the Left, fans of the genre, and him in particular, were eager to see what Craven's twisted mind had been working on for the previous 5 years, and to many, he didn't disappoint. His new movie, The Hills Have Eyes, equally thrilled and
that's a great
disgusted
movie.
audiences
I
on its
love
release,
that
raked
movie.
in $25 million at the box office, surpassing the success of his first film.
Eh?
Of
Eh?
course, many big-name
Did I do
film
this on
critics
the
said it
wrong
was
layer?
too gruesome,
But-
but wider audiences of horror genre fans propelled the movie into the status of cult classic. Over the years that followed, it became a film franchise and was even remade in 2006. And judging by the average age of the audience on the channel, you're probably more likely to have only seen that version.
No,
Now,
I've
if you're
seen
unfamiliar
both
with
of
the movie,
them.
It sort of starts like this.
You bitch.
During a good old-fashioned American road trip in the 1970s, the Carter family is traveling to LA. With a trailer in tow, the father, Bob, pulls into a gas station called Fred's Oasis in a remote area of Nevada. And we're talking extremely remote, like middle of the desert, single road, no other stops for miles in every direction. After they get gas and check the fluids under the hood, Fred warns the family to stay on the main roads, which of course is advice they don't follow. The family car then eventually skids off the highway and wrecks, causing one of their dogs to run off into the Nevada desert hills. And this is where it all begins. There's something in that remote desert living in the caves there that begins systematically stalking and killing them.
Oh, right. I need to. I was like, why did it look so different?
Creativity it would take to dream up such a scenario.
I need to
It was
color the
actually during his
lines.
research following the release of The
Duh.
Last House on the Left that he came across a story so revolting that he couldn't help but let it inspire his next movie. And the story that would end up inspiring The Hills of Eyes was the story of the Sawney Bean clan.
Okay.
It's uncertain where exactly he was born, but
The-
Alexander
the
Bean,
what?
also
The
known as
Sawney Bean?
Sawney, likely came into the world in the late 15th century in Scotland. Sawney was the son of a hedge trimmer and a ditch digger, and as was customary at the time, he would go on to follow in his father's footsteps, or at least attempt to. Pretty quickly, however, his father discovered that a working life didn't appeal to Sawney.
I think it was like in 7th grade when
Simply
The Hills
put,
Have
by all
Eyes and
accounts, he
Halloween
was lazy
remakes
and
came
preferred
out.
to waste his life
I
daydreaming.
think I can't remember
This was obviously met
what
with scorn
grade I
and
was
disappointment
in.
from his father, who did
I do
all
remember
he
them
could to
coming
encourage
out though,
Sawney into
and
a life of
then
hard labor, but no
I had
matter what
already
he tried, nothing worked,
seen
particularly Sawney. Much of his early life is a bit of a mystery, but at some
the
point in his
other,
adult
the
years, he met a woman
originals for
named
most of
Black
them.
Agnes Douglas. Around the time of their meeting, she was being accused of
And I
witchcraft
thought the
and
new
was
ones were
also
kind
looking
of
for an escape.
dooky.
So the two ended up being a perfect match, and they ran off together to leave behind a life of servitude, fleeing for the coastal county of Ayrshire, Scotland. Other than the relocation itself, neither of them had much of a plan, but they did manage to find a place to stay that still exists to this day. And this was a place truly befitting of the couple. If you happen to stumble on it, you'd likely miss it altogether, as it's little more than a crack in a rocky cliff. It's located at the north end of Balcruchen Bay, about 5 kilometers north of the community of Ballantree. And it is in fact not a crack at all. It's actually a raised cave that the couple took shelter in and decided to call home. The cave today, which is known as Sawney Bean's Cave, sits right at the high tide mark, and each time high tide rolls in, it floods much of the
I'm
entrance.
surprised you've never heard of this
For Sawney
story.
and Agnes, though, this was just fine, maybe even preferred actually, as they made the inner
Maybe
reaches of the
because it's like
labyrinth tunnels
European
their
or
main
something.
quarters. The cave itself is about 590 feet or 180 meters deep, and its quarters measure about 1 mile in total length. And the combination of all of these factors is credited for the couple going completely and utterly undetected for 25 years. All of those years ago, after relocating without working, however, there was a big problem Sawney had to contend with. He had to support himself and his wife, and while he could have learned how to fish and lived off the ocean right outside his front door, he opted for a more efficient way to earn money through robbery.
Yeah,
In the
okay.
areas between nearby towns, there were narrow roads that were well traveled, giving him the perfect setting and opportunity to take
Thinking
advantage of
outside of the
travelers,
box,
particularly
I
those using the
suppose.
road
Okay,
alone.
yeah.
When a horse or a wagon would reach a certain point in the woods, he'd jump out, force the travelers to stop, and then take whatever he could from them.
Yeah,
Often
yeah,
this would
lots of
include
titty. I mean, to
jewelry,
be fair,
currency, food, and other supplies.
the originals had
Then,
lots of
once he
titty
had
usually
everything he could
too.
grab, he disappeared into the woods and brought the spoils back to the cave where Agnes was waiting. For a time, this was enough, but Sawney apparently started to wonder about the chances of him being caught. The penalty for the crimes he was perpetrating during the time period was death, so leaving witnesses was a risky proposition. To resolve this matter, Sawney came up with a fairly simple and straightforward plan.
Yeah, you take their
If
money
there were no
and then you
witnesses
eat
to the
them.
crime, how could he
Yeah.
ever be caught?
That's
Almost as soon as the idea struck
all
him,
of
he
your
put the
needs
plan
are
to
met.
action and soon realized this created another
The
problem,
fish
though,
woman
which was
is
disposing
cute,
of the
thank you.
evidence. If the local authorities were made aware of dead bodies left lying in the woods, it would almost certainly result in an extensive manhunt to find the killer. But rather than focus on the problem, Sawney, despite his apparent laziness, was a solution-minded individual,
Lapping,
and he figured he could actually solve
Patsu
several issues all at
is
once.
next.
To remain undetected while visiting local shops and merchants was nearly impossible, so trading in the goods he took from travelers was a risk he no longer wanted to take. To that point, he'd been trading valuable items
Hey,
for food,
where's
but
my mouse?
if he
There
just
it
killed the
is.
travelers and brought the
Yeah, I
bodies
think
back
it
to the
turned out
cave
pretty good
with
so
him,
far.
he and Agnes would
Yeah.
also never have to worry about food again. And so it went afterward, with Sawney continuing to ambush travelers on the narrow roads between villages. He'd lure them off their horses and wagons, quickly dispatch them, and then drag them into the cave where Agnes would prepare them.
They got a whole,
Prior
like,
to this, the couple had been nearly starving,
system.
but now they had a steady supply of food and high
Until the
protein
80s, people
food
could
at
just
that.
disappear and people wouldn't look
Soon they
for
both
them.
regained their strength, and in doing
Yeah,
so, the
I
couple began
remember
having
that's
children.
yeah, a lot of kids.
Before long, they had 14
So that's why they started
8
putting
sons and
their
6
faces
daughters,
on milk
all of which
cartons.
were fed what Sonny
It was
brought back
really
from the
easy to
moment
be
they
a
could eat
serial
solid
killer
food.
before.
In fact, as the children became old enough, they started
Yeah,
to
the
join Sonny in his
1980s.
attacks on travelers, and all the extra help made for much lighter work for
Lappin
their
is a
father.
silly character. She is.
When more
yes.
of them were joining Sonny
I
on
think
his
I'll
daily
give
duties, the
her
Bean Clan was able to
a
start picking
one
off larger
piece.
traveling parties, sometimes
Golden
dispatching
one
upwards of 6
piece.
people in one ambush. Years apparently passed like this as the Bean Clan continued to make a deplorable living
Perhaps.
for themselves. And as if things weren't disturbing enough, the kids eventually start to have kids of their own. And this wasn't from finding outside partners, if you know what I mean. After a long enough span, the family that once began as 2 had grown to 46, with all of them living inside the cave together and all of them
The
hunting
faces on
travelers
milk
together.
cartons thing didn't go as well as
you
they
might
wanted
imagine,
it
the
to.
constantly
Did
growing
nobody
list of
care
missing people
still?
was noticed by the nearby villagers, and desperate for justice, they first began to point fingers at one another.
What
The brunt of
series
the
is
blame initially
Lappin
fell on
from?
local innkeepers, since the inns were often the last place those went missing were seen.
The silly series.
Untold numbers of innocent people were wrongly accused of being responsible for the disappearances, and were sentenced to capital punishment, with not a single one of them confessing to the crimes on the gallows. After enough of
Silly
these,
little
attention began to
creature
shift to where all
series.
of these disappearances had been taking place. If it wasn't these condemned people, maybe there was some other explanation. Local authorities eventually organized massive searches in hopes of finding some feral group of people living in the forest, but efforts came up empty. In fact, during one scan of the coastline, a member of a search party even came across the entrance to Sonny Bean's cave.
He chose
and
a
pointed
good
out to the
place.
others.
Damn.
But everyone would agree that there was no way anyone could live and survive inside a sea cave. So, more years went by, and the Bean Clan only got better and better at their family profession. The ambushes on travelers were executed with military-like precision, and there was never a shortage of victims. The family apparently also became nocturnal, remaining in the cave throughout the day and coming out at night to hunt unfortunate travelers.
Like vampires.
And because they were bringing in more than they could eat at any one time, the women learned to salt and pickle the meat to preserve it. But even then, there would be a constant stench of rotting flesh permeating through the cave. After
That's
a while, the Beans took
yucky.
to just
Ew.
tossing limbs into the ocean outside the cave entrance.
I mean, the whole thing
Soon
is
enough,
yucky, but
these parts
especially
would wash
that.
ashore and be
I don't think it
discovered by
resulted in much
villagers,
success in
leading
finding
most to
people.
believe
It had a
that the
negative
epidemic of missing
effect.
persons
Oh.
was instead caused by animals. These prosperous times for the Bean Clan, however, wouldn't last forever. One evening in the year 1600, darkness had just fallen when a couple was returning from a fair along the narrow road which the Beans had made their hunting ground. With the man riding on the front of the horse and the woman riding just behind him, the Bean Clan emerged from the dark woods on all sides of them. The Bean women then grabbed the woman and pulled her off the horse.
Yeah,
onto the ground,
right?
Immediately attacking
Yeah,
her
you
and
can
beginning to
look.
essentially pull her
Just
apart.
because you're cannibals
The way
doesn't
they
mean
descended was
that
so
you
quick and so
just
gruesome
get a
that she
free
was on
pass.
some
You don't have to
pieces by
clean
the
up
time
your
she touched the
stanky
ground.
cannibal cave.
Upon seeing this, her husband was horrified and overtaken by rage. And unlike their previous
Yeah,
victims,
fuck
he had been
him
trained
up.
in combat. He fought against the family as they tried to pull him from the horse, but the man soon pulled out his sword and a pistol. Then, moments later, about 20 to 30 other travelers returning from the fair happened upon the scene and rushed to join the fight. This was the
Yeah,
first
they're
time the Beans ever
fucked.
faced
They're
serious resistance, and it
fucked.
soon became clear that they were not going to win this one. So all at once, they scattered back into the forest and returned to the cave, leaving behind a scene of carnage. It's unclear if the Beans immediately knew the consequences of their first failed attack, but this was the first time they had ever left behind a living witness. The other travelers then accompanied the man who was attacked all the way to Glasgow, Scotland, where he spoke to the chief magistrate about his experience in the woods. And as the man told his story, the chief magistrate began to connect the dots that had been missing for decades to that point. The growing list of missing travelers, the body parts washing up in nearby villages, everything started to make sense with the story of the ambush. The chief magistrate then decided to do something that was well beyond usual protocol for the time. He marched the man right to King James IV, who just so happened to have taken a keen interest in the pattern of missing persons in Scotland, and he had also developed a theory that witchcraft was to blame. The king then listened intently as the man
He
retold the story
was
of
the
his
very
wife's death and
first.
the animalistic behavior of her attackers.
He was the very first true crime enthusiast.
Immediately upon the story's conclusion, the king gathered an army of 400 men and a pack of tracking hounds, and the large caravan began heading toward Ayrshire. As the
You'd
king and his
think
army
that
traveled,
they'd
the
move
caravan apparently grew with
caves.
volunteers jumping in line to aid in the search for the perpetrators. And leading the way was the man whose wife was viciously attacked by the Sawney Bean clan. Upon reaching Ayrshire, the search area extended throughout the countryside and along the coastline, but at first, there were no signs at all of some rogue families living in the forest. When the party passed in front of Sonny Bean's cave, the opening in the rocks wasn't even paid attention to by them.
Why do they keep passing it? Why don't they care?
Wildly on their leads and howl in the direction of the rocky cliff. It wasn't until someone inspected the narrow cave entrance that
But yeah, they really should have moved caves.
Told what they find and backtracked. It's just that from the outside of the cave, no one could fathom that anyone would be living or even hiding out inside the tunnel, as all they could see from the sand was darkness beyond the opening. The dogs, however, continued to make it clear that there was more.
Oh, they're like inbred and stupid?
Soon enough,
okay.
As many men as could fit inside the cave lit torches and began to slowly make their way down the tunnel. The further and further they went, the more prevalent the smell became, causing them to realize what the dogs had alerted them to. When the soldiers reached the very end of the tunnel, about a mile from the entrance, they were greeted by an unimaginable sight. Apparently, parts of all kinds were strung up along the cave walls around barrels for pickling.
So they were also like in complete darkness?
To the side of the main living
I can see why
jewelry and bones, and in the middle of it all was the entire Bean clan.
Their clan. Oh, okay.
When the shock wore off, the Beans attempted to fight, but they were quickly subdued thanks to being greatly outnumbered.
I can send it.
Then, once every man, woman, and child in the family was captured, they were marched to a nearby village where the king decided to forego the established justice system, sentencing
okay.
each member
It
of the
kind
Bean
of
clan
like
to capital
Living in
punishment.
Darkness kind of reminds
The
me
day
of
after
that
their
movie,
capture,
The
was taken to
Descent.
Leith, where they would succumb to a particularly
Even though
brutal
this was
punishment.
like
The men would go on to have each of their
the
removed and were left to succumb to blood loss,
inspiration
where the women
for
watched in
The Hills
horror.
Have Eyes.
And as they witnessed this slow process happen to the men in the Bean family, the army prepared 3 large bonfires. Then once all the men were gone, the women were given the fate typical of witches of the air, bringing an end to the story of the ruthless Bean clan. Now, if you're wondering why some of the elements to the story seem to not make sense, you're not the only one.
What do you mean?
Many people have asked, and rightfully so, did this actually happen? And while Wes Craven's The Hills Have Eyes is unquestionably a work of pure fiction, the tale of the Bean clan has often been presented
I can
as
believe
a verified
it.
fact. The truth is, though, there's a significant amount of supporting information and evidence that's missing from the tale. Historians have scoured records, newspapers, and diaries of the time in Scotland, and not a single one of them mentions a trend of disappearing travelers. And certainly, you have to imagine the discovery of a person-eating family of 46 would have made the news. So how exactly did this story
Maybe
come
they
about?
wanted to cover it up.
The beginnings of the story have been traced back to a publication that was popular in the 18th and 19th centuries called the Newgate Calendar. This publication told of crimes of the day with a sensationalized twist, making it difficult to separate fact from fiction when it comes to the Bean clan. Others, however, maintain that there are at least bits and pieces of truth woven into the story of the Bean clan. Centuries earlier, there was a slightly more evident story of a man named Christy Cleek, a butcher said to have turned to eating whatever he could find during a devastating 14th century famine. He apparently also led a small band of outlaws who preyed on travelers, which sounds remarkably similar to the Bean clan story.
The cave itself
There's
was
also
real.
the undeniable history of banditry and smuggling along the Ayrshire coast.
I don't know.
where caves
I
were
can
used as
believe
hideouts
it,
for
and maybe
ambushes.
they covered
Combine
it
all these
up or
together with
something.
broken
They wouldn't
telephone
want
across
it to
decades, and you
be
have the
spread
perfect mix
everywhere.
for
It would
birth
just make
of a
people
legend about a
scared.
grotesque, cave-dwelling, flesh-eating clan. So, what do you think? Do you think the legend is just that?
Well,
Or do
yeah,
you
but he
think there's
said there wasn't like widespread news of it spread like other places. So, you know, maybe they didn't want it getting out that there was a inbred cannibal clan